What if there was a Pokémon region based on Scotland? And no, I don't mean the Crown Tundra. Hey everyone, Matt here. To celebrate 3 years of me making Fakemon, I'm gonna take you all right back to the start, with my first ever Fakemon region, Croneo. I've done compilations before, but there isn't a compilation with every single video in it, so that's what this video is, for your convenience. Let's get this started. Hello Pokefans and Fakemon fanatics, my name is Matt and I've been developing a Fakemon region for the past 2 years now, but I feel like it's finally time to commission artists and showcase what my ideas are. So what would my ideal Pokemon games be? The names of the games would be Pokemon Agate and Pokemon Obsidian, and they would take place in the Croneo region. Yeah, I know the Croneo region is just a logo right now, and so are the game titles, but map commissions are expensive. I do intend for there to be one, but we'll have to wait. The Croneo region is primarily based on Scotland, which is where I live, but I know what you may be thinking. Isn't the Crown Tundra based on Scotland? Yes and no. I won't deny that the geography of the Crown Tundra is based on Scotland, since the Galar region is pretty much England flipped upside down, so to the south of that would be Scotland. And yes, Scotland is a bit colder, it's not really a tundra area, and the whole of Galar is pretty much a homogenized version of what UK culture is like, and the inspirations come from all across the UK, but mainly England. Nothing about the Crown Tundra specifically, other than the main mascot legendaries, are inherently Scottish, and the most Scottish Galar gets beyond that are like Viking inspirations with Berserker. I guess Galarian Rapidash is a unicorn. Croneo is meant to be Scotland through and through. To address the discrepancy between Croneo and the Crown Tundra in lore, I'm actually proposing that the Crown Tundra, the inhabitants of it, moved to the Croneo region and settled there, hence why it's called Croneo. Neo means new, the Crow bit is short for crown, so it's essentially the new Crown Tundra. Kind of like Nova Scotia in Canada is kind of called New Scotland for similar reasons. And in fact, to fill in some of the gaps that Sword and Shield left because they had some Scottish things, I decided to include some Canadian things because of Scotland's ties to Canada, and also the lore kind of makes sense as a result. So that's a crash course into what the Croneo region is and what it's based on. So this video is actually about the starter Pokemon that you get at the start of Pokemon Agate and Obsidian. I've kept you waiting long enough. You get greeted by Professor Barkley and you see 3 Pokeballs. Let's see what's inside them. Meet Buttercup, Flamoo, and Platycroot. If you're wondering how they tie into the personality triangle, Buttercup is cute, Platycroot is funny, and Flamoo gets cool later. Let's cover Buttercup first. I commissioned Ryoma art on Instagram for this line. The name comes from Buttercup and Cub, which is the name of a baby lion. Yes, to fit within the extinct megafauna theme of the grass starters, Buttercup is a lion. The lion species that inspire this line are the American lion and the Barbary lion. The latter will become more apparent in the final stage. Also, if you're wondering why a lion has spots, it's because some lions have spots, including the American lion, which was the original inspiration. As for the abundance of yellow in its design, let me draw your attention to its chin. Buttercup is based on the playground myth that if you put a buttercup next to your chin, and your chin looks yellow, it means you like eating butter. So I basically translated that into the design by having Buttercup enjoying yellow plants. Hence why its chin, whisker marks, and front paws are yellow. Other parts are yellow because of the colour scheme in it. Also, if you're wondering what a lion is doing in Scotland, the Royal Banner of Scotland depicts a lion, which was adopted in the 13th century, so isn't really anything to do with England despite the lion being their national animal. Side note, I find it surprising that there isn't really any new lion Pokemon in Galar. Also, the lion is red and Buttercup's lion is green. Heck, its shiny isn't red either. More on that when I get to its final evolution. Moving on to Flamoo. I commissioned Fungi Fakemon on Instagram for this art. The name comes from flame and moo, the onomatopoeia for the noise a cow makes, and it also sounds like a chew, the onomatopoeia for the sound of a sneeze. So I did use the Chinese zodiac for this. There is much debate in the community at the moment whether or not we even should use it as an inspiration, especially after Fuecoco. Regardless, I feel like the ox was a good loose inspiration. It's not an ox yet, hence why it's loose. It's currently a cow calf that sneezes sparks and embers, and it's adorable! Its hooves are hammers that blacksmiths use, since this line is based on blacksmiths. Also, here's the shiny. Isn't it cute? The only other thing I have to add is it has a tag motif, which is just a general reference to cattle. The line is more complex than this, but I guess Flamoo itself is fairly simple. So the last of this trio is Platycrute. I commissioned Kai Fakemon's art on Instagram for this art. The name comes from platypus and recruit, but I hear what you may be thinking if you're grammatically correct. But Matt, platypuses have nothing to do with Scotland. And you'd be right. All I can say is it was an interesting route to take for Pokemon. Also, literally every semi-aquatic animal Scotland has to offer has either already been done, or is really close to something that has been done. I know I'm shooting myself in the foot if I ever wanted to do an Australia-based region, but they have a lot of animals to work with anyways. The theming for water starters is also a military class and or weapon. I picked one from each. For this cuties line, I went for a navy theme, hence the symbol on its chest denoting rank, its tail being a ribbon, and its hair referencing a beret. So why navy? Well, Scotland is currently part of the UK, and the UK has a Royal Navy. That's not just it, but the main reason. Another reason is tied to 007 himself, James Bond, who had the whole spy motif down in Sobble's line, but he's actually canonically a commander of the Royal Navy. Daniel Craig was made an honorary commander as a result. Also, James Bond canonically grew up in Scotland, which Ian Fleming wrote because he liked Sean Connery so much. Lastly, there's another naval connection with Scotland. John Paul Jones, a Scottish-born naval commander. He is known as the father of the American Navy due to his contributions to said navy in its infancy. So yeah, I feel like this design philosophy is justified in terms of theming. It's not as if every water starter is always lined up with each region's inspiration. Also, here is its shiny. Anyways, now that you've seen the cuties, let's evolve them. Hopefully these middle stages aren't too awkward. Buttercup evolves into Azaleo. The name comes from azalea, a kind of flower, and Leo, which is Latin for lion. Admittedly, not much new is happening in this stage. Because it's bigger, its appetite is bigger, and because its unhealthy diet is the same, it has become unfit. It also has cute yellow spots on its cheeks. Also, flowers and what appears to be fur are blooming. It's still as playful as before, but wouldn't choose to play with Buttercup, which mirrors adolescence in humans. There's not really anything else to note other than the shiny is also pink. I might as well say here that the yellow in its design is in itself a reference, so I elected for the shiny to also include yellow too. Flamoo evolves into Temaku. The name comes from Temercy, which is the Turco-Mongol word for blacksmith. Temperature, emo, as in the culture, and ku, which is the Scots word for cow. Also, yes, this does technically mean I'm naming this Pokemon after Genghis Khan, since his birth name was Temujin, which can be traced back to blacksmith. It was my brother's idea, as he is a blacksmith himself. Also, check out Ember Ironwork, my brother's blacksmith business. Not sponsored, but I decided to be supportive. In our defense, this wouldn't be the first Pokemon to be named after Genghis Khan. It is now based on the Highland Cow. Finally, something Scottish! And what's this? Eyeliner, which happens to be made of soot? Piercings? Yes, because this Pokemon is emo! I guess you could say this was spurred on by being a moody teen, but I do know that not all emos are simply moody teenagers. It is a lifestyle just as respectable as any other. The reason I wanted to do this is because I needed this Pokemon to have some personality, and the long hair on a Highland Cow reminds me of when emos, and or teenagers, and or me I guess, I used to have long fringes, so I feel it's a natural fit. Also, it has a tattoo of a Pokeball. I mean, it kinda is. It will develop into proper tattoos in its final form, but I wanted it to be vague if it was a tattoo, or when farmers brand their animals with a hot iron, which does fit with the whole blacksmith concept. If it is the latter, it's also a pun. It's both kinds of branding.
Not just the definition I gave, but the promotion of a particular product or company by means of advertising and distinctive design. Hence, the Pokeball design. Anything else is just a natural development of Flamoo, the shiny included. I really like this, and I think it's my favourite middle stage of the three conceptually. And Platycrute evolves into Platenant, and the name comes from platypus and lieutenant. And its name sounds a bit like David Tennant, a famous Scottish actor. It's gone up in the world, since it's a lieutenant commander now. It has body parts which resemble uniforms, or maybe naval uniforms were based on it. It's got a better ribbon and a fancier rank acting almost as a collar or lapel. Its tail now has 2 ribbon colours that are similar to the Canada General Service Medal. It's even saluting! Like with Azaleo, I don't have much to say. I wanted the stage to be the perfect in-between between the first and final stages, but I wanted it to both be distinct as well as a bit goofy. The shiny is also purple. Yeah, I think I blew my load too early here with its design concept. Now, everything I've talked about thus far has been shown on the Croneo region's Instagram, at Croneo_region. But these final evolutions shall debut in this video. So, when you reach level 25 for these guys, you'll evolve your starter into Leonage! And the name comes from Leo, again, L. leonurus, which is the species name for the lion's tail plant, Sage, which can either mean the herb or what a wise person is called, and Age, because Leonage would tend to be the oldest of the line. It is now part Fairy type. To me, Fairy types do strike me as a Wisdom type, not the Wisdom type, which is Psychic, but I think Fairy still fits. I also think it fits with the playful nature of the line, and I also like how it's not an overly feminine Fairy type, which is a trope I see all too much in Pokemon. And I'm glad there are some deviations that are starting to emerge in Fairy type designs. I'm not saying I don't like femme fairies, heck, I'm introducing some myself, but this is still nice. If you guessed from this line's shinies being pink that it would become a fairy type, congratulations! In fact, this is a theme shared amongst this trio. Another theme shared amongst this trio is their final forms having a part of their body that shares a name with something that it's based on. In this case there's 2. The tail, as you might have guessed from the naming scheme, is based on the lion's tail plant. Because of that core element, I didn't want that to change the shiny, as with the yellow on the mane, which in itself is based on a fungus known as lion's mane, hence the pale yellow colour. Is this further evidence as to why it could be poison instead of fairy? Yes, but I think it has just as much right being fairy, and another starter is poison type. Also, grass poison has been done before, and grass fairy has not. The mane is also very much inspired by the Barbary line's massive mane. Also, speaking of its mane, the shape resembles dreadlocks. This isn't referencing anything, more a tool to make an even grander reference. These dread-like mane segments have orange tips, the same orange as the tail for colour scheme purposes, but this makes the mane look similar to Native American headpieces, which essentially makes the mane not only a literal reference to Barbary lines, but a thematic reference to the American line. To justify the Sage and Age part of the name origin, it's not just the fact that the war bonnet is worn by leaders of tribes, and to be a leader you should not exactly be too young but also wise, but the personality of this Pokemon is very much based on wisdom too. It's still playful like the others in the line, even to the point where it's happy to indulge young if they want to play with it, not just Buttercup, but other Pokemon and humans alike. Although, it's wise enough to know when playtime goes too far. Fernox. The name comes from furnace and ox. Yeah, underwhelming in comparison to Temaku. It is now an ox. As you can see, it's quadrupedal. This is because I, like many fans, are tired of the final evolution of every fire-type starter being bipedal. Originally it was going to be able to switch between quadrupedal and bipedal, but now I feel like it should mostly be quadrupedal. Its front legs are like heated metal, which can warp to become hands to hold its tools. So I guess it still can become bipedal. It has more piercings and its tattoos are now more fiery on its hind legs. Perhaps not necessarily emo anymore. I'm not saying it's just a phase, by the way, I'm just saying plenty of adults who aren't necessarily emo have piercing and tattoos too. I have multiple of the latter, for example. Its adult nature also shows, as it almost has a beard made out of molten metal. The soot is no longer makeup, however.
It appears on the face everywhere but the eyes due to goggles blacksmiths wear. It also has an apron made of soot, since blacksmiths wear aprons. It also has horns that resemble the horns of an anvil, a tool blacksmiths use with their hammers which act as their feet. I must stress that in the UK, the horn of an anvil is called a bick. One last tool I'm going to reference, which you can't see in this art, but the concept art shows it. Vernox's tail is tongues! Something else which you won't be able to see in the final art is that its butt is an exhaust pipe, which I thought is funny. This is because Vernox isn't just an ox, but a furnace too. Big surprise. It has more exhaust fumes on its shell. It only has a shell to make it look less naked, show that it's a furnace, and showcase its new steel type. Yup, the shiny is silvery grey because of its eventual steel type. I think fire steel should be used on more than just Heatran, and I thought blacksmithing was a very natural theme to fit this type combo, so I made the starter a blacksmithing cow/ox thing. Yeah, I'm very proud of this line, and my brother likes them too. Pladmiral! The name comes from platypus and admiral. We now have the admiral of the fleet. It now looks as if it's wearing an admiral uniform, even down to the fact that its hair resembles the cap of a navy admiral. The bill is the bill of the cap. And yes, the hair plus muscular physique make Pladmiral look like Guile from Street Fighter, although the hair in this style also makes it look a bit like Lieutenant Surge. So what? They were both military people too. The tail is the ribbon on the Navy Gold Medal, since that is only awarded to admirals, and its pose is similar to the "We Need You" recruitment posters you tend to see with military organisations. So why is it holding an egg? Well, this egg is also a grenade. Yes, a grenade. That's the weapon theme. This is because platypuses are one of the very few mammals that lay eggs. They are also venomous, hence the poison typing. And yes, this is why the shinies were purple. Unlike the animal it is based on, Pladmiral doesn't use a spur on the hind of its foot to poison foes. It uses its egg grenades, or just any poison attack, but I want to make the egg grenades a big thing. And I hope you notice the egg grenade it's holding in its art has a similar colour scheme to the Pestiballs from Pokemon Snap, as they'd act visually similarly anyways. The poison typing also thematically ties in with the military because it's toxic! I know it's dumb, but I still think Pladmiral really works. So that's that then. If you're wondering about the overall theme, as I've said, it's that each of their designs feature a body part that shares the name of something tied with their design, with Leonage's tail and mane being based on the lion's tail plant and the lion's mane fungus respectively, Vernox's horns being based on the bicks of an anvil, and the bill on Pladmiral being based on the bill of a navy cap. Their shinies have the theme of representing the secondary type of the final form, but if you want a better, less niche theme, then I guess they're all somewhat to do with organizations. You've got Buttercup line being based on school, the whole playground myth and playfulness of a child kind of idea. You've got the Flamoo line being based on blacksmiths, i.e. hard labor. And then you've got the Platycroot line, which is military, with the navy. So, you've picked your starter? Great! That'll be 5,000 Poké-Dollars, please. What's that? It's out of your price range? You didn't expect to have to pay? What did you think this is? Professor Barkley's free Pokemon giveaway? You can't expect to get things for free, you know. So either pay the price or get out of Professor Barkley's sight! Hi, welcome back to the Croneo region. So, last time we left on a cliffhanger. As you saw, if you didn't watch the last video, I recommend doing so. The link will be in the description below. But luckily, if you refuse Barkley's premium starters, an ally throughout the game, known as Brook, will give you some bootleg starters. They're a bit different from the premium trio. For one, they're all 2-stage. Another difference is that you evolve them for your friendship. And all their final evolutions are monotyped. Oh, and they're not a grass, fire, water trio. They're a fighting, flying, rock trio. Those 3 types were chosen because that is a type triangle that operates in the exact same manner as grass, fire, and water without there being any overlaps of those types. Let's get into them. Meet Ocat, Falcoth, and Calcifera. I wanted their types to be very clear just by looking at them. Occats will be clearer upon evolution, but I tried having the colours represent it. Also, if you're wondering how they tie into the personality triangle, Occat is cool, Falcoth is funny, and Calcifera is cute. First up, we have Occat, the fighting type starter. I commissioned Kai Fakemon's R on Instagram for this art again. The name comes from occult and cat. Anyways, Occat is based on a cat sea. But what is it? It's a fairy creature from Celtic mythology, specifically in the Scottish Highlands, which is essentially a large black cat with a white patch on its chest. Now, because I wanted each starter to be a colour resembling their type, I had to make Occat have more of a tortoiseshell coloration. Kinda like my cat, Pebbles, but at least I made the shiny black to be more in line with the cat she. Also, I'm not sure if it's pronounced Cat She, Cat C, Cat Sith, I don't know. I'll probably alternate on pronunciations. I apologise. Also, the shinies in this starter trio reference their design origin as opposed to secondary types, since they don't have secondary types. I recommend looking up the Cat She, as it's such an interesting idea to base a Pokemon on. I might actually revisit it and use some of its other aspects in another cat Pokemon I have in the pipeline that also happens to be fighting type. It'll be different, I swear. The relevant ideas I have for this Pokemon are the connections to witches and the occult. Legend has it that the Cat Sith was actually a shape-shifting witch, which is why I wanted to make the tail look like a broomstick. As for the occult, a ceremony which involved burning the bodies of cats for 4 days and 4 nights could be performed to summon a demonic cat she called Big Ears, who would grant the wish of anyone who took part in the ceremony. Yeah, that's a grim thing to reference in a Pokemon concept, but I'm sure there's worse out there. To reference this, I gave it big ears. So I've given reasons for it to be many types, but not fighting. So why is it fighting type? Well, it is believed that this fey creature was inspired by either wild cats or Keller's cats, which are a hybrid species of wild cats and domesticated cats. Also, I must state that wild cats and feral cats are 2 different things, but wild and feral are actually synonyms with ferociousness, so it's a pun. It's a wild cat that's a wild cat. However, I am making it a special attacker to reference its spiritual origin. This was a fairly deep design and I'm quite proud of it. Falcoth is next, the flying type starter. I commissioned my partner, Decay Fakemon, on Instagram for this art. Anyways, the name comes from Falcon, Gauth, which is the Scottish Gaelic word for wind, and oath, which will become clearer when I discuss more of the design origin. As you can see, it's blue. Sort of light blue, almost periwinkle. This is because those colours tend to represent the flying type. It's a baby peregrine falcon. They're fairly common around Scotland, so this makes sense. It's funny because it has an ego, hence why it looks smug. But why? Well, I wanted it to be more than just a peregrine falcon. Despite the concept art I made just being a peregrine. Yes, I know I'm bad at art. Why do you think I commission people? I decided to find mythology relating to this bird, and I found in Native American culture, falcons were said to live in the upper world, with the stars, the sun, and the moon, hence the space motif, with its face and beak tying in with these celestial bodies. The gold in its design is a reference to deities, since falcons were seen as messengers of the gods, since they can travel between the upper world and ours. They are even believed to rule the upper world, so that's why there's sort of a deity theme, because it's a messenger of the gods that lives with them. That's why it's smug. It believes it deserves praise, Cusco style. Also, the oath part of its name is because there is an oath to deliver, as well as believing it's above everyone else to the point where they need to swear an oath to it. As for why the deity connotations are gold specifically, it's because gold symbolizes wealth and luxury, something which those in power, such as emperors or deities in myth, would have in abundance. This is why the shiny is yellow, to reference this, and because having multiple gold elements would clash in my opinion, we had to settle for second best, silver, or maybe even better with platinum. I think you'll decide about that. The pink in its shiny is still kinda spacey, but in a different way. To round off this trio we have Calcifera, the rock type starter. I also commissioned my partner, Decay. The name comes from calcite, which is a kind of calcium carbonate, and conchifera, which is the phylum of mollusk it is based on. With the knowledge that I was going to make a rock type starter, I immediately thought of
crystals, as they would be a theoretical way to bridge the gap between the rock type and a possible animal that could produce crystals. Naturally, I found out mollusks produce crystals, which makes sense because what else would their trails be made of? After researching which mollusks would work for the design, I thought of the Conchifera phylum, and I immediately thought of a clam that was a bit afraid, but then it would come out of its shell, quite literally, once shown love and affection and friendship. I decided on a clam specifically so its eyes could peek out, as I thought this was very adorable. Also, it's brown because of its rock type. The shiny is pink, which I'll explain when it evolves. As I said before, you have to attain high friendship with these 3 Pokemon to get their evolutions. Let's see what they are. Firstly, there's the evolution to Ocat, Mucifer. The name comes from Lucifer, which is a Native American wildcat spirit, Lucifer, aka the devil, and was also the name of the cat from Cinderella. Mew, which is onomatopoeia for the sound a cat makes, and fur, which is what some cats are covered in. Now it's a witch! Or is it? Either way, it's been condemned and now fighting for its life, due to it being based on witches and witch trials, hence the feminine appearance. A lot of the witch trials were baked in societal misogyny of the time. It's also based on cats tied with superstition as well. Witches have many associations with cats, wild cats in particular, cat she in particular. Witch trials happened in Scotland too, due to there being a lot of superstition here. Heck, King James VI rewrote the Bible to have emphasis on condemning witches. This does tie into the fire elements with burning witches at the stake, as well as burning the bodies of cats for 4 days and 4 nights for that ritual. The white tuft of fur on Okat's chest is now a dress, which is intended to evoke the imagery of said stakes. Other witch elements here manifest themselves as the big ears from before now making the shape of a witch's hat. And the broomstick tail also has elements of a cornhusk witch doll, which is a Native American doll which are believed to be magical charms which protect homes and livestock, which very much fit the theme due to inviting Catchy into your home and leaving it some milk. That was believed to cause blessing for the household, and if you didn't do that, that was believed to cause a curse. Witch dolls are also very similar to the Samhain Shuck dolls, which were used in pagan and Celtic cultures for similar reasons, specifically during Samhain, which is the end of the harvest season, which occurs between the 31st of October and the 1st of November. Those 2 new elements which I discussed were expansions of Okat's prominent features, and were actually Kai's idea, and they're amazing ideas, and I think he really outdid himself. Time for the evolution of Falcoth, Galagrin. The name comes from Gale, a very strong wind, and Peregrine. It is now the adult form of a peregrine falcon. It's essentially got the same sort of design inspiration and philosophy as its previous form, but now it's got a head crest that looks like a crown, and it also has some stars, which I love. I like to think Galagrin is a more humble deity due to its good relationship with humans built over time, with the species' history of being messengers, as well as its evolution method literally being friendship based. One more thing I wanted to incorporate that isn't clear in its art, because how would I be able to show this, is the fact that peregrines are the fastest animal on the planet, which is why I'm guessing they were believed to be messengers of the gods. So canonically and stat-wise, Galagrin is one of the fastest non-legendary, non-mega Pokemon because of this. Heck, in the Croneo region it is the fastest non-legendary Pokemon. The justification in lore is that Galagrin has mastered flight, just in general. Hence why it is for sure flying type, not just because it's a bird. Finally, we have the evolution to Calcifera, Gastronite. The name comes from gastropod, which is another word to refer to snails by, and aragonite, which is a kind of crystal mollusks can produce. As promised, it is now out of its shell. But why is it a snail? Firstly, I feel this makes for a better thematic design evolution than the other way around with coming out of its shell. Secondly, snails can be found in Scotland. And thirdly, as I said, mollusks produce crystals, hence a rock-type snail. But I can't just do another rock-type snail without giving it some distinct themes to justify its existence, so I decided to dig deeper to see what snails symbolize. Of course you get wisdom and patience and all that, but you also get fertility? Okay, I could work with this, but I might need to dial it back a bit for a kid's game. I know love and fertility are 2 different things, but they are related, and since this is a rock type anyways, what
Rocks symbolize love. Rose quartz, which symbolizes a bit more as well, but again, I think the connection works. So if I make the shiny pink like this crystal, since I want the main colors of the bootleg starters to represent their type as much as the premium starters do with theirs, I can make the snail themed around love. Hence the very strong heart motif. Speaking of color, some people may think Gastronite may resemble a certain boss from Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I think it looks more like chocolate, which is a common romantic gift fitting with the love theme. The shiny does look delicious too though. So, 15 Pokemon into the decks. What I have left to mention is signature moves and abilities. For the premium starters, they all have moves that are functional clones of Flying Press, i.e. moves that could act as one of two types depending on what does more damage. I love this idea. It's kind of broken, giving it to the starters I think works out. Lineage has Blooming Swipe, which does either grass or fairy type damage. Ferronox has Forge Hammer, which does either fire or steel type damage. And Plabmaril has Egg Grenade, which does either water or poison type damage. All are physical moves, bar maybe Egg Grenade as it's a projectile. I haven't done proper balancing, I've only just come up with the concepts. As for the bootlegs, all would have stab moves. Musifer would have Wild Spirit, which is a special move. Galagrin would have Fast Return, which is a physical move, and Gastronite would have Crystal Passion, which would be a special move as well. I'm not sure what they'd all do, but I'd leave that up to your imaginations. All of them would be equivalent in strength, and they will be powerful at the expense of accuracy, much like the new signature moves in Pokemon Legends Arceus. As for abilities, all the Grass, Fire, and Water starters have Overgrow, Blaze, and Torrent respectively, and that's still the case with mine. But as for the Fighting, Flying, and Rock type ones, they don't have any equivalent, so I just made some. Underdog is the fighting equivalent, Updraft is the flying equivalent, and Calcify is the rock equivalent. So all the starters have an ability which increases their attack or special attack by 50% if they have less than or equal to a third of its maximum HP remaining, unless they have their hidden abilities. The Buttercup line has a new ability called Hay Fever. If the opponent contacts this line, the defense and special defense stats on the opponent are lowered. The Flamoo line has a new ability called Blacksmith. If the opponent contacts this line, the defense and special defense stats of the line are raised. The Platycroot line has a new ability called Naval Spirit. If the opponent contacts this line, the attack and special attack stats on the Pokemon are raised. Meanwhile, the Falcoth line has Aerolate. The other two bootleg starters have new clones of Aerolate I've introduced, so instead of normal type moves becoming flying, Militarize changes normal type moves into fighting, and Crystallize has normal type moves become rock. I'll also bring up egg groups because they're going to be important for this region's gimmick.
So I should really address this. People have been asking in my comments since I never really gave an update about this, but I kind of gave up on developing a gimmick. What I was thinking was essentially just Z moves again, but instead of moves based on types, it was moves based on egg groups. It didn't really fulfill my creative passion, so I just didn't do it. But I also just never said, so I do apologize, but there is no gimmick in the Croneo region. And no, I am not bringing back Megas at all, not even in Orpiment, because I was originally going to have Megas alongside a new gimmick. But that just didn't happen at all. Mainly because I don't really care about Megas. I'm sorry. No gimmick in the Croneo region, so I've just cut this bit out.
Bear in mind, I'll only use the final forms when discussing this, but anything that applies to a final form will apply to the whole line in this video. All four of the mammalian starters will be part of the field egg group, including Plabmaril. Although Ferronox doesn't have a secondary one, the other three do. Lineage also has the grass egg group for obvious reasons. Plabmaril is part of Water 1 since it's semi-aquatic, and that's where most semi-aquatic Pokemon end up, and Musifer is in Fairy due to being based on a mythological fairy creature. Galagrin is in Flying because it's a bird, and Gastronite is in Mineral because of its crystalline nature.
Also, before I forget, I need to mention who did the character designs that I've shown off. I forgot to mention this last time, but Professor Barkley was done by Ondu Region on Instagram, and Brooke has been done by VicWorks on Instagram.
But that's all of my starter Pokemon. Which one would you pick? Would you spend the $5 on the premium starters, or cheap out on the bootleg starters? Comment below which one you'd have on your team, and yeah, you can only pick one out of these 6. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share, it really helps out, and click the notification bell to make sure you don't miss the next video in this series. Check out the Croneo Region's Instagram as well. I've only really been posting the starters, but I also posted a sneak peek at what the legendaries may be, as well as some other characters you may meet along your journey in the Croneo region. And I'll see you next time where I cover the box art legendaries for the Croneo region. See you guys then. Hello again, and welcome back to the series where I cover my Fakemon project, the Croneo region. In case you're new, I'm making a Fakemon region based primarily on Scotland. I go over this premise in depth in the first video, where I cover my first 3 out of 6 starters. Yes, I have 6 starters. Check out the second video if you need more context on that, since my ideas can get pretty wild. In this video, I'm going to be discussing the main legendary trio of the region. And yes, I'm only covering 3 Pokemon. Before I get into them, I'm just going to remind everyone why I called Croneo Croneo. In the first video, I do mention that it's called Croneo because it means New Crown Tundra, with the Neo part meaning new and the Crow part meaning Crown Tundra. It's because the Crown Tundra is also kind of based on Scotland, so I wanted to address that. However, there's another meaning behind the name. In Greek, there is a word Chronos, which means time. Croneo sounds a bit like that. Admittedly, that was a coincidence at first, but it just lined up so well. In the past, we've had the Creation Trio, the Tau Trio, the Aura Trio, and the Light Trio, but in Croneo, the main legendary trio will be called the Time Trio. And before you say anything, yes, Dialga was the Pokemon emissary of time, but these are a bit more specific, kind of like how the Gen 3 trio are emissaries of parts of the planet, which you could say are subcategories of space, and we have Palkia, so it's fine, it's fine. Also, the Time Trio aren't the creators of time, just emissaries of the past, present, and future, responsible for overseeing the history of Croneo. I guess you could call them the History Trio thinking about it, but either one works. After watching this video, I'll let you decide. Last thing I have to state before we get into it is that all 3 of these were done by Fungi Fakemon on Instagram, who also did the Flamoo line. My gut instinct was that they were the perfect person to do this, and my gut was right. They turned out legendary. And please bear in mind, these were devised and commissioned before the Scarlet and Violet trailer came out. Any similarities between the legendaries and themes in this video are completely coincidental, as I've had these ideas for many months preceding Gen 9. Let's start with their lore.
An ancient Pokémon that had powers over time itself fought a rival from what we now know as Ultra Space. The ancient Pokémon won, and took the spoils from this victory, crystals from its rival's body. The ancient Pokémon felt a sense of familiarity when looking upon these crystals. These crystals were crystals of time, much like one the ancient Pokémon already had possessed. It chose to create scouts, used to oversee all of time. It chose a creature of the ocean to bond with one of the crystals, to swim through the past as if it were the vast ocean itself. It chose a creature of the land to bond with another, since it would run towards the future like the many destinations on land. The last was a creature of the sky to bond with the remaining crystal. This creature ended up a little different from the others. However, it bonded all the same, to look over the present. The ancient Pokémon roared at a temporal frequency to allow this bonding to occur, which gave these 3 creatures immortality. Their role as legendary Pokémon is to look over history to see if this monster, the ancient Pokémon's rival, is ever to return. Let's first discuss the emissary of the past, Praetorate, the hindsight Pokémon. The name comes from Praetoritum, which is Latin for the past, E. Chirosa, which is the species of octopus it's based on, and the suffix 8 from Agate, the name of the game this Pokemon is the mascot legendary for. The name also sounds a bit like reiterate, a verb meaning to say something again or a number of times, typically for emphasis or clarity. Lieldone Sorosa's more common name is the curled octopus, also known as the horned octopus, lesser octopus, or northern octopus. This cephalopod is found in the seas around Scotland. But why is an octopus the emissary of the past? First of all, having a kraken-like legendary just makes sense, especially since Scotland has a connection to Vikings, who were Scandinavian like the myths about the kraken. But also, octopuses are very intelligent. Praetoriate's whole deal is that it has knowledge of all history. And isn't intelligence by definition being knowledgeable, which all beings on Earth gain from past experience? And being able to apply said knowledge? Sure, the word skill can be interchanged with knowledge here, but isn't skill having learned how to do something and practicing it until you're an expert? However you look at it, intelligence likely requires past experience, and since octopuses are very intelligent, this makes too much sense, no? Admittedly, the idea for an octopus for the emissary of the past came pretty late on. Originally, I had this Pokemon be a unicorn instead, and an elephant as the future mon, but I changed about which animals are what Pokemon, and I'm happy with what I have now. Praetoriate's typing of fairy fighting is a remnant of the stage, but I still feel like it works. I have to bring up the types of the Elite Four: Steel, Dragon, Fairy, and Psychic. I want there to be a really strong Pokemon of all 4 of these types. 2 of the final evolutions of my pseudo legendary line will have a secondary typing of Steel and Dragon respectively, and will serve as their aces. So I wanted early on for the past legendary to be a fairy type, like a mythological being, and the future legendary to be a psychic type, like a precipient, a clairvoyant, an adept, a seer, a soothsayer, a psychic if you will. Back to the point, I feel like the fairy type works due to the mythological figure aspect, and the past can dissolve itself into myth. The past also had an emphasis on magic, and far enough back, nature was pretty highly prevalent. The fighting type also works because in the past there's been a lot of conflict, and I mean a lot of conflict. There's still unfortunately a lot today, and they stem from fighting to preserve a party's own view of the past or the future, but said future is usually informed from the past. Preserving history is also important, and many dedicate their lives to fighting to keep it preserved. These people are unsurprisingly called historians, but I digress. As for the aesthetics of this Pokemon, and for the whole trio, they are based on minerals. First off, the white colour on its skin is based on some agates. The rainbow marbling is also based on similar marbling, also found on some agates. The marbling is a motif throughout the legendaries, and is why there is a sort of marble background in the Instagram posts, as well as a sort of rainbow motif in my videos. As for crystals, I'm not sure why I decided on this. However, I think it's a really cool aesthetic and has some practical reasonings. When coming up with the lore of the legendaries, I decided that these crystals belong to some currently unnamed Ultra Beasts made of these crystals. These crystals serve as the gimmick item, but I'll get into that when I get into the region's gimmick. Time crystals are actually a thing, which is why I feel this works. To quote Wikipedia, in condensed matter physics, a time crystal is a quantum system of particles, is one in which the particles are in repetitive motion. The system cannot lose energy to the environment and come to rest because it is already in its quantum ground state. Because of this, the motion of the particles does not really represent kinetic energy like other motion. It has motion without energy. So yeah, that's everything I decided about this design. Next is the emissary of the future, Mebicordian, the Foresight Pokemon. The name comes from Melontikos, which is future in Greek, unicorn, and the suffix ian, from obsidian. Unicorns are the national animal of Scotland, so a unicorn legendary was necessary. I remember being disappointed that this didn't happen in Sword and Shield. It kinda happened in the Crown Tundra DLC, where Calyrex's steeds are unicorns, but I wanted to do my own take, since it's Scotland and it'd be a crime not to do. For those not in the know, unicorns are a mythical animal that's equine, a horse, but with a horn. To connect Mebicordian to Canada, I based it on the Canadian horse. but made it a unicorn. Its skin is black to reference obsidian, but also some superstitions. If a black horse appears in your dreams, it could be an omen of death, or alternatively, a wedding could happen. I think the dreams and omens, as well as the general idea of foresight, and the same reasons Absol has its type, all justify why Nebuchadnezzar is psychic dark. The rainbow marbling and crystals are there for the same reason. Admittedly, there's not much more beyond this. However, I have more things to connect Praetorate and Mabicorian as a duo. Yes, they're part of a trio, but their counterparts shut up. Their lore already suggests why they're tied to the past and the future, but so do their designs. Praetorate is looking to our left, which is subtly indicating looking to the past, and Mabicorian is looking to our right, which is subtly indicating looking to the future. But that's not all. Look at the suckers where the crystals are on Praetorate. There's arrows going anti-clockwise, indicating time once passed. And around the horn on Mabicorian is a clockwise arrow pattern, indicating time's yet to come. Yeah, both of these legendaries are fairly deep. The third member of the trio is less deep inspiration-wise, but I do have plans for it in the future to add complexities to it. But I'm saving it for another project. When it comes to Agate and Obsidian, they're about Praetorate and Mabicorian respectively. Finally, we have the Emissary of the Present, Orpithegel, the Insight Pokémon. The name comes from Orpiment, the mineral it's based on, ornithology, the study of birds, and eagle, because it's an eagle, particularly a golden eagle, the national bird of Scotland. It also looks like a mineral known as orpiment. I felt like said mineral's more golden elements not only fit the golden eagle, but they also looked like crystals to me. So what would have been the psychedelic looking crystals in the other two are now gold, although these parts were yellow on the original bird anyways. It doesn't have any real design elements showcasing its connection to the present, and the only other design element worth talking about are these flying crystals. Fungi added them to make it feel more like a legendary, which I agree with. So why is it a golden eagle? As I said, the appearance makes me think of orpiment, which I know sounds circular, but the connection is so strong it needed to stay. It's also the national bird of Scotland, which I feel is enough reason to make it a legendary, but I feel like it should be the emissary of the present, specifically because I feel like being omniscient in regards to the present would go hand in hand with having a bird's eye view, since it could theoretically see all of the region. I also realised I haven't mentioned its type in the script, but it is normal flying. Flying is kind of obvious because it's a bird, but the normal type, I just felt like it would be interesting to have a mainline legendary be normal type. Also, again, I have plans for it later to swap out the normal type in other forms maybe, but none of them would appear in this project. I think this entire trio not only fits their themes, but also their species a lot. They each have a signature move, but they all do pretty much the same thing. Praetorate has Retcon, Mabicorian has Spoiler, and Orpithegel has Instant Act. They all kinda have double flying press properties. What I mean is, depending on what does more damage, the move would be either of the stab types of whichever Pokemon's signature move that is. But because they're the main legendaries, they'll also be physical or special depending on what will do more damage. They share the ability Gamble with Time, which gives them high evasion, but if they are hit, they're hit with extra damage to compensate. The in-game description of the ability would differ depending on the Pokemon. Praetorate knows from previous battles when to avoid moves, Mabicorian predicts what move will be used so knows when to avoid moves, and Orpithegel can essentially see what strategies are being played out in real time, so knows when to avoid moves. They're all living beings, like any trainer or Pokemon, so can't always dodge attacks. The increased damage received balances this out. They're using all their knowledge of time to gamble with their lives. A gamble with time, if you will. In this video, I also feel like discussing the player character designs. As you can see, there's three. A male option, Andy, a female option, Sophie, and a non-binary option, Sammy. I feel it's important for everyone to feel included, and since plenty of people's own sense of gender identity falls outside of the binary, I don't see why we should just have male and female options, but they're still there for those who would like to be referred to he, him, or she, her. Also, these are just the default designs, hence why they all have similar colour schemes. You can decide on what skin tone you want at the start, and you're able to change your hair and outfits to whatever you want, just like in the past few generations. Everyone also gets the same clothing options. Nothing's restricted by gender. I hope you enjoyed this brief overview of the protagonist characters who will serve as your avatar throughout Pokémon Agate and Obsidian.
So, that's it for my box art legendaries. What did you think? I feel like with the starters, the legendaries are very much important to bring up first. There are other legendaries in the region, but I will bring them up towards the end of the project. The box art legendaries are the important ones to discuss early. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share, and ring the notification bell. Check out the Croneo Region's Instagram, it will be linked down below. And I'll see you next time where I fill in the unused type combinations. See you guys then. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Croneo Region. This is the series where I explain what would happen in the hypothetical Pokemon games, Pokemon Agate and Pokemon Obsidian. Games which don't actually exist, but if they did, would be based on my ideas of what a Scottish-themed region with bits of Canada in it would look like. When filling out my decks, I decided to do what a lot of Fakemon creators tend to do, and that's the fun challenge of trying to come up with a Pokemon for every unused type combination. And in this video, we're going through half of them. Yeah, there's a lot of Fakemon to cover. Although half of these unused type combinations will have brand new evolutionary lines attached to them, and the other half being attached to regional variants, both parts of this duology will have a mix of both. It took a while and a load of revisions for my decks, but now I'm 100% satisfied with most of my decks, and I'm ready to show you these. Also, some type combinations that haven't been used by Game Freak I'm using multiple times, as will be evident by the fact that there's another fairy fighting Pokemon in this video, despite the fact that Priorate is already that type combination. Also, since this video is going out before the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and since it's being recorded before any Pokemon have been announced that may or may not have this type combination, these two videos will contain type combinations which haven't been used as of Pokemon Legends Arceus. Funny story, I've been planning this region since 2020, and back then we didn't have a ghost normal type, and now we do. But I had planned one even before we found out about Hisuian Zoroark and Zoroark, even before we found out about Pokemon Legends Arceus. Since this type combination now has been used, I'm not going to be covering it in this video. One more thing before I begin. I did want to use more rare type combinations that have only been used by alternate battle forms such as Megas or the different Rotom forms or whatever, as well as legendaries, but those aren't unused. They have been used but are just rarer, so they'll be covered in relevant videos for those Pokemon, and not here. As evident by the fact that I have a Fire Steel Pokemon as one of my starters, even though the only previous Fire Steel Mon was Heatran, but I'm not covering it in this video. I'm not covering it in either of these videos. I'm just stating that before anyone's like, ooh, you should make an Electric Icemon or something like that. Like, Electric Fire is a better example, darn it.
So, as of Gen 8, there have been 16 unused type combinations. In this video, I'll be covering 8 of them. 4 of said type combinations will be brand new, 4 of them will be regional variants. Starting off, we have the Regional Bug. It'll represent the Bug Dark typing, which I'm genuinely surprised hasn't been done before. However, like some other Fakemon in this video, 1 or 2 stages may not actually have this type combination. Heck, the first 2 stages of this line aren't Bug Dark. But anyways, let's get into it. Meet Tattypillar! This line was done by Ryoma Art, who also did the Buttercup line, which is my grass starter line. The name Tattypillar comes from Tatty, which is a Scots word which means potato, and caterpillar. Potato caterpillars are a thing, and that made me think of a chip, or a French fry if you're more familiar with the way Americans call it. I imagined one wriggling around like a caterpillar, so I decided to go down the pun route, as opposed to the literal animal route. Potatoes are a big thing in Scotland, actually. Not as big as they are in Ireland, of course, but there's a popular dish you have alongside meals called neeps and tatties, which is essentially mashed turnips and mashed potatoes. Yeah, we don't just eat haggis, you know. There hasn't been a potato-themed Pokemon either, and making a potato caterpillar did kind of fit in with that. But I wanted this line to also have the Scottish theming, and making a potato caterpillar did kind of fit with what I wanted from this line, but also the Scottish themed setting. Also, it's cute as heck. The pupa stage is called Crispalus, which I must thank Ryoma for the name as well. I was originally going to call it Pupato, which I really liked, but Crispilus is better. It comes from crisp, which is what we call potato chips over here, and chrysalis, which is what the pupal stage of bugs surround themselves with. Yeah, there's nothing much to mention here. It's shaped like a potato, and it's wrapped itself in crisps/potato chips. The antennae are chips/french fries too, as they were in the first stage. Now, Crispilus evolves using a new method called the special rod. Okay, I have to explain this.
So I decided against having the special rod be a thing. Any evolution that would require it, I retcon, but you'll see later in this compilation.
It's not the region's gimmick, just a new evolution method that also has battle uses. It's a held item which stores the typing of any special attack that comes the Pokemon holding the special rod's way, regardless of immunity. Although if the attack misses, then I don't think it should store it. So if Bubble Beam was used against a Pokemon, then the special rod would store a water charge. Or if Hex was used against a normal type that had the special rod, then a ghost charge would be held. This typed charge is stored after that, and can be used outside of battle. But any special attack used while there is a charge would still hit as normal. The charge is lost when the attack that the special rod is mapped to, which will now be the stored type, is used. So if the Flamethrower was like the third slot or something, and the special rod held a water charge, Flamethrower would become a water type move. A charge could also trigger an evolution, which would also lose the charge since the Pokemon would kind of absorb that energy. Crispilus, for example, would evolve when its special rod has a dark charge, which would then allow it to evolve into Jackaterror. Riom helped me with the name too, however I took his suggestion and tweaked it slightly. His suggestion combined Jacket with Lepidoptera, the order of insects that moths are a part of. I decided to add the word terror in the name since it's a dark type now. The jacket part contains the word Jack, which is also a name. This Pokemon also very loosely references Spring-Keeled Jack, who is an entity part of British folklore during the 19th century, mainly in suburban London, the English Midlands, and, more importantly, Scotland. Jack appeared human but acted more than human, being able to jump great heights while terrorizing the public. He also, at a closer look, had a more demonic physique, as well as a gothic sense of style, as well as red eyes. If he reminds you of Mothman, a 20th century cryptid from West Virginia, that's why I decided to also give off Mothman vibes, with those red eyes, cloak and dark typing referencing both. So yes, it's a moth. In its lore, that you can find on the Croneo Region's Instagram account, we know that other moth Pokemon are attracted to light, but Jackaterror is attracted to the absence of light, darkness, and shadows, which is why it's a dark type, but also it's not very nice since it eats people's clothes. This ties into its design. Potato moths are a thing, not as much in Scotland, but remember, this is more of a reference to potatoes and I wanted a moth and it's sort of a pun. Jacket potatoes, which is where the jacket part of its name comes from as well as Spring-Keeled Jack, are also a thing. Jackets are a type of clothing, and moths are known to eat clothing and leave holes in them. So, although there's not really a scientific way for it to continue to fly, it has holes in its jacket potato-like wings. Its wings also blend in with its hood, which makes it look a bit like a gangster, and jackets also tend to have hoods. Not all of them do, but quite a few do. I love this design, and I hope you guys do too. Also, the shinies of this whole line are based on sweet potatoes, hence the orange. And the purple on Jackaterror references Japanese sweet potatoes. So for normal poison, I immediately thought of Plague Rat, which is funny in an ironic sense, because around the time I commissioned this line, I caught COVID. And since there's already a rat Pokemon, what better than to introduce Croneo's first regional variant? A variant of what is likely the first regional variant players encountered. Rattata! This whole line was done by Dalera Region on Instagram, by the way. It is just sick for the moment. The brown coloration is because I felt like swapping Rattata and Raticate's regular colours and shiny worked for the design concept, and the skull on its head is foreshadowing where this line is going. Cronian Raticate is now dying, with off-coloured spots and weird growths. The plague is worsening, but hey, the swapped colours work better for this design, since the base colours are purple, which are the poison colours, and the shiny is green, which is now sort of a secondary colour for the poison type. Yes, the plague aspect is poison, but I must reiterate it's still a normal rat. It just so happens to have the plague. and has poison typing as a result. Heck, Alolan Rattata and Raticate are normal type too, as well as dark, so I don't see what's wrong with normal poison. But anyways, Raticate evolves now. It evolves into Ratikin. The name comes from rat, obviously, stylized similarly to Raticate, kin, due to the fact that there's now seemingly multiple entities, and it sounds like Rat King, which Ratikin is actually based on. Now you may be thinking normal ghost? Ghost poison? No, it's still normal poison.
Nah, Ratikin's ghost poison. I changed my mind. I do mention that later on as well, just to be clear.
It's zombie-like corpses doing the fighting, so although the spirit is controlling the body, it would have the defenses of a normal poison type. Although Ratikin would have a new ability, Spectre, which allows it to use ghost-type stab.
I also retconned Ratikin's ability, which you can see on its Instagram post. Well, its retconned Instagram post. But Spectre as an ability is held by other Pokemon in the Croneo region, so this is still somewhat relevant.
So the design having the tails connected is an obvious reference to Rat Kings, and both the body and spirit having crowns, as well as fur on the body resembling a cloak, is a visual pun on the name, and also gives off pantomime vibes considering the Rat King is the villain of some pantomimes. As for the corpse and spirit, this is showcasing the fact that the plague has killed this rat, but the spirit has unfinished business. As for the ribs, I felt like this design needed something extra to differentiate it from Raticate, especially since both Ratikin and Raticate both share the same colours and shinies. This design is so sick, pun intended. I'm really proud of this concept. So the next brand new Pokemon line I have to offer you is Electric Fighting. Funnily enough, Fighting is the only type currently available that hasn't been paired with Electric. Since we have a guaranteed Electric type in each region in the form of a Pikachu clone, why not? Meet Nezumaruto. I commissioned the legendary Dark and Windy for this. The name comes from Nezumi, which means mouse, however is mainly from Hatanezumi, which means vole, because Nezumaruto is a vole. The name also comes from Boruto, which means vault. I came up with the name as a pun because vole and vault sound similar, but because all Pika clones' names are in Japanese, I decided to try and fuse the root words translated into Japanese, and I think it works. It's electric type because it's a Pikachu clone. They all are. And no, I don't count Mimikyu or Marill as Pika clones because Mimikyu's concept isn't tied to Pikachu directly, and is just as much a Pika clone as Cramorant is in my opinion. And Marill looks nothing like Pikachu, although Nezumaruto Shiny is a reference to the whole Pika Blue misconception. As for the fighting type, well, Nezumaruto isn't actually fighting type, it's mono-electric. So why is it here? Well, if you give it an Aura Stone, Nezumaruto evolves. But before I get into its evolution, what kind of vole is it based on? Answer: the common vole. Nothing special about it. However, there is one particular kind of common vole that loosely inspired its evolution. Meet Nezuken. The name comes from Nezumi and Hatanezumi, like before, as well as Ken, which is a Japanese word for sword. Firstly, there's a lot of words for sword in Japanese, and secondly, you may think Ken means fist, and you'd be right. They are spelt with different kanji though, but both are pronounced Ken. Anyways, I mentioned that there's a particular kind of common vole Nezuken is based on. The particular vole is known as the Orkney vole. Yup, we have a Highlander Pokemon. The Orkney vole is a group of the common vole found in the Orkney Islands, but they're not found in mainland Scotland, but Orkney is a part of Scotland, so it counts. Plus, other voles are found here, so it still works. The Orkney vole are about 10% larger than most common vole, and it's a mystery as to why they're only specifically in Orkney. The accepted theory is that they were just brought to Orkney, and we know it had to be at least 4,600 years ago, since that's when the earliest fossil is dated. So the reason it's fighting type is just that I wanted to use the type combo. But voles can be ruthless, so that could justify it. But as I'm sure you're able to spot, it uses its tail as a sword and an acorn as a shield. Did you know that fencing is the most popular martial art in Scotland? Or at least has been historically. I didn't even know it was classed as a martial art before researching this. The specific kind of sword this is meant to reference is the broadsword, and the shield is meant to be a targ, which is a shield with a spike at the centre, and oh look, the stem of the acorn is like a spike. Some kinds of vole eat acorns. I'm not sure if all do. I just saw an image of a vole with some acorns, and I got inspired. Also, the reds and oranges in both their designs are meant to signify their secondary typing, just like how Todegamaru has grey on it, and how Morpeko has very dark grey on it. And the blue shinies are also meant to represent the colours of the Scottish flag, and Nezuken's pose gives me a Scotland forever sort of vibe, all Braveheart style. I'm so proud of how this design turned out. So, my second ever regional variant line I'm going to show off also had one before. It doesn't help that it was also a regional rodent. Meet Croneo Zigzagoon and Croneo Linoon. The art for the whole line was done by Pokemachi on Instagram, and they turned out so well. They are normal steel type because they are still a regular mammal, but they're wearing scrap metal as a sort of armor, so they are steel type. When trying to come up with ideas for a normal steel type, I felt that Zigzagoon's fur pattern reminded me of scrap metal. That's the only reason this design idea happened. Also, the Galarian Zigzagoon line is one of my favourite Pokemon lines, so I guess I'm biased. By the way, their shinies are based on rusted metal. To justify their less than happy personality, it's because the Cronians consider them to be pests, and that makes them sad. They just want friends! So instead of the fame and fortune of the Galarian variants, which are still the originals by the way, they now live rough lives and live on the streets and scrapyards. Unfortunately, Scotland does have a homelessness problem, and it has been here for a while. Luckily, you could become its friend and give it a home with you. Who knows, you might even get Linoon to evolve. Yes! If you level up Linoon at the scrapyard location, which you can access after 4 gym badges, it will evolve into Scrapoon. It is still normal steel type for similar reasons to Croneo Zigzagoon and Croneo Linoon. Its name comes from scrap and raccoon, since all 3 Pokemon in this evolutionary family that we know about so far are also named after raccoons. So Scrapoon follows suit. By the way, Zigzagoon and Linoon aren't based on raccoons, but raccoon dogs. Their Galarian counterparts are based on badgers, and the Cronian versions are now raccoons, because I say so. Did you know raccoons are one of the top 50 non-native invasive species in Scotland? Neither did I until I researched it for this design. It is now a scavenger, determined to find precious items thrown away by humans, using its trusty spoon. The shiny is also based on rust, but because the metals changed colour, I want the rust on the specific items that were already rusty to be changed to look like oxidized copper, which is turquoise. That is why the eyes in this line shinies are also turquoise to reference this. Oh, and I thought it'd be funny to give it Scrappy as its hidden ability. Now, if you're like me and really like the Galarian forms of these mon, you'd probably miss Obstagoon. But don't worry, I decided to make a regional variant for it too. You can't stop me! Croneo Linoon also has to reach level 35 at night, much like their Galarian counterparts, to evolve into Croneo Obstagoon, which is now Dark Steel type. My pitch to the artist was a regional Obstagoon of the same style as the others. Make it Dark Steel, and also make it angry, as not only do I think that fits Obstagoon's original punk rocker inspiration, but also is in line with the personality development of the Croneo Zigzagoon line, starting out as sad because no one likes them, only for that sadness to develop into rage. What the artist did without me asking, which I love, was have the rusty old scrap washing machine as armor, which fits in with the theme. It's the right level of subtle/obvious and thematically contrasts with Obstagoon's new personality, since I find it quite comical compared to the anger. I honestly feel like this comical contrast with more serious themes in Pokemon really helps sell the monster that you can be friends with angle. I love how not only Croneo and Obstagoon, but the whole line turned out. Fire is the only type grass hasn't been paired with yet, and there seems to be a trope in Pokemon for little guys turning into very feminine designs. There are either 2 or 3 stages, but mostly grass type. Not always, but you can't tell me that Roserade, Lilligant, Whimsicott, Tsarina, Eldegoss, and Lilligant again make up the vast majority of these kinds of Pokemon. Since some people can't behave themselves surrounding these Pokemon, why don't I make these supposedly hot creatures and make it literal? But how do you combine these elements? A burning bush or tree? Nah, but I'll keep that in mind for later. A pepper plant? I was going to do that, but I felt it didn't make too much sense for my region. It's also fairly obvious, and there was a lot of speculation about it recently with Fuecoco, and I'm not against the idea, but I want to do something different. But after a lot of revisions to my decks, I now have 2 2-stage lines. Let's see what the artist I commissioned, Kai Fakemons R on Instagram, cooked up for me. Meet Weelass and Janeep, both mono grass type and 100% female. For Weelass, the name comes from wheat, since that's the crop it's based on, lass, since it's female, and the phrase wee lass, which is Scots for little girl, which is what it is. Side note, this is probably the best name I've come up with. Meanwhile, Janeep comes from Neep, which is Scots for turnip, and the fact that it begins with J is more referencing jack-o'-lanterns, which I'll get into more when it evolves. But I guess it sounds like the name Jane too. They're just little guys, or little girls? You know what I mean. They're the Budgews, Petalils, and Smolives of the region. But once you give them the Firestone, you get their evolved forms. Let's start by evolving Wheelass into Bunty. The name comes from bun, a type of bread, bonny, which is Scots for happy, since it's now a bonny lass, and bounty, since it's now a bounty hunter. Yeah, I did have inspiration from Samus Aran from the Metroid series, but she's amazing. Also, Bunty is now bread. Why is this? Well, there are many kinds of bread found in Scotland that are very unique here, such as plain bread, baps, which I know are British as a whole but originated in Scotland, butteries, and bannock. I also felt that making a bread Pokemon, not only does it feel Scottish to me, but there also hasn't been one yet. As for Grass Fire, as its type, you make bread through dough with natural ingredients, mainly from plants, and you bake it with heat. That doesn't necessarily mean it has the heat anymore, but it does. As you can see, it shoots fire out of its toasty arm cannons. Janeep evolves into Lanturnip, which is lantern and turnip. Did you know that before pumpkins were used as jack-o'-lanterns, people tended to use turnips due to their accessibility? That's what this Pokemon references, with the fire type representing the internal flames used in jack-o'-lanterns. But why go with this at all? Well, when I was discussing Tattypillar, I mentioned that a popular Scottish side dish is neeps and tatties, and I felt like I couldn't have one without the other. The Tattypillar line are the tatties, and now the Janeep line are the neeps. Now, I did consider making this a regional variant of the Pumpkaboo line, and the fact that they were pumpkins didn't stop me, since the word sand didn't stop the Alolan Sandshrew line. I just felt like it would have been better to have it as its own separate design, if possibly related, as that meant I was less limited in designing it. Like how she's got a hood cloak thing. To me, this evokes something akin to Little Red Riding Hood, which fits, since I asked Kai to give it fairy tale vibes. In case you haven't noticed, there's more going on here. I wanted to push an agenda that pulled the focus of making weirdly feminine designs. Women don't have to be these stereotypically feminine creatures. They can be more masculine, like Bunty, and they don't have to be conventionally attractive, which is why I had a sort of ugly stepsister approach for Lanturnip. I find this to be good. Not everything has to be like Roserade, Lilligant, or Zarina. They also represent two parental archetypes. The breadwinner, which is the money earner of the family, typically the only one, which is also stereotypically masculine. Bounty hunters earn a lot, tend to go life solo, and even seen as a masculine role to the point that Samus being revealed as a woman was a major twist in the first Metroid game. Bunty is all of this represented in a Pokemon, and is made out of bread, so it's a pun. Meanwhile, Lanturnip's more of a housewife, stay-at-home sort of deal. I mean, you leave jack-o'-lanterns outside your house. It's an old-fashioned and nowadays sexist expectation of a woman's role in society. As a result of this duality, they're version exclusive. Since Pokemon Agate symbolises the past, Lanturnip is exclusive to that game, while Bunty is exclusive to Pokemon Obsidian due to it symbolising the future. This also works due to the respective fairy tale and sci-fi inspirations of both also representing the past and future. Also, the Grass Gym leader, Fig, will have a member of either of these lines as their ace. Which line it will be will depend on the version. It'll be the opposite one to the obtainable one in that game. Oh, and the shinies are based on flour, whole wheat bread, different kinds of turnips, and the colour of mashed neeps. But yeah, I love these lasses. So, I know Pryterate is also fairy fighting, but I wanted this type for a Pokemon that isn't legendary. This one's another regional variant, but it doesn't start out as this type combination. The third regional variant is yet another regional rodent, that being a Patrat variant. I did kind of go overboard with that, admittedly. I'm even planning a fourth, but it's not going to be in this video, or another video for a while. I got Tealdrum on Instagram to do all of this line, by the way. Croneo Patrat is based on a trainee police officer and is fighting type. Scotland was actually one of the first countries to adopt a police force as we know it today, as was Canada. The reason why I want a police Pokemon is for multiple reasons. Officer Jenny should get a new Pokemon that isn't just Growlithe, and the police do play a larger role in the story. More on that when I cover the plot, eventually. At level 20, much like its Unova counterpart, Croneo Patrat evolves into Croneo Machop. It's no longer a trainee and ready to enforce the law using its bat tail. It even looks more like a police officer with its hat-like head and patterns on its torso resembling a uniform, similar to how Unovan Watchog's appears to be a safety vest. Croneo Watchog is also mono-fighting as well, and that is because it's not quite fully formed into what it will become. Much like Croneo and Linoon, there is a split evolution, but unlike Croneo and Linoon, this split is two forms of the same Pokemon, like Meowstic or Lycanroc. But instead of the method being tied to gender or the time of day, I'm basing it on which evolutionary stone it uses. No new one this time, since it's a new form that's evolving, so I have access to all the established ones. Meet Myriot. The name comes from Meerkat and Riot. Also, I think pronouncing it as Myriot, Myriot, or anything like that is okay. It should be Myriot, but I find Myriot easier to say. Anyways, the form of Myriot you can see on screen right now is called the Sheriff form. It's fighting dark and is obtained by giving Croneo Watchog a shiny stone, referencing the thematic shiny new badge it got. Since it has a promotion, it's based on police officers that are sent to deal with protesters. This one's a political commentary Pokemon. It exists to tie into the story of Agate and Obsidian. If you're not comfortable with the ACAB angle, I have two things to say. The first is that the Sheriff form and most of the Croneo police force are meant to represent the corrupt side of the police, something that I think most of us can agree upon as being bad. But the second thing I have to say is that the other evolution, although not directly being based on this, can be seen as a good cop. Myriot's protester form is Fighting Fairy, which is why I'm covering it in this video. It is obtained by giving Croneo Watchog a Dawnstone, because it's dawned on the Pokemon that what it believed was right has been corrupted, and is joining the fight, as in the protests, to stop corruption throughout. There is a clear stat difference between the two as well, because Sheriff form Myriot was honing its combat skills, its attack stats are higher than its defenses, and because Protester form Myriot is using its honed skills to defend the rights of it and its allies, this is the other way around. So yeah, that's Croneo Patrat, Croneo Watchog, and Myriot. Normal Ice next, and I thought the obvious choice was to go for a Husky, which could double as this region's dog Pokemon. Sure, Huskies aren't really a Scottish thing, however this region's also based on Canada, plus there will be some stuff in this overall design that will tie more into Scotland. So without further ado, meet Pupsky! It's so cute! I commissioned Cosmic Fakemon on Instagram for this line, by the way, and the name comes from Pup, Husky, and Ski. That last part makes it sound more Eastern European, which will make sense later, even though it makes it sound Slavic as opposed to Scandinavian. Anyways, the ski part also references a recreational activity it likes to do, skiing. Its ice paws act as skis. Skiing isn't particularly a Scottish or Canadian thing. Sure, it's fairly popular to do in Canada, but breathing is fairly popular to do there too, so I don't think it's a strong enough link. But remember how I said there's Scandinavian influences earlier? Well, skiing evolved from a Scandinavian practice. Sources debate if it was practiced in China first, however, so that could be wrong, but there's still a connection to the overall theme. But it's essentially just a normal puppy, so normal type. It also lives in icy conditions and has a few ice powers and properties, so also ice type. Pupsky evolves into Glacier. The name comes from Glacier, Racer, and Fenrir. The legs are now completely made out of ice, because it's like a bobsled, or I guess just a sled, since Huskies are known for pulling sleds. That's also why there's rope tied onto its torso. The rope is made of ice magic, but that's not the sole reason the rope's there. It's also based on Fenrir, a wolf in Norse mythology who was also a son of Loki. In fact, Fenrir was actually foretold to kill Odin during Ragnarok. The ropes are meant to reference Fenrir's imprisonment. But anyways, this is more of a loose connection for this Fakemon. Wolves used to be found in Scotland and may be reintroduced. Also, this Fakemon isn't literally or primarily based on Fenrir. It's still just a wolf with ice powers. Also, I really like the shiny. Both it and Pupsky shinies are based on brown huskies and wolves. One last thing, Glacier is the first Pokemon to have this new ability, Shock Absorb. Much like many other abilities before it, it grants the Pokemon immunity to a type of move. In this case, it's fighting. I've got a few Pokemon with this ability. Most of them have a 4x weakness to fighting. Normal Ice as a type combination doesn't give it any defensive favors. Neither does Normal Rock, which I'll talk about in the next video. Normal Steel has a 4x weakness, but Steel is such a good type anyways, so that's why I didn't give the Croneo Zigzagoon line this ability. But yeah, I hope you enjoy these good boys. So with this last one I had a mission. I wanted to make one of the least popular Pokemon designs, one that even I don't like, into something that I would like, and hopefully something that you will enjoy too. Now don't get me wrong, Crabominable has a very interesting design concept that I actually love. A Yeti crab that's also a Yeti. That's so cool. Too bad it looks like, well, that. I want to tone down the ugly factor to a degree where it at least isn't all ugly. But I also wanted it to tie into Croneo. Brown crab is a common species of crab in Scotland, but that simply isn't enough, so I gave it a general mud crab inspiration, tying it in with mud sports as well, which are popular in Scotland, and replaced the ice type with ground. Meet Croneo Crabominable. Yeah, it isn't much of a looker either, but I like it. It's a little ugly, but looks like it could definitely do some serious damage, which is the sort of balance an uglier Pokemon should have. I commissioned Pokejamon on Instagram to do this, and funnily enough, it was the first mon in this video that I got commissioned. He actually likes Crabominable's ugliness, so I think this was a perfect collaboration where we could change the aspects of its design I don't like, while also appeasing the fans of this Pokemon by keeping its identity, give or take its core design concept. I wanted its mouth to be more closed than the original, as well as to make it look more like a crab. Also, those spikes, it's not hair, is actually the ridges that most crabs tend to have at the edges of their shell. I did want Croneo Crabominable to keep some aspects of Crabrawler, which is the same old mono-fighting crab boy, those being the general purple colour scheme, the hair, and blue boxing gloves. Well, neither Alolan or Croneo Crabominable have boxing gloves, but they have something blue around the same area. The shinies also carry over the changes that shiny Crabrawler has, purple remaining the same, the hair changing to whatever colour this is, and the blue parts becoming red. Unlike Alolan Crabominable, Croneo Crabominable has one more change in its shiny to make it a good shiny. The brown turns orange, which makes it look more like a crab, and a Scottish caveman. But this was simply because I felt the shade of orange Jay wanted to have originally, instead of the blue, which I told him to turn blue instead, would have been good to replace the brown in its shiny, due to the observations I previously made about how it looked.
But that's it for this video. How do you feel about the unused type combinations themselves, as well as the Pokemon I've introduced to cover those? Well, the ones I've spoken about so far anyways. Before this video closes, I shall do a recap of all of the different egg groups that all of these Pokemon will be a part of. Just like I did for the second set of starters this video. It will be important for the region's gimmick, which I do need to explain at some point, but I'm not ready to. I didn't do it in the last video because, unless if there is a really interesting exception, pretty much all legendary Pokemon don't have an egg group or are put into the undiscovered egg group, so I just thought it would have been assumed. But if you needed that clarified for whatever reason, they're all in undiscovered. As for the Pokemon discussed in this video, although some regional variants in Croneo will have additional egg groups added onto them, for the most part they're just going to be the same as the old ones, and all the ones in this video will just be the same as their original versions. And since all additions to an evolutionary family always tend to share the same egg group as the rest of them, bar baby Pokemon, that's still going to apply here. But anyways, enough rambling, I'm going to quick fire these. Let's go!
Tatipilla, Crispus, and Jacatera are in the Bug group. Rattata, Raticate, and Ratikin are in Field. Nezumuruto and Nezuken are in Field and Fairy. Zigzagoon, Linoon, Scrapoon, and Obstagoon are in Field. Wheelass and Bunty are in Grass, as are Janeep and Lanturnip. Patrat, Watchog, and Myriot are all in Field. Pupsky and Gracier are in Field and Monster. And Crabrawler and Crabominable are in Water 3.
Now remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share, and ring the notification bell. Check out the Croneo Region's Instagram account, and I will see you next time to cover the remaining unused type combinations. See you guys then. Cheerio!
I must thank Formiga Fakemon for the art for the Special Rod and the Aura Stone.
Hello all, and welcome back to the Croneo region. My Fakemon region, based on Scotland and a bit of Canada. But screw Canada for the moment, as today I'll be covering Pokemon that will be just found in the Croneo region, all of whom have ties to Scotland. Specifically, I'll be covering Pokemon found on Route 1, as well as new evolutions to older Pokemon which may also be found in early game, as well as a little treat at the end. Also, I'm sorry I've been away from Croneo when it comes to the YouTube content lately. There were complications surrounding the video that was meant to go out last month. Don't know when that's going to come out. But I have been active on my Instagram, so if you want to have your Croneo fix if anything like that happens again, check out my Instagram and you'll see some designs that have not been posted to YouTube yet. But now, let's get into some Scottish Fakemon. Let's start with the Route 1 normal type mammal. They tend to be rodents like Rattata and Squovit, but sometimes aren't, like Zigzagoon, which is actually based on a dog, and Bunnelby, as rabbits are not rodents. Considering how they revealed the chonk, that may also fit into this category, and pigs aren't rodents, but who knows if they'll introduce more or not. Who knows if Grafii is also going to be the one considered to be the regional rodent of the Paldea region. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. Hedgehogs are also not rodents, but often get confused with them, and they're super popular in Scotland. I don't mean in the big population way, but quite a few do live here. I'm meaning people love hedgehogs. Meet Hedgie, whose line I commissioned an artist astray on Instagram for. The name comes from hedgehog, obviously, but also comes from tangy, which is spelled one of these two ways you see on screen, which is also a Scottish myth, but not exact to what the evolution is based on, but I'll get to that later. But the name is also a cute nickname that you'd give a hedgehog. Speaking of cute, this thing is adorable! Now, despite what Sega have been promoting for decades, hedgehogs are actually pretty decent swimmers. They're not phenomenal. Put them in too much water and they can still drown. But compare that with the most famous hedgehog in fiction, with his aversion to water, and you can see that that's not an accurate portrayal. I did want to add some watery elements, although neither it nor its evolution will be water type. So I did base it loosely on a tangy, a sea spirit from Orkney and the Shetland Islands mythology. Anyways, Hedgie's shiny is blue to reference the connection to water, and also Sonic the Hedgehog. Look, if I had a Pokemon based on Samus from Metroid, I can have a shiny vaguely reference Sonic. Hedgehogs appear as fae-like guides in fairy tales, but also kinda evil in more Christian stories. So, a fairy creature with ties to Orkney and the Shetland Islands that has connections to water and can be seen as malevolent. Isn't that just a Tro? Before I get into what a Tro actually is, meet Hedgerow, the name coming from hedgehog and Tro or Dro, but there are different spellings and pronunciations of Tro as well. The two I just mentioned and the ones on screen are what inspired the name, but I'm going to continue saying Tro as that's the most common way to say it. Tros are mischievous little fairy creatures that also come from Orkney and Shetland Islands folklore. Hence the new fairy typing. Sometimes they live on land, sometimes they live in the sea, which makes me want to have Hedgerow as a rare encounter in water-based routes, specifically island-based ones. This line would learn many water-type moves as a result, although I'm not sure about Surf itself because of the spiny back. Anyways, Tros are basically the Scottish equivalent of trolls. Another element that cements the connection to the evil one is the hand gesture. I was debating having this be normal water instead of normal fairy, and when the art got made, my pitch to the artist was that it was normal water. Therefore, it is doing the shaka sign, which is a traditional hand gesture for Hawaiian surf culture. So maybe it should learn surf after all? The shaka sign is commonly confused with the sign of the horns, which has so many different meanings. Some good, some offensive, some punk, and not too uncommonly seen as of the devil, aka the evil one. So the art still works on both levels. One last thing that makes this design all work together is that both hedgehogs and Tros are nocturnal, making all of these concepts blend together into one coherent idea. You can even evolve it at night. Look, if Yungoos can evolve at level 20 in the daytime only, Hedgie can evolve at level 20 in the nighttime only. Also, the shiny kinda references Supersonic. Yeah. To round off these two, I've got to mention a non-visible aspect of their design that would appear in the lore somewhere. So, there'd be a story where a Hedgie walked 500 miles, and then when it evolved into a Hedgerow, it walked 500 more. Just to be the Mon that walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. Yeah, that song. I'm Gonna Be 500 Miles is by Scottish rock duo The Proclaimers. The funny thing is, if you walked 500 miles from Scotland, you could still be on land, but if you walked 500 more, you'd be in the sea somewhere. Which works with the very watery theme of this non-water type. Is this dumb? Yeah, but I do still think this is something fun to share and include as part of this Pokemon. If you couldn't tell from some previous designs, there are plenty of birds in Scotland. I've already used the peregrine falcon and golden eagle, so what else? Well, did you know that the Scottish crossbill is the only terrestrial vertebrate endemic to the UK, which means that it can only be found in the UK and nowhere else. And it is the only species of that description in the UK. It's found in the Caledonian forests in Scotland. Crossbills are named as such due to their crooked beak. If we take a detour to look at the Scottish flag, it's blue with a white cross on it, known as the Saltire, or St Andrew's Cross, known as such due to St Andrew presumably being crucified on a cross of this shape. So I kinda made another pun-based mon. Meet Crossbill, spell as Xbill. Either pronunciation's actually fine. I got Cosmic Fakemon for this line. Following the trend of early game birds having simple names based on the, or at least one of the birds of origin, here it's just the name Crossbill, but spelt with an X. Kinda like the cross transceiver is spelt with an X, since the word cross is replaced with an X, which is also the shape of the Saltire. So, Crossbill's face is the Scottish flag now, due to the reasons I just mentioned. It is meant to be just a Scottish crossbill, just with a funky colour scheme. Like how Pidove is just a pigeon, and how Starly is just a starling. One may think the colours of a crossbill are too iconic, but they will be referenced in the line's shiny coloration, changing the blues to reds and the whites to blacks. Nothing else to say here really. Crossbill evolves into Crossfisher. This time the Pokemon has more Kingfisher elements, hence the name. But since the whole line will have a flag-faced aesthetic, the cross motif will remain to reference the fact that they're all based on the Scottish crossbill. The inspiration for this actually came from a walk I had in Pitlochry, around a lake. A sign mentioned that it was also a spot to find kingfishers, which can also be found in Scotland, and most places for that matter. It drew my attention for two reasons. One was knowing where this line was going, the other was the colours of the bird. It's blue! It has orange highlights too, but these highlights have become white to keep with this colour scheme. I also kept the crooked beak of the crossbill so that the inspiration was still clear. It won't appear in the final stage because it didn't quite work, but it worked here, so yeah. It felt like the perfect middle stage candidate, and I'd say my feeling ended up being correct. So when researching what I could base the final stage of my bird on, due to the first two stages being based on smaller birds, I found a mythological bird from Scotland called the Boobry. So I called this mon Crossbury, to fit more in the ongoing theme of the Saltire for its bill. It's a shapeshifter. I don't think I'll give it imposter, but Protean seems like it'll fit just fine. Due to the fishing theme I've already got, and it'll make it a great hunter. The fishing theme works, as the Boobry is a water bird, a malicious one too, as it was said to prey on livestock on merchant ships. So it'd learn plenty of dark type moves too. Boobrys were thought to resemble common loons and cormorants, so I like to think this is a fairly close relative to Cramorant, but Cramorant wasn't part of any of the inspiration for this line. I let the artist know, but it wasn't part of the brief. What was part of the brief was the fact that it was speculated that sightings of the Boobry were likely the now extinct Great Orc, which was used for the main framework of the design. The way the last Great Orc was killed was very brutal, so I guess Crossbury will also learn some ghost type moves. By the way, I don't actually come up with level up moves or anything like that. I come up with the less malleable details about the Fakemon I make, not stuff like level up movesets or heights or whatever. As you can see, the Great Orc doesn't have much to go off, so elements from other, more modern depictions of the Boobry were used to give this more of a final stage flair. Due to the water bird nature of this line, the two evolutions gain the water type on top of flying. Speaking of water types, I weirdly don't see the staple Fishmon lumped in with the early normal flying and bug types, but I suppose it's because you need a fishing rod. I guess I'd have it quite early because of Scotland's dedicated fishing communities. To tie in with that, how about I do something not really seen before with Fishmon? A baby fish, also known as Fry. Meet Fryak, the first baby Pokemon of the Croneo region. I got Dalara region to do this line. The name comes from Fry and kayak. It's a little baby fish. But why is it also named after a kayak? Well, sports such as kayaking and whitewater rafting are very popular here, so I wanted to include it as I didn't want just another Fishmon. Most actually have something deeper, like Magikarp and its Dragon Gate Carp myth inspiration, and how Aracuda is based on darts. Fryak evolves into Paddock, which is derived from paddle and haddock. Since this is my new Magikarp, basing it on the most popular fish in Scotland in terms of quantity, the haddock, was a no-brainer. Although I wasn't 100% sure on what I'd name this, this. So I also included other bases for the design just so I have more options to work with. Paddles are usually used in the sports I mentioned as the inspiration, but yeah, I hope you like these two. Or should I say 3? I bet you thought I was finished. Oh fools that you are, as I have decided to break convention and have a third stage. When leveling up Paddock at Loch Ness, it will evolve into Nescade, which is a portmanteau of Nessie, the name of Scotland's most famous cryptid, whose own name derives from Loch Ness, which is where the location Loch Ness is actually based on, and Cascade, to try and keep with the rapid theme. But yes, Nescade, as you might have guessed, is pretty much exclusively based on the Loch Ness Monster. There's no real development on the rapid theme I wanted to go for here, however, the artist did use those elements and just make more of it. I would say turning a fish into the Loch Ness Monster is a meaningful development. What I wanted was for the first 2 stages to trick people into thinking it's something like Arrokuda and Barraskewda, when in reality the final stage is actually a Gyarados and Milotic situation. Now, if you're wondering why the location is called Loch Ness, not only does it sound like its real-life counterpart, Loch Ness, but Nis is actually Scottish Gaelic for the word now, which I think is a nice reference to the themes of past and future.
Yeah, minor alteration. I renamed Loch Ness to Loch Press. Oh no, I just felt like the name was better. Everything else about it is just the same though.
Another detail about Loch Ness, which I kind of want to get into now, is that there's sort of a mini-boss Pokemon, which I wanted to reference the shiny Gyarados at the Lake of Rage in the Doto games, as well as the Loch Ness Monster. However, this Pokemon is a shiny Lapras, the other Pokemon seemingly based on Nessie, not a shiny Nescade. This is because Nescade is actually the ace of the Water-type gym leader, Pike. I felt this was already a big story event containing this evolutionary line, so I decided against having it repeat twice. And I think Nescade's line fit perfectly as Pike's ace due to his fisherman theme. But yeah, I received many questions and requests about a Loch Ness Monster themed Pokemon, so I hope this filled your appetite for such a Pokemon in a Scottish region. So now I've got all the staple early game Pokemon defined, who wants to see evolutions to older Pokemon? All of these will have some relevance to Scotland and will likely also appear in early game. Today, that means I'm covering 3 new Evos, the first 2 of which I commissioned PokeJamon to do. With the first one, there were many things I wanted to achieve, but there's this idea that has been considered a bit in the Fakemon community of a single alternate evolution to a Pokemon that previously had 2. I decided to apply this to Togepi. Meet Togasaur. The name comes from Toga, which is translated from the Japanese word for spike or thorns, and dinosaur. I've got to admit, thinking about prehistoric elements to include in a Scottish region was difficult. Perhaps I haven't quite got the knack of it when it comes to this aspect of Fakemon Region design, because my mind has been wrapped in culture. So when I eventually cover the fossils, we'll see how I'm able to overcome this weakness I've noticed in my own abilities. However, despite Scotland's lack of major paleontological importance, there are things I can adapt into Pokemon, like how the first animals to reproduce sexually were aquatic animals in what is believed to eventually have become Scotland. There's not much left in terms of Scotland's prehistory, other than sauropods, or sauropods, I don't know how to pronounce that, being believed to walk what is now the Isle of Skye in Scotland. That's nothing to scoff at. So, why does Togasaur evolve from Togepi? Well, I've already explained why it doesn't evolve from Togetic, plus I don't think this design works well due to the lack of wings. So having it evolve from Togepi instead makes more sense to me. Togepi is based on a creature hatching from an egg, but nothing specific. Its evolutions are bird-like, and birds evolved from dinosaurs, more directly than most animals. Sure, that is a basic connection, but the Togepi line isn't the most complex design-wise, so I don't see why going a simple and less intense approach when it comes to the thought process would be bad. The line also has ties to luck as a concept, as Togepi's name sounds a lot like Dokebi. I've probably butchered that, but it was a goblin from Korean folklore which grants good or bad luck, hence why it infamously learns a metronome. Isn't it unlucky when that asteroid possibly wiped the dinosaurs out? It's unconfirmed if it did or not due to no one alive today being present at the event, and I think I read recently that a new theory is gaining popularity. I'm waffling, aren't I? I feel like all this makes sense and makes a cute little design. Also, it gains the dragon type. Currently the only Pokemon that has Fairy Dragon is Mega Altaria, which disqualified it from unused type combinations videos, but is, for all intents and purposes, unused. Like how some people feel Water Fire is due to being only used by Volcanion. Yes, it's Dragon because I wanted that type combination, but it fits due to the dinosaur appearance, with that aesthetic fitting the type. See Tyrantrum for more. With the magical origin also working as a secondary reason, since both Dragon and Fairy are the Infinity Energy types, although perhaps the Dokkaebi inspiration is why Togepi's line replaced normal with fairy upon the latter's inception in Gen 6. I hope you all think this is a fitting extension to the Togepi family, and I hope that my justification for its existence in Croneo suffices. So, I know Togesaur has been a Fakemon concept that has been done elsewhere, but that was my spin on it. So how about another fairly common Fakemon concept? An evolution to Carkol that's actually a train. I call it Locomotive, from locomotive and coal. Yeah, I didn't think coal with a wheel, to a minecart made of coal with wheels, to coal monster with no wheels made much sense. So I made it a train, and tried having it be what I felt an evolution would be like. And yes, I did say I there this time, considering Jay's art is pretty much a one-to-one translation of my original reference. Anyways, Jay not only made it more accurate to the Pokemon style, but added more detail where my basic alpha version lacked. There's not much more to say when it comes to the design itself, but if you can't already tell, I'm one of those Fakemon creators who likes tying each design to at least one of the themes of my region, be it one of the countries of origin, Scotland and Canada, the pretty socialist storyline, or any other theme such as the theme of time with the legendaries. So what does Locomotive have to offer? Well, the Roly-Poly line debuted in Sword and Shield, in the Galar region based on England, which is also part of the British Isles, where there was a lot of coal mining, especially during the Industrial Revolution, which started in the UK, which Scotland and England are a part of. A big part of the Industrial Revolution was steam power. Fuel was needed for the fires to heat the water to generate the steam, and coal was the popular choice. So naturally, Scotland was affected by this too. Having a region based on another country so integral to the Industrial Revolution was a great excuse to expand the line, and add this very clear and obvious next step. The reason why a train makes the most sense isn't just because it's an object with wheels, that also drives on tracks. But the ties to coal are that steam-powered trains were very important within the Industrial Revolution. Not only was it a new form of transport, but the fastest of the time it was introduced, and it popularised things such as commuting to work being an option, so that you didn't have to live in the city and inhale its smoggy air all the time, and also introduced the idea of going somewhere else in the country for a holiday. Both things that were both good for the people and boosted the economy a bit. Not just through growing the rail industry, but through trading food across the country, as well as spreading news via newspapers that may have been available on the train for those who were able to read, which boosted knowledge of current affairs. Fossil fuels are problematic these days, for good reason, by the way. The planet is dying due to our historic reliance on them, but without the use of coal, our way of life would have been different. It would have been very different, actually, especially without the existence of trains, which originally used them as fuel. I guess this mon isn't Scottish specifically, but it still really fits the region. And Galar didn't do it, so I decided to instead. I love Locomotive, and it's probably one of the best names I've come up with too. The final new evolution I'll introduce in this video will be one for Baneri. Now, I've got a dumb reason for this to be an evolution and not a regional variant of Lopunny. Sometimes when creating Fakemon, I end up coming with a pun, and then it happens. This was the case here, but I think the idea is very solid and I am excited to share. Meet Hogmanay. My partner, Decay Fakemon, did the art for me. The name is derived from bunny, like Lopunny is, but also the word Hogmanay, which is the Scottish celebration of New Year's Eve. New Year's events involve fireworks, and in Stonehaven, in particular, there's a tradition of swinging fireballs. And in recent years, there have been more attractions involving the manipulation of fire called firepoi, or fire performances. So if you couldn't already guess, it's part fire type now. And it evolves using the fire charge on the special rod, because pun. I have more details about this evolution method in my first unused type combinations video and on Instagram story highlights. Now, even though this idea did come to mind as a result of a pun, there's more running deep through here. Even though aspects of Hogmanay make this fire type, I still wanted it to be normal for a few reasons. Firstly, I think this fits with the line's established type history, since Mega Lopunny gained the fighting type on top of normal, instead of simply replacing it. So I used the same logic here. Secondly, normal still works since it's an annual event. Sure, that's kind of dumb logic. It's like making a Halloween themed mon or a Christmas themed one, and making it normal type for that reason. It's weak, but it still makes some sense. But there is a third reason. Music. I'd say music is more integral to the celebration of Hogmanay than any other major holiday celebrated by most of the population of Scotland. Sure, there's Christmas songs too, a lot more of them actually, but music isn't really tied to Christmas itself. It's more tied in a supplemental kind of way. You think about music when you think of Christmas, but you can think of the holiday without it. The passing of one year to the next itself isn't musically tied, but the festivals in Hogmanay involve pipe and drum bands, which I certainly can't imagine not being there. So yeah, normal is the sound type, that's why normal also works. One more thing to mention about the Hogmanay inspiration. You could see the celebration almost as new beginnings. Another holiday that does that is Easter. Not to say that this has anything to do with Easter, it's mostly that rabbits are a symbol of said holiday due to their, let's say, multiplicative property, which ties into the new beginnings aspect of that holiday. So I felt it fit to have this be a rabbit Pokemon, which worked with the pun. So why Bunnieri and Lopunny specifically? I mean, yeah, it's a pun, but I wanted the design to fit. And I think a way to make it interesting is not to make an evolution, but more a masculine split evolution. Kinda like Gardevoir and Gallade, except it's not gender locked. Either gender can evolve into either form in this case. Lopunny is referencing rabbits as okay, I'm just gonna be non-advertiser friendly and say how it is. A sex symbol. Unless if you're a younger viewer, then you've probably heard of Playboy bunnies. Also, a design detail about Mega Lopunny is that it's based on 80s fashion, and in particular outfits from aerobic workout videos from that decade. I bring this up as I was gonna have a Mega for Hogmanay as well. I since scrapped Megas as a mechanic due to many factors. I still feel like thinking about this 80s connection in the line is worth it. Since aerobic workouts and Playboy bunnies are femininely presented, I wanted something masculine from the 80s. So the cool dude attitude and just the general pose feels very much like an 80s protagonist. The fur was also balanced in the design to make it feel right, but different to Lopunny. Also, the fur is on fire because, it's fire type, what do you expect? Although I feel like the overall colour scheme does work to convey the fact that it is still a normal type. Also, there are some blue accents instead of pink accents. There are blue accents instead of pink accents because of the stereotypical boy and girl colours, with the masculine design of Hogmanay and the feminine design of Lopunny. But yeah, I hope we did an addition to this line justice. I made the hot bunny literal. I guess I made Flint's Lopunny make sense retroactively. So, all of these Pokemon so far are found in, or evolutions of Pokemon found in, the early game. Although early game dark types are a thing, I didn't conceptualize this Pokemon with that in mind, since the evolution method is level 50 at night. The base stage also has a base stat total of 420, which is fairly high for an early game Pokemon. So I'd say this one's encounterable after, let's say, 4 badges at the earliest. So why am I talking about it now? Well, I realized this video was going out in October, and I feel like talking about it now to tie in with Halloween. Also, it's one of the ideas I got most excited to get commissioned. So what could possibly work with Halloween? Vampires! Did you know that although the author, Bram Stoker, was Irish, and the concept of the title character is a combination of Romanian myth and a Romanian historical figure, Dracula was primarily written in a small town in Scotland. The town is now called Cruden Bay, and Stoker stayed there every year throughout the 1890s while writing Dracula. The town influenced his works in general, and the nearby castle, Slane's Castle, was referenced by having some of its features being descriptors of Dracula's castle. So yeah, I'm doing a Dracula Fakemon. Meet Draculup and Nosferatu. Dark Flying and Dark Ghost respectively. I commissioned Fungus Fakemon for this art. Draculup comes from Dracula and Pup, which is what a baby bat is called, and Nosferatu is a portmanteau of Nosferatu, the Romanian word for vampire, and also the name of an unofficial film adaptation of the original Dracula novel, as well as Bat, because it's a bat creature. Draculup's design is based on the pop culture representation of vampires transforming into bats. Since I knew I wanted Nosferatu to be humanoid in design to evoke Dracula himself, I felt like it made the most sense to have the base stage be just a bat. It's surprising that we've also not had any dark-type bat Pokemon before. Because this is a regular bat, no bells and whistles, it is flying type. The dark type isn't just due to the malice that vampires traditionally have, but its connection to nighttime as well. It's mainly based on vampire bats, but also designed as being a pre-evolution to its evolved form. This is because Nosferatu was intended to faithfully represent Dracula as a Pokemon. Because it evolved from a bat, it still has bat attributes, mainly the face and wings, the latter of which are kind of cape-like. Since Dracula is humanoid, Nosferatu is too. I decided to use imagery of Sir Henry Irving's version of the Devil, as that likely provided some inspiration to Stoker due to his close association with the actor, as well as Christopher Lee's portrayal of Dracula, due to being the most iconic depiction of the character on film. I also wanted some inspiration from the version of Dracula seen in Castlevania and Smash Bros, due to it being a humanoid monster, which is the vibe I wanted to go for. Since vampires are undead, I wanted to add the ghost type onto its dark type, which I think is fine, because it may have wings, but it doesn't really fly much, so losing flying is fine. Dark Ghost is a better type anyways, only being weak to fairy. Its signature ability won't really help that. It's called Dragon's Son, and much like Steelworker and my new abilities Spectre and Grounded, this grants the Pokemon Stab for another type. In this case, it's Dragon. Why? Well, Dracula is named after Vlad the Impaler from Romania, and he was referred to as Dracula, which means son of Dracul, as in Vlad Dracul, his father. Dracul means the dragon, so Vlad the Impaler was the son of the dragon. I just wanted to get that referenced somewhere. Dracula has it too, by the way. They also have a new, non-signature, hidden ability. It is called Night Shift. It doubles either attack or special attack while at night. Which stat it doubles is random, and it has no effect during the day. I have a Pokemon coming up that also has this ability, but Nosferatu was designed around it. I had to nerf both the Pokemon and the ability to make it work. It got too powerful. The colour scheme for both is black and red. Black is clear due to the vampiric association with the night and the colour black, same for bats, and to represent the dark type. But it's also because this line is the Ace of Brook, who I might as well reveal now will be the dark type gym leader. I could even see Dracula being a comedic little character in the anime alongside Brook and Snom, who Brook would also have in a hypothetical Croneo anime, and in-game as one of the Pokemon that would follow her around. Also, during battle, her Nosferatu has Night Shift, and the battle will always be at night. And she'll have strong physical and special moves to make the most of it. Good luck. Anyways, the red on this Pokemon is to reference blood, as well as the association with the colour red that Dracula has, likely because of the colour of fresh blood. The shinies are yellow for similar reasons. The original edition of Dracula had a yellow cover, due to being the colour of decaying blood, and I wanted to reference that initial association with the colour yellow somewhere. I'm honestly so proud of how this design turned out. I think Fungus Fakemon did a really good job, as well as the rest of the artists who I commissioned for this video. So I hope you liked all these Fakemon. Would you use any of these on your teams? Comment down below, because I'd love to find out. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share, and ring the notification bell so you don't miss another upload. I also have a Patreon. I recommend checking it out. I post exclusive content there, as well as other rewards for the higher tiers. And I'll see you next time, either for the second unused type combinations video, or a video all about regional variants. It'll be one of the two. Don't know which one yet, but that'll be the next Croneo video. So I'll see you then. Take care now.
More unused type combinations! Welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland and just a touch of Canada. Last time I showed 8 of them, and then 6 of them actually happened in Scarlet and Violet. Today I will show my ideas that could occupy the remaining 7. Let's start off with a regional variant. Fairy Fire is one of the most imaginative type combinations for Fakemon creators, but I can't do a region based on Scotland without doing a Will-O-the-Wisp Pokemon. Mythological creatures from across the world, but particularly in Scotland. They're portrayed as very Celtic in pop culture, so it just makes sense. Will-O-the-Wisps are fire fairies, which makes the combo obvious, much like Ghost Fire due to them being spirits. So I thought of Litwick. I mean, the line-learned Will-O-Wisp have prominent fire motifs in their designs and even have dex entries with behaviours similar to the myth, so why not make it a full-on Will-O-the-Wisp? Here's Croneo and Litwick. It's a full-blown Will-O-the-Wisp. Yeah, they appear as just a flame. I love how it's very different to the original line, but captures the essence of what a Litwick is. I also love how the hair changed from melted wax to a wispy fire. Will-O-the-Wisps are just ghostly fire spirits, so I removed the candle. I like to think this was the original Litwick variant, but some rogue Litwicks possessed candles and proceeded to feed on life essence. These Litwick aren't that greedy, but they do still lure travellers to their doom. They're like little fey tricksters, much like the Impidimp line, so I feel the fairy type works here. To evolve Unovan Litwick, you needed to make it reach the absurdly high level 41. Lampent isn't that much stronger than a base form starter, so to make it still difficult yet possible to obtain at an earlier point in the game, you evolve Croneo Litwick via High Friendship into Croneo Lampent, which is a torch. So instead of guiding travellers to their doom, it can help guide the trainer's way through dark places, especially since it can deal with dark types due to the fairy typing. But wild ones are still as evil and mischievous as they were before. But why is this a torch? A few reasons actually. The wisp part of the term means bundle of sticks, or paper sometimes used as a torch. For those curious, the will part is just the name Will. Same as how jack-o'-lanterns come from the name Jack, since they're derived from the same story. I also based Croneo Lampent on Link Boys, who were just boys who carried torches to help pedestrians for a fee. That was a real job. In the Scottish Highlands, Will-O-the-Wisps were believed to take the form of Link Boys in order to further lure people to their dooms. There's also an image of Cupid as a Link Boy, which in my opinion furthers the fairy type connection due to Cupid's connotations with love, as well as the angel wings he possesses. That's why there's an allusion to angel wings in the design. Since Unovan Lampent evolves via a Duskstone, I felt it would only make sense for this variant to evolve via a Dawnstone. Here's Croneo Chandelure. It still appears to be a chandelier, as well as keeping the fiery elements. But why does it look like, well, that? It's actually meant to be a lighthouse. Yes, you heard me correctly, a lighthouse. Will-O-the-Wisps, or Spunkies as they're known in the Highlands, were blamed for some shipwrecks as they had been known to be mistaken for harbour lights. I generalised this to lighthouses as I feel this would make for an interesting design. Both Lampent and Chandelure have white structures which encase their bodies. This is because I wanted them to seem more pure due to the fairy type, but they're still just as malevolent as their Unovan counterparts, which applies to Litwick too. Their shinies do reference the original colour schemes after all, and they share the same abilities, apart from Flashfire, which is now my new ability, Spectre, which gives them Ghost-type Stab, due to the Will-O-the-Wisp's ties with death and the spirit world. I mean, they are spirits who try to kill you after all. Souls of the dead who want to add more to their numbers. I guess you could say these are also angels of death. Also, this line is the ace of the fire-type gym leader, Charlotte. Now how about the fairy ground type? This was a hard one. But dirtiness has connections to the ground, and here's a Scottish fairy creature that does a lot of household cleaning. The brownie. Brownies are a kind of dessert too, but as much as I like the idea of a brownie, I don't think there's quite enough to it to work as a whole design. But then again, the cleaning profession tends to use sponges, and a sponge is another kind of cake, and plenty of other fairy-type Pokemon are based on food. And so, meet Spongy! The name comes from sponge and brownie. Spongy are kitchen sponges who like to wriggle on the floor and eat dirt. Literally, they transform the dirt into sugary goodness based on Scottish tablet, a Scottish candy. These cubes of tablet would be used as projectiles, and yes, its mouth is on the underside because that's how it eats dirt. Bakers like to have these little guys around, as they keep the place clean and produce delicious edible treats. Now there's actually two ways Spongy can evolve, either at the Mud Springs location, just how you would get Croneo Vulnerable, or by using a fairy charge on the special rod. Check out the video in the iCard if you want to know more about that. But if either of these conditions are met at level 40 or higher, Spongy will evolve into Cronefay. The name comes from Cronacan, sponge, Fae, and Porifera, the phylum sea sponges are a part of. Cronachan is another kind of dessert in Scotland made of raspberries, whipped cream, oatmeal, honey, and whiskey. And this cylindrical shape of this specific Cronachan reminded me of the cylindrical shape of the stovepipe sponge. Scotland doesn't have the stovepipe sponge to my knowledge, but sponges can actually be found here, even if they're rare. I kinda smushed these ideas together, hence the weird colour scheme in Spongy. It also looks like it has a cane, almost like a granny, which is a pun on Granny, a sea anemone from the Victorian era who was cared for by scientists in Edinburgh, and was, quote, arguably the most famous and celebrated Cnidarian of all time. I know sea anemones and sea sponges are different, but I thought it would be a fun reference, considering that they have similar vibes. But also, grannies are known for baking and stuff. Plus, sea anemones are found across the British Isles, so that works out. It still does the same cleaning, and still uses dirt as fuel for its attacks. Ice poison is another difficult type combination to figure out. Doing something poisonous but also frozen makes sense, but I never felt this would be inspiring. But then someone suggested to me that perhaps a hollyberry would work. No, not Halle Berry, a hollyberry. You know, the sorts of things that you put on Christmas wreaths? Ice works because of its ties to Christmas, and by extension winter, the season in the Northern Hemisphere that the holiday is celebrated. And poison works because these berries are poisonous. Then I thought of making it a regional variant of a berry Pokemon. Meet Croneo Cherubi, which is based on hollyberries and mistletoes. It does evolve into Croneo Cherim, but if you recall, Cherim has two forms, Overcast and Sunshine. Since Galarian Darmanitan translated the Zen mode form, I don't see why I shouldn't adapt these forms as well as their ability, Flower Gift. So now, Croneo Cherim has a hibernation form, as many creatures hibernate during the winter. Even though this Pokemon likes the cold, but I'll get into that when talking about its ability. And also, a holiday form. Kinda a pun on Holly and Holiday, as well as on the move Sunny Day. From Gen 5 onwards, the form change was tied to Flower Gift, so I'm gonna do the same here with the Cronean ability, Holiday Gift. It also has the same effect of boosting all Pokemon in the party's attack and special defense by 1.5 times, except this time in hail instead of sunlight. The only other change is that the Cherim with this ability will not have a 1.5 times buff when it's in Holiday form, but a 2 times buff. Considering I made the stat spread make more use of Flower Gift to begin with, this addition to Holiday Gift makes Croneo Cherim pack an astonishingly mean Ice Punch. I hope their typing comes across in this concept, even if admittedly it doesn't look like what its type is. But hey, I like the idea and I think it's unique. Speaking of unique, a group of Pokemon which aren't are the Mimic Pokemon. I don't mean Ditto or Zorua, but I do mean Pokemon who fulfill the role of a mimic from traditional RPGs. Enemies who disguise themselves as item chests. Pokemon's equivalent of chests are Pokeball sprites and models in the overworld, so it's only natural for some Pokemon equivalents of mimic enemies to look like them. I realized none of these were in my list of returning Pokemon, so I decided to make my own. Meet Gulforb. The name comes from Gulf and Orb, a spherical object which golf balls and Pokeballs are. If the name sounds similar to another Mimic Pokemon, that's intentional. With the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I thought it would make sense if I had this Pokemon be to Voltorb similar to what Wiglet is to Diglett. It was difficult to try and make this look different to Voltorb while making it similar enough, but I think it works. The lore is that this Pokemon had a common ancestor with the likes of Geodude and Roggenrola, and ended up as a spherical and somewhat squishy rock life form. But when trainers kept throwing Pokeballs and items in the overworld looked like Pokeballs, it started to adapt by changing its external colours to mimic said balls, similar to how peppered moths adapted to differently coloured tree bark during industrial times. This Pokemon is based on golf balls, you see, and the way they spread their species is by being hit to a faraway place, and it thinks Pokeballs are where they are for similar reasons. Hence why they adapted, because they thought it would give them an evolutionary advantage, when in reality it doesn't. Speaking of evolution, Gulforb doesn't evolve. It's a single stage. Even if you don't think this deserves to be a true convergent species, I think it's hard to deny that the name still makes sense. So, golf. Why? Scotland invented it, and it's our national sport. There are plenty of golf courses throughout Scotland, most famously at St Andrews, the town which was the birthplace of the sport, and most infamously a golf course in Aberdeenshire belonging to a former president of the United States. Said former president totally not inspiring the appearance and name of the normal type gym leader Donny, whose ace is a Gulforb. Yeah. So why normal? Rock kinda does make sense due to how hard they are, but surely it would make sense for it to be a mono-rock type? I disagree. Remember how I said golf balls were kinda squishy? That's how they're able to be hit as far as they are. They're made of rubber covered in a polymer which ends up being rock solid, unless enough pressure is applied, i.e. via a golf club being swung hard and fast, which squishes it ever so slightly, which gives it a bit of a boost. Normal types tend to be squishy, that's my logic. Also, one last thing. This is one of those mon that has many forms. The mimic is a gimmick. Not only did I want it to mimic items, but overall TMs too, because I'm evil. So there's a yellow form, but I wanted other balls to be referenced, such as the Premier Ball that Donnie uses, the Great and Ultra Balls that people have been wanting Voltorb and Electrode to evolve into, the Dusk Ball, which works really well in caves where this Pokemon has its roots, and the Master Ball, just as a rare treat. Sticking to the rock theme, I'm gonna cut to the chase with Ghost Rock. These are Coronian Sandygast and Coronian Palisand. Haunted castles, though Sandygast is actually based on Brocks, which are Iron Age drystone hollow-walled structures found in Scotland. They appear similar, though are obviously much smaller, so perfect for Sandygast. As for Palisand, it's a castle now. To convey the hauntedness of it, it has a more spooky look to it. Oh yeah, these are haunted Brocks and castles. Haunted castles are a common trope, and I feel like making it into a Pokemon isn't too much of a stretch. But how are castles Scottish? Said no one who's watched those wizard movies, considering the castles there were filmed in Scotland. Not only that, Scotland has over 1,000 castles. I don't think you've noticed, but we're not a big country. More people live in London, England than the entirety of Scotland. We don't need this many castles. All of this backs up why, if you know anything about Scotland, you're not that surprised I made these two into castles. Well, a Brock and a castle. They're different. Also, they'd be much bigger than their Alolan counterparts. Bug Dragon is a no-brainer, isn't it? Dragonfly. But what if I don't do the obvious? So, what can a Bug Dragon be? Well, a bug for starts. But dragon? Dragon types tend to be aggressive looking with a few exceptions. They give the vibes of myths and legends, and are the arcane sorcery type. Midges seem aggressive when they bite and come from Scotland. They're tiny creatures that swarm in a group, as does the Gigalorum myth, which are the smallest possible bug. That made me think about what the smallest possible thing to exist is. An atom? Well, atoms are made from protons, neutrons, and electrons, so subatomic things do exist. That made me think of Marvel and how Ant-Man can go subatomic with science. And since science and magic are kind of the same thing in Marvel, let's say this bug Pokemon, based on midges, and the Gigalorum uses arcane sorcery to go subatomic, but also swarm together cause they're midges. Meet Gigaligia. The name comes from Gigalorum, Midge, and Militia, since I feel like that works given the Midge inspiration. It's tiny and annoying, just like midges. It's a single stage mon, but it's not very strong, only a 270 base stat total. But as I said, it can use the arcane power of the dragon type to shrink down and become subatomic, and join a militia of its kind to enter its swarm form. As you can see, it does the same thing as Wishy-Washy. The difference is it's stronger. It is a dragon type after all. Jay, the artist, gave it more shark-like elements to make it appear more like a dragon type. It's unknown how many Gigaligia are in the swarm form, since they become infinitesimally small. It's in this form when above 25%, just like Wishy-Washy, except at level 25 or over instead of level 20 or over. Speaking of bug types, according to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway, because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Especially when that bee is a Snorlax? So after going through many ideas for a normal bug type, I settled on a non-insect animal, since that's interesting. Preferably one that would suit the normal type, have an addiction to honey, and then gain the bug type upon evolution. Munchlax is a normal type with infamous connections to honey, and waiting. A lot of waiting. But honey is what's relevant here, so I decided to put honey on Snorlax and make it more bug-like. And now it's a bee, all because Munchlax ate too much Cronian honey. So that's one Pokemon line for every unused type combination. What did you think? Do you think these concepts fit the typing? Do you think they fit the region? What would you have done? And what do you think is going to be done next? Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share, and ring the notification bell. Check out the Croneo Region's Instagram as well as my Patreon page if you want to support the series. And I'll see you next time for a video dedicated to regional variants.
Alolan Meowth, Galarian Meowth, Cronian Meowth! Welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland with a touch of Canada. So here's the first regional variant of the video, Cronian Meowth. It's a fighting type. This is partly to do with the Wildcat inspiration, like with the Occat line, but I was hoping to evoke more of the Scottish Fold Cat, but more on that later. The typing was more of a product of me realising that all of Meowth's forms are weak to fighting, and I wanted mine to be the best, goddammit, although lore-wise it makes sense. As I'm sure you can no doubt tell, Cronian Meowth is clearly related to Galarian Meowth, as you can see from the hair and black elements. Galarian Meowth and Berserker are based on Vikings, who had many successful invasions in England, but Scotland was somehow able to fend them off for the most part. Also, Vikings found Scots to be persistently aggressive, so fighting makes a lot of sense. The orange coloration also works due to representing stereotypical Scottish ginger hair, as well as having the beard to show for it, but also it's a colour that represents the fighting type. Speaking of stereotypes, the main design theme of Galarian Meowth and Berserker is that they are stereotypical Vikings, so why not run with the idea of them being stereotypes and make them Scottish stereotypes? So what's so stereotypical about Cronian Meowth? First of all, look at where its coin is. The coin itself hasn't changed because that's an integral part of Meowth's design, but it's positioned to look like a sporran on a kilt made of fur. Kilts being traditional Scottish wear, that's a bit of cloth that wraps around you, that looks kind of like a skirt, and the sporran being the bag that you wear with it. Another stereotype it inhabits is our love for our infamous signature dish, haggis. If you don't already know what haggis is, you don't want to. But for the sake of education, it is the heart, liver and lungs of a sheep minced up with onions and some spices, cooked in some stock, and sometimes served in the sheep's stomach. It's actually not as gross as it sounds. It's great with some extra gravy, but normal minced meat is better. We love haggis so much up here that there's even a myth that it was actually its own very hairy animal. Hence the hair on the design. Now, when evolving a regional Meowth, Fakemon creators usually go down one of two routes. They either do a regional variant of Persian, like in Alola, or they do a brand new evolution, like Berserker. I'm doing neither. I'm going to do something I don't think I've seen before, and do a regional variant of Berserker. I'm doing this because of the canonical ties to Galar, the meta connection to Vikings, and it just fits. I could definitely see Cronian Meowth turn into an angry Scottish catman. The kilt aspect stays, so does the hairiness, since it's a berserker. Two big things have been added. The first are the ears that more closely resemble the Scottish folds. I like to think they're under the helmet, which Cronian Berserker doesn't have, and there needs to be something instead of those horns. That plus the hair helps the head real estate not feel empty in lieu of the Viking horns and coin, which still acts as a sporran in this design. Now, time for the
great big bushy beard.
It's a bagpipe. Yup. If there's four things people think about when they think about Scotland, it's Iron Brew, we'll get to that some other time, haggis, kilts, and bagpipes. More specifically, it's a piper from a pipe band. They are people who play bagpipes. I thought it would be funny for Berserker to be bagpipe themed, due to the similar shape they have to haggis, and also being stereotypically tied. Since bagpipes are notoriously obnoxiously loud, I've decided to give it a new signature ability, Cacophony, which would make all sound-based status moves have the ability to deal damage, and boost the effects of any damaging sound moves, with all moves dealing physical or special damage depending on what does more. Fun fact, the ability Cacophony already exists. It was programmed into the Gen 3 games as a prototype for soundproof, but they never used it, so I'm bringing it back with a twist. Anyways, both haggis and bagpipes are typically made from the byproducts of sheep. I explained haggis earlier, but sheepskin has historically been used to make the bag part of bagpipes, so that's referenced through Cronian Berserker having a beard braid similar to Wooloo. I like to think it works similarly to the chanter reed, the bit of a bagpipe with holes used to make the tune, like a flute, recorder, or clarinet. I've also realised I didn't explain the Scottish Fold. It is the only breed of cat that originates in Scotland. They're kind of controversial to have due to the fact that they can experience health issues, much like pugs. But that's enough kitties, time to show some puppies! Before I do though, I kind of feel like I need a preamble for this too. So both Alola and Galar had regional variants of a normal type, which gained the dark type. Instead of copying the trend like I did with Meowth, What if I did the reverse, taking a dark type then turning it into a normal type? After all, Galarian Zigzagoon canonically came first. Meet Croneo Poochyena. Instead of being mean like its dark counterpart, it is now friendly, with kinder eyes and a smile instead of a growl. It does keep its teeth to maintain the fact that it's based on hyenas, which are more cat-like but look like dogs, hence why Pokemon and myself went all in on it being a dog. Since it's a normal dog, I wanted it to be based on a domestic breed. Collies are very popular, and they originate in Scotland, and England too, but I just looked at the Scottish breeds for inspiration. Its colours are specifically based on other normal types such as Eevee, Ferret, and Linoon. Its evolution, Mightyena, now gains wings and the flying type. Okay, this looks like it came from nowhere, but I have my reasons. First of all, there will be a new evolution, and what that's based on really needs something else visually in my opinion. Secondly, yes, it's an M&J TV reference, particularly to Team Sky. Third, there's some mythology behind why a canine creature has wings. It isn't Scottish mythology, but it is based on the Hainu, a Japanese yokai, which can be loyal and loving if tamed as a pet. Considering the whole concept of the lion is a mean wild canine essentially being tamed to be pet-like, I think this works. I even had its tongue stick out because it's happy and excited because it's a good doggo. Finally, we get to the new evolution I talked about, Gloriana, which is a combination of Glory and Hyena stylized like the other two. It also sounds like Gloriana, which is a name, with ties to royalty and patriotism in the UK and whatnot, but I'd say that continues the loyalty theme. So I know what you're thinking. Why is Mightyena now furbait? Well, there is a Scottish myth called the Wolver, or is there? So, this is a weird one. It is commonly believed that it is a creature of Shetland Islands folklore, but others debate whether or not it was made up by someone claiming to be studying the folklore, but that doesn't answer the question. In fact, it complicates matters. Either way, it's still something tied with Scotland, so I don't see why I can't use this benevolent wolf-like humanoid creature. Now that answers the question. Admittedly, the Wolver is just a bipedal wolf, which does look a bit stern, but that's to give it some power. It is pure of heart, which does fit the normal type in my opinion. The wings I mentioned before make this design seem more complete. It also reinforces the benevolent theme I've been going for due to appearing like the stereotypical depiction of angels. That is all I have to say about these very good puppers. As someone who's basing their region on Scotland, I inevitably get asked if I'm going to make a Kelpie Pokemon, and the answer is yes. Here is Croneo Blitzel. I took the idea of a water horse and thought it would work well on the zebra Pokemon. As you can see, it is essentially just a water-type Blitzel with seahorse elements, which makes sense. Seahorse, water horse, Kelpie. It all makes sense. I also wanted it to be smoother due to how that complements water types. Kinda like how pointiness complements electric types, like the Unovan version. You may notice it's wearing a sort of seaweed scarf, which will be important in the evolution. Croneo Zebstrika, now water ghost type.
So I actually have now retconned Croneo Zebstrika to be water dark type, since the explanation I gave still kinda works, and it still fits the Kelpie. Plus I needed more dark types and I had way too many ghost types. It's something I previously considered before this video anyways, so I'm reinstating it.
Almost as a mirror to how Galarian Ponyta gains a secondary type when it evolves into Rapidash. Kelpies are shape-shifting spirits that live in locks, so that explains the typing. I mentioned the seaweed before and how they've become wings. They're semi-transparent because they're actually ghostly wings. We haven't had a Pegasus Pokemon yet, and I felt like having a Kelpie Ghost Pegasus Zebstrika would be really cool, and I was right. It also has a malevolent expression due to Kelpies preying upon humans. There's not really anything more to this design concept, but I don't think there needs to be. It's a Kelpie Pokemon and represents one of the most culturally important Scottish myths as a result. Also, there are many water horse myths in Scotland. The Kelpie is the most famous one. Croneo Zebstrika is basically representing all of them. So far, I don't think I've done anything that controversial. This will change now. Charizard's gotten a lot of love. All the Kanto starters have, but especially Charizard. So I just thought it would be funny to give it some more. Literally! Meet Croneo Charmander, a fairy type. It's full of love, putting the charm in Charmander. It's received so much love and adoration over the years that it is now completely infatuated. I also felt like basing this design on winged Pikmin from Pikmin 3, since I love that game, and felt it also fit the theme. Infatuation develops into romance with Croneo Charmeleon, which is shown with the rose it clutches in its mouth. A stereotypical romantic gesture, as is giving chocolates, symbolised through chocolate appearing on the strawberry, referencing some food which is exactly that, to emphasise love and romance. This line has a heart motif throughout, which I mention now in time for its heart to break. Yeah, the theme is infatuation to romance to the inevitable death of any feeling of love and the futility of feeling it in the first place. Even though I don't believe in this personally, I felt this was an interesting direction to take Croneo and Charizard. Even the strawberry is rotting away. I feel like the addition of the ghostly flames is a nice touch, since Greavard, another ghost type, had a flame on it. I felt like giving this Charizard variant some ghostly wispy flames still made it feel like Charizard, as well as giving an interesting visual. Oh yeah, and it's fairy ghost type, I don't know if I made that clear. I may end up doing variants for Venusaur and Blastoise too, but that will just depend on the demand for them really. So here's Croneo and Dreadnought. It's water psychic type. Most generations have a Pokemon based on a turtle, so I looked up Scottish and or Canadian turtles and found the Leatherback, which is a sea turtle that lives in a variety of places, including some of the coasts of Scotland and Canada. The smooth look on the Leatherback contrasts perfectly with Galarian Dreadnought. Chewtle is also pretty smooth, so this still works. Also, no Croneo and Chewtle, since it's just mono water and I don't see how changing it would add to the concept. So why psychic? Well, when I looked at the Leatherback turtles, the white spots on their back reminded me of stars that you'd see in the night sky or pictures of space. Why not extend that to nebulae? Nebulae, or nebulas, are these clouds in space which birth stars. Although pictures of them are slightly altered in order to actually visually see these clouds, these have to be some of the most beautiful natural phenomena I've ever seen. But yeah, that's it for Dreadnought, so I think it's best just to say what this one is first. Meet Croneo and Cryogonal, water flying type. Since it's not quite liquid, but it is also water itself, but it's gaseous, so I just played it safe. Since we've had a few Pokemon reflecting on humanity's effect on the environment, I've decided to make a few myself. Although it has snowed in Scotland in recent years, it's overall a lot less than it used to, so perhaps doing a variant of Cryogonal would make sense. It has a couple of dex entries about how during warmer months it evaporates, turning into steam. Since the climate crisis is making more and more months warmer months, it only makes sense that this Pokemon would be in its gaseous form for longer periods, and even adjust to it to the point where if you give it the Featherstone, it will become a mon with the dumbest name ever. Cryfogonal! It's a cloud now, and it also has Lightning Rod, which will deal with that pesky 4x electric weakness. Don't ask me how a cloud can be weak to rocks, and only rocks. Something which it shares with the previous stage is the water droplets replacing those weird glowy ice magic things that look like a moustache. It almost looks like it's crying, which still fits in with the climate theme. Since it can still be cold, especially around New Freezington, you can still get Unovan Cryogonal, it just won't evolve. Meanwhile, not only does Croneo and Cryogonal evolve, but Cryfogonal also has a secondary form. Not an evolution, as I felt this idea made more sense, and Cryogonal already had a solid base stat total to begin with, so making it the base stage in a 3-stage line made no sense to do in my opinion. So, in a similar fashion to the Rotom catalogue, if you use the Imbalancer item on Cryfogonal, it exits its Cumulus form and enters its Nimbostratus form. It's now a dark storm cloud, swapping water flying for electric flying. It now has Storm Drain instead of Lightning Rod, sort of as a mirror to its other form. It trades a bit of its defensive stats for some more speed. The only real ties to Scotland these guys have is that it's cloudy most of the time. That's it. This is a concept I've wanted to do since I first started working on this project all the way back in 2020. In fact, it's the first Fakemon I conceptualized for the Croneo region at all, and the concept hasn't changed too much. So how fitting is it that Cryfogonal is the ace of the flying type gym leader, Harper? Which form, I hear you ask? Whichever one is better against your team composition. So I hope you like this design. Cryogonal really deserves more love. Despite recently becoming a trend, I've had the idea to do Croneo Synesty for a while now. 2 drinks Scotland is well known for is our most consumed drink outside of water, Iron Brew, and one of, if not our biggest exports, whiskey. So I decided to give Synesty an additional poison typing, making it the first ghost poison type since Gen 1, since alcohol is a form of poison. It's also in a whiskey glass now instead of a teacup. Since many of them come in interesting geometric patterns, it made sense to make the face into one. The artist and I were experimenting with colours for this Pokemon to be, and we decided to try and make it a colour similar to whiskey itself, with a pinkish purple accent colour to indicate its poison. It evolves into Croneo Poltegeist using the Molt Barrel. Firstly, I don't see the need to make its evolution into a new Pokemon, considering how I don't see any significant change in what the Pokemon inherently is. And second, I didn't see why I needed to keep the phony and authentic forms. Perhaps that would be a thing if this ever became a game, but I don't see how you could tell with the design. Unless if it were a 3D game, which I doubt this would ever be. We wanted to keep the general design language of Poltegeist, except for the fact that it's got its hand on its cap, like someone would do while hungover. It also adheres to the naked person in a barrel trope, which adds to the comedy of this design. And to top it all off, its facial expression emphasises all of this. So, how did you like those regional variants? Comment below what regional variants you'd want to see next. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, share, ring the notification bell, check out the Croneo Region's Instagram, as well as my Patreon page if you want to support the series. Something I don't plug nearly as much is my Discord server, which should be in the link tree in the description. And I'll see you next time, where we get to talk about my favourite Pokemon, and how I'm planning to tackle it in Croneo. See you guys then! Evolutions! Eevee is my favourite Pokemon of all time, and has been since I've known about it. So naturally, I'm going to attempt to create an evolution of every type. Welcome back to the Croneo region, my region based on Scotland and bits of Canada. But right now, all I care about is Eevee. Now before I get into these 10 new evolutions, I must confess I am doing something funky. Half of these will be regional variants of older evolutions. The reason I'm doing this at all is because I thought it would be interesting. Anyways, let's get on with it. Let's look at Vaporeon. It's named after vapor, as in water vapor, which is gaseous, which is the flying type's whole thing. Along with Croneo and Cryogonal, Croneo and Vaporeon is pretty gaseous and cloud-like. The difference is that while Cryogonal became a cloud, Vaporeon has not. And it's also more opaque. Much like the original version, it can absorb itself into its surroundings, but instead of becoming water, it becomes air. One more design detail is that the bit of cloudy fluff on its forehead is meant to look like a feather, referencing the flying type's affinity for birds. A flying evolution should fully represent the type after all. Also, it uses the Feather Stone to evolve. Skipping over Jolteon, since I only have 5 and Jolteon isn't one of them, I decided to put the Flare into Flareon. And no, I don't mean flare as in fire, I mean style, as it's now a dancer! Specifically Scottish ballet, which can have flattering performances and stylish outfits. So it's fighting type for a similar reason to Hisui and Lilligant. To keep these variants having analogous evolution methods, Eevee requires an Aura Stone to evolve into Croneo Flareon. It's interesting to note that it is on its hind legs for dancing. It is not bipedal, it is just dancing. It is also reminiscent of Scottish country dancing, which involves couples dancing with other couples, tapping their feet onto the ground to the tune of what is usually an 8-bar phrase of music. Of course, because it's Scotland, kilts are worn traditionally, so to reference that, Flareon's tail wraps around its waist like a skirt. Also, its chest fluff has reduced, mainly since the silhouette would be too cluttered if not, but there is at least some, and it resembles a bow tie. I think it's very dapper and very cute. Time for the 2 Johto evolutions. Croneo and Espeon is my choice for the bug type. I felt like its psychic powers would be similar enough to how bugs communicate with pheromones, as well as the ears acting like moth wings, like I've seen with other bug-type evolution fan designs. This will be on the team of the Bug Gym Leader, exclusive to Pokemon Agate. I'm not ready to show him off, but I will say the theme of his team composition is really strong bug types. So what are the strongest bugs? Beetles! There are a few beetles in Scotland and Canada, and there are some species of beetle that are green, so I think this works out. This inspiration is the reason why Espeon now has a hard segmented body and mandibles on the ears. So Croneo and Umbreon is poison type, which may remind you of Umbreon's beta concept of also being poison type before they decided on it being dark. Remnants of that appear in Pokedex entries saying it sweats poison. So what if it secretes so much poison it becomes poison incarnate? The theme of the Poison Gym Leader is that she's caring and nurturing to all poison Pokemon, as she relates to them being outcasts like she feels she is. Umbreon isn't her ace, as I have something more fitting. I'll show her and the Bug Leader when I show their aces. Since it's poisonous to the touch, trainers have to take care, and many feel like it may be too dangerous to have around. They also still require a certain time of day to evolve, but instead of friendship they need to eat a new kind of berry, the Nisha berry, based on nightshades which are highly poisonous. My partner also wanted to do do regional variants of evolutions for his region. Since we both wanted to do a rock-type Sylveon, we're going to share Sylveon. For the sake of the Croneo region series, I'm going to call it Cronian Sylveon, but canonically it's from the region my partner is working on. This rock-type Sylveon variant is imported from another region by the rich elite of Croneo, hence the golden elements on both it and the shiny design. Its personality reflects this, being pampered all the time. My partner wanted the white parts to represent marble, which is an idea I loved, but we weren't sure how to do it without making the marbling look too realistic, but then I thought of Kintsugi, which fit the design perfectly. I also wanted crystals to be part of the design, and my partner liked the way they looked on Mega Diancie, so we tried something similar. He also chose the ability Cute Charm, while I decided the hidden ability, which would be Crystallize, much like Gastronite's hidden ability. It's pretty much the same as Sylveon's actual hidden ability, but instead of turning normal moves into fairy, it turns them into rock. Speaking of rock moves, I chose the evolution method while my partner had input on the specifics. I'm removing the affection/friendship part of the method, since that's difficult, but makes sense due to fairy being the best type in the game. I decided that it would be a specific rock type move Eevee would learn sometime in the level 20s, that being a new move called Diamond Dust. Wait, that's kind of weather. Diamond Powder! It's essentially a much less powerful Diamond Storm, Diancie's signature move, and it could also be learned by more Pokemon which are rock or fairy type. Think of it as a rock type version of Fairy Wind. If you've made it this far into the video, why not consider subscribing to see more videos like this one? While you're at it, maybe give the video a like, and maybe comment what your favourite evolution in the video is. I also have a Discord server, as well as an Instagram account for the Croneo region. If you want to go the extra mile in supporting this channel, why not consider subscribing to my Patreon? Completely optional, but it will help out a lot. Now, on with the brand new evolutions. Let's go for Normal. Normal is a very catch-all type, used for many concepts that don't fit the other 17. It's also popular in the Fakemon community to have a normal evolution have a theme of embodying all types, sometimes with a rainbow theme. So I just leaned into that. Meet Prideon! Yes, I made an evolution based on the LGBTQ+ spectrum. Scotland may not be the most progressive country in Europe, but it's up there as one of them, which I have represented with some characters in Croneo being not exactly cis-het normative. I wanted Prideon to be a walking pride parade, and part of that is covering it in the colours of the pride flag. Making them accent colours as well as having the main bulk of them be on the tail was the way to go for me, as having the main body not be plain would have been a bit visually messy. I even have its neck fluff be based on the triangle on the Progress Pride flag, which represents those who are also a part of the black and trans communities, who tend to be underrepresented in the community, and it is a flag commonly seen within Scotland. Also representing pride is music. Music is commonly played at pride parades and at pride concerts. Normal is also the de facto sound type after all. Also, Eevee's tail reminds me of a paintbrush, so with a colourful design, why not paint the whole town gay? Ghost time now! So Halloween was invented by the Celts, as was trick-or-treating specifically. Since I think Pokemon wouldn't make a ghost evolution literally dead, why not go for this cute idea? So when a ghost charge is stored on the special rod, check out the video in the iCard to learn more, you get Gaizeon. A guise being an external form, appearance, or manner of presentation, typically concealing the true nature of something, which is why the alternative name for trick-or-treating, guising, gets its name. Guise as a word also feels weirdly ghosty. It uses the power of the spirit world in order to dress up. The orbs near its feet are just decoration, and the skull and skeleton pattern isn't always there. It just lights up whenever attacking, or feeling particularly emotive. The purple is literally the same colour as Gengar, the definitive ghost Pokemon, and the green gives off the vibe of ectoplasm, night vision footage, and UV paint. The pattern itself is meant to be a generic spooky thing. Dressing up as a skeleton is a common Halloween costume after all. It also softly gives the vibes of Day of the Dead from Mexico, which is probably the most famous cultural tradition to do with the dead along with Halloween. Again, it's not dead, just spiritual. That being said, its ears and tail do have wispy transparency a la Dragapult. Ground was probably the hardest to come up with, since it's hard to utilise ground in a unique way a lot of the time. Something which I haven't tackled yet is peat. Meet Petion. So, the peat block was introduced in Legends Arceus, and was only available in Hisui. Well, now it's available in Croneo as well, since Scotland and Canada have loads of peat, even more than Hokkaido. So the power of the peat block is now amplified. So not only can Ursaring evolve into Ursaluna in Croneo, but Eevee's ground type evolution has been unlocked. Peat can be hard, peat can be slimy, peat can be many different shades of brown, peat can grow a bit of grass, all of which are represented here. I guess Petion is quite literally a mud puppy, but with peat instead of mud. Industrion is what I came up with for Steel. A lot of these elements do come from other Steel-type evolutions from the Fakemon community, mainly segmented plating with bolts, as well as cogs for a collar. For a fairly inorganic type, making the metallic elements feel like it's a living creature while still trying to give off the vibe of industry is quite difficult, but I think we managed it. I find it so incredibly odd that the only Pokemon directly based on British industry in Galar was Roly-Poly. Many thought a Steel-type evolution would fit this, and that's what Industrion is. Not just referencing the Industrial Revolution, but also Steel in industry as well. Since Croneo is based on Scotland, which has a lot of connection to this, I felt this fit the Steel-type evolution from Croneo. And to evolve Eevee into Industrion, it must use a new move called Cast Iron 20 times. It's a Steel-type move, not exclusive to Eevee, that raises defense by 1 stage. But if the user received a move with super effective damage immediately prior, its defense will go up by 2 stages. And finally, we have Draconion, the final special type not to get an evolution, and another one people are scratching their heads at as to why we don't have one yet. The basis of this one is the most simple. There's a city in Scotland called Dundee, and one of its most famous cultural landmarks is the dragon statue. The reason why there's a dragon statue in Dundee is that the city has an affinity for dragons. The statue isn't very old, but the affinity for dragons is. So Draconion is basically Dundee the Pokemon. It may seem quite generic, but some of its features are inspired by the statue, including spiky parts as well as the colour scheme. Green also works due to being the colour of many European dragons, and gold works due to the affinity dragons have for gold and treasure. I'm surprised trade evolutions haven't been done for the evolutions yet, so Eevee becomes Draconion when traded holding the Draken Helmet item. So now Eevee has an evolution for every type. Which one is your favourite? Comment down below. Remember to like, comment and subscribe. Check out all the links below to see all of the artists who worked on this, as well as all of my socials, including the Croneo Region Instagram, Discord server, and my Patreon. And with that, I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Pseudo-legendaries! Some of the most powerful Pokemon known to trainers. But what does the Croneo region have to offer in terms of pseudos? Croneo being my region based on Scotland and a touch of Canada. The Pokemon in this video more so represent Scottish culture, fauna, and mythology. The art for the whole line was done by Kai Fakemonzar over on Instagram. Meet Princess! The name comes from prince or princess and hiss. The prince-princess part of the name is a theme I wanted to include. It was basically a remnant from an early design stage, but I feel like it gives a unique aesthetic for the line, and also references Scotland's royal history, spanning many centuries if not millennia. She wasn't just the Queen of England, you know. It is also a snake, which I'll touch on later, especially how that relates to its poison type. Another element of this design is its cute little face, but don't be fooled by its adorably sad appearance. Those aren't real tears, those are venom sacs. That was Kai's idea, and it's brilliant. Also, it's got a skull pattern fitting of the poison type. Its tail is also a baby rattle, referencing rattlesnakes. Not particularly fitting of the region, but works for the design. Princess evolves into Poisentate, the name being a portmanteau of poison and potentate. The latter being another word for monarch, specifically an autocratic one, which works for this one, as autocracies are the ones where rulers have absolute power, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And this appears to be a sly little brat of a snake. The reason it's a snake is twofold. Firstly, it works with where this line is going, and secondly, it's based on the adder, the only venomous reptile found in Scotland, hence the poison typing in this line. Gone are the fake tears, replaced now with a smug confidence. Its cheek pouches don't need to secrete poison nor resemble fake tears, nor does it feel it needs to hide, and has a similar neutrally coloured pattern. It has a crown as well as what was already on its neck, but now it's silver because it's still second best. The more neutral colours from a design standpoint prevent it looking too busy or weighted, while also being able to be added onto with the evolutions. You heard me right, evolutions plural. Well, I say evolutions, it's still one Pokemon but 3 different forms of it. They all pretty much have the same evolution method, i.e. they have to be at least level 50, and all holding a different item. This Pokemon, that I'm calling Serpedon, has its name come from serpent, adder, and don, to add authority, and it sounds a bit like Abaddon, which is Hebrew for destruction and doom, which gives the right foreboding nature I wanted in this mon. If your Poisentate reaches level 50 while holding a Thunderstone, it evolves into the Poison Electric type Thundercrown form of Serpedon, based on the Baythir. Something you're going to notice about these three forms is that generally there's a silver to gold scheme going on, but also they are going to be based on mythological serpents from Scottish mythology. In order to get the gist of what's going on and why the Thundercrown form is the way it is, look at the etymology of the Baythir. It's actually Scottish Gaelic for serpent, lightning, and thunderbolt. This serpent is also known as the Baythir Niamh, meaning venomous serpent. Another name this serpent goes by can be translated to venomous serpent, and yet another being Adda, which is kind of perfect if you ask me. The Baythir was described to be the largest and most deadly serpent, where if you were stung by it, you'd need to reach the nearest lock before it does. Otherwise you're doomed. As for the elements the artist and I thought would be cool, the crystals from before are now supercharged with electricity. There's also a ball at the end of its tail, kind of like a spherical magnet or a plasma globe to concentrate its electric powers. If your Poisentate is holding a metal coat while at level 50, it will evolve into the Poison Steel type Armor Crown form of Serpedon, based on the Siren Croin, another giant mythological Scottish sea serpent. According to myth, it can disguise itself as a silver fish. I don't think it means a silverfish. I think it means a literal fish made from silver. Either way, I thought it'd be cute if its tail had a silver fish at the end. This tie to silver, a metal, is what gives it the steel type. It made sense to try and make this snake armored as a result. It has a more iron-like colour to make it more evil looking, but more on that at the end. The spikes add to this too, but metal spikes are cool things that just make sense. Finally, if your Poisentate is holding a dragon fan while at level 50 or higher, it evolves into Serpedon's Empire Crown form. It is based on the Stored Worm from Orkney folklore, which is kind of like the Scottish version of the Midgard serpent. The story goes that a king whose kingdom was under threat by the Store Worm was advised that giving a weekly sacrifice of 7 virgins would stave off the beast. The king rightfully went, "Screw that. If anyone can just kill this thing, you can have my daughter's hand in marriage and this cool magic sword I have." A lad named Asapatl slayed it. As the Store Worm died, its teeth fell out, becoming the islands of Orkney, Shetland, and the Faroes, and its body became Iceland. So I wanted it to have sharp teeth to reference this, as well as using the dragon fang as a sort of nice little reference. I also wanted the tail to be based on Loki's scepter as depicted in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Since there is a Norse connection, Loki is tied with snakes, including the Midgard serpent, of which he is the father, and the design of the scepter really works as being incorporated into the tail of a snake. Its eyes are deep in colour, and its tongue is forked, due to those also being descriptions of the beast. Also, this time it doesn't really have any armour, and its crown is minimal. This is so it could focus more on offenses. It is a vicious beast after all. The dragon typing is for a few reasons. For one, it being called a worm is a common descriptor of dragons in Scottish myth, but for other more loose reasons, the myth gives me the vibe of your stereotypical hero slays the dragon and marries a princess legend because, well, it is. The last reason is that we do technically have a Pokemon based on the Midgard serpent already. Zygarde. That connection would make a shared type logical, and Dragon fits it more than ground for the reasons stated. Also, I'd argue this mon has the right to exist despite Zygarde. Zygarde overall is based on Loki's children, including the 50% form's Midgard serpent, while Serpedon's Empire form is based on the Store Worm. Different myths, but very related, I admit. So you may be asking, why do they all look evil? Well, snakes are scary, especially giant venomous ones, but also an idea Kai and I had was to give them the theme of different evil alignments. Thunder Crown is neutral evil, Armor Crown is lawful evil, Empire Crown is chaotic evil. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed these. Don't think Croneo is about to end. There's many videos left, and many mon within them. I just had leads floating around and decided to show them off now. If you enjoyed this video, why not leave a like and subscribe? If you're interested, why not check out the Croneo Region Instagram and my Discord server linked below. If you want to go the optional extra mile, consider joining my Patreon. You get exclusive perks as well as seeing a lot of mon early. You'll even get to see a sneak peek at what will appear in my next video. Anyways, I'll see you all next time. Goodbye. Cast form! One of the few Pokemon to have multiple forms of differing types. I don't think it would make sense for me to do a cast form of every type like with the evolutions, but I still want to tackle cast form in some way. It deserves more love. So, 3 new forms, just like the number of alternate forms it originally had. So why not design them for my Fakemon region, Croneo, based on Scotland and a pinch of Canada. Since I'm bad at drawing, I must thank the artist who brought these to life. and Artist Astray over on Instagram. Check them out, they do amazing stuff. The first one is not really something that makes the most sense for the region, but more so for the Pokemon franchise and the Pokemon itself. I think we can all agree that Castform not already having a Sandstorm form is dumb. It's one of the 4 main weathers, and its signature move that changes depending on the weather changes to Rock, but Castform itself isn't allowed stab from it like the other 3 weathers. So that's why I've made a Rock-type Castform based around sandstorms. Some of the grains of sand are tiny, some are huge, which is done to really show the rockiness of the design. So I decided I would be adding a 5th major weather for Croneo. This part of the world is really windy all the time, so having a wind-themed Castform just made sense. Weather Ball would become Flying type, as would Castform. Flying is not just the bird type, but the air elemental type. Most, if not all, wind-based moves are Flying type, and the ability which makes wind a weather, the very broken Delta Stream, also makes Mega Rayquaza retain all the benefits of the Flying type. But anyways, Castform doesn't get Delta Stream. It still has Forecast, of course. But more on my changes to the ability after I showcase the final form. I was trying to think of what logical final weather to give Castform. I eventually decided to make it Fog. Before you start hating me, I'm going to tackle Fog differently to Gen 4. It's actually using Gen 8's Fog as a basis, where it is mostly aesthetic, but also summons Misty Terrain. Hence why Foggy Castform is a Fairy type. If Croneo ever became a fan game, there would likely be more in-depth discussion on how both Fog and Wind would work in Croneo, so I'd mentioned that I'd alter Forecast. I've decided it would force the weather to stay on, unless another weather gets set. What this means is that usually the weather goes away after a bit, not when Forecast is activated. It stays until another weather is set or all weather is removed. The former case activates Forecast again. Even if Castform faints, the weather can only go away if it is changed artificially, but since Forecast wouldn't be activated if that happened, the weather would act normally. To make Castform more of a threat, new held items would be made to set the weather. They'd break when the Pokemon is sent out, and the weather would go away after one turn. Unless Forecast is activated, that is. Forecast would treat the weather much and such the same. But that's all I have to say for this video. What do you guys think? Share your thoughts below. Please like and subscribe, and check out the Croneo Region's Instagram. You can join my Discord, and if you want to go the extra mile, why not consider supporting me on Patreon? And with that, I'll see you next time. Goodbye! More Scottish Pokémon! Welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland with a touch of Canada. Bears! Scotland doesn't really have them, but here are Urscout and Bear Wrestle, fighting and fighting rock respectively. Urscout's name comes from Ursa, which is Latin for bear, and Scout, and Bear Wrestle is a portmanteau of bear and wrestle. Urscout is based on a Syrian brown bear cub called Wojtek, who was bought by the Polish army in World War II. In order to keep giving him rations, they enlisted him in their army. He even received a promotion. After the war, Wojtek spent his remaining years in Edinburgh Zoo, giving us the Scottish connection. So basing a bear cub on the military makes sense. At level 33, Urscout evolves into Bear Wrestle, who is based on a bear called Hercules, who served as a mascot for Scottish wrestler Andy Robin, and later appeared in TV commercials and even movies such as the James Bond film Octopussy. So making him a wrestler makes sense to me. Both these make sense for the fighting type, but why rock? Besides the obvious connection to fellow wrestling legend turned movie star Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, wrestlers have rock-hard muscles, but also former war heroes receive monuments, usually made from stone. Also, both these bears have statues. Granted, I don't think either are made of stone. In all honesty, I realised I was going to have too many mono fighting types, so I needed something. Rock was honestly the best fit. I feel oddities like these, as well as the cultural and pop cultural significance of certain things, should be considered while making Pokemon. Even though fauna-wise, Scotland isn't known for bears, despite what Disney and Pixar want you to believe, these bears made for really cool inspiration. And anyways, Canada has bears, so this all works out anyways. I'm sure that when I introduced Croneo and Espeon and Umbreon, you must have been wondering when I'd show off the Bug and Poison leaders. I'm glad to report Ant and Lily are here, the 4th gym leaders of their respective versions. But who are their aces? Ant's ace starts off life as an Excellent, a mono bug type whose name comes from, well, ant, since it's an ant, Formica excesta, the species of ant it's based on, Exile, since it's alone, and Excellent. This particular species of ant is also known as the narrow-headed ant, which I thought sounded like it could mean narrow-minded. Stuck in its ways, believing its way is the best. It believes it can get a lot done on its own. If it levels up in a double battle where the other Pokemon on its side is also an Excellent, it evolves into Santai, a bug steel type type coming from Ant again, and Sentai, a Japanese military unit, a squadron, task force, group or wing. This works with its inspiration. Firstly, you may have noticed it had a samurai theme. This references Thomas Blake Glover, a Scottish merchant in Japan, referred to as the Scottish samurai back home. He lived in Japan during the Bakumatsu and Meiji periods. This gives a natural Japanese theme. Since ants are naturally in a colony, I had the idea of forming them together to be something else Japanese. A Megazord from Power Rangers, aka Super Sentai. And now we have Lily's Ace, who starts out life as a Joliage. The name comes from Joey, a baby wallaby, and foliage. Firstly, Joliage is based on stinging nettles, which are everywhere in Scotland. Poison grass makes sense for sure, but I didn't just want a nettle Pokemon. But then I came up with a theme. And an animal. Since Joliage is a baby wallaby, it is wearing a nappy or diaper, which references how in medieval times, nettles were used to make underwear. Not exclusively, but it is a material that was used. It evolves into Nanaby when it reaches high friendship. The name comes from Nanny, Wallaby, and Lullaby. It's a nanny that looks after wee Joliage, which is the theme I came up with, which wallabies fit perfectly. Okay, time to answer your questions. What are wallabies and why are they in Scotland? Wallabies are like kangaroos but not. That's it really. They belong to the same taxonomic family and sometimes the same genus as kangaroos. And someone pointed out in a live stream that there are wallabies in Scotland near Loch Lomond. They're not native and invasive, outcompeting other wildlife, which is quite a toxic behaviour for an animal to have. This allows for more species diversity. Also, its pouch is based on a dock leaf, which heals nettle stings, so its pouch has healing acids for its baby Joliage. So here's a Jokemon, Fryvern. It is a wyvern that is deep fried. I have been asked to make a deep fried Mars bar Pokemon a few times. For those not in the know, Mars bars are a candy bar that consists of nougat and caramel covered in chocolate. A chip shop, a place that sells fish and chips, which for international viewers is deep fried fish with potato fries, decided to deep fry a Mars bar one time. This shop was, and still is, in a town called Stonehaven in the northeast of Scotland. I've had one. It was nice. People think it's Scottish enough to warrant a Pokemon, so my thinking went to turning it into a goofy dragon type. After all, there have been quite a number of goofy dragon types in recent generations, and some of them are even based on food. It's only a wyvern because a friend came up with the name and it stuck. And for those weirdos in the audience who wonder about how each of my Pokemon tastes, which by the way, please stop if you haven't already, I'm sure that Fryvern tastes delicious. No, you're sending mixed signals! Meet Dreadcap. It is based on Redcaps, hence the name, combined with Dread because it's a mono dark type. Redcaps, also known as Poweries, are these malevolent little murderous goblin men. They hung around abandoned castles whose owners were known for tyranny, and the reason their caps were red was that they were soaked in blood to keep the colour. Because Dreadcap is pretty much the Pokemon version, even down to its description matching a Redcap, Mono Dark works well. Normal and Ghost are my two favourite types, and the Fakemon community seem to love making Sheet Ghosts to fit the combination of these two. I personally feel that the more creative approaches are best, i.e. if it's not just a Sheet Ghost. So I made a Sheet Ghost! In my defense, it isn't just a Sheet Ghost. Its name is Woo! I'm not joking. I genuinely decided to make its name that dumb. Its name naturally comes from some onomatopoeia for a sound ghosts make, but also I spelled it with 4 O's. This is because it has 4 immunities. Normal is immune to ghost type attacks, Ghost is immune to normal and fighting type attacks, and Pokemon with the levitate ability, which Ooh has, are immune to ground type attacks, give or take some specific exceptional cases. Immunities are classed as receiving 0 times damage, and 0 looks an awful lot like a no. Is this dumb? Don't answer that actually. So as you can see, Ooh is a Sheet Ghost, but it's actually based on a Sluach from Scottish and Irish folklore, which were spirits of the unforgiven dead, sometimes depicted as fairies acting as a host to these spirits, floating around during Halloween. That explains the angry appearance, the ability, and the Sheet Ghost appearance, since it contains the spirits and a Halloween decoration. You'd get this mon in a similar fashion to how you get Spiritomb in most games. Meet Caprine, a ghost fighting type. She initially was envisioned as the Lucario Zoroark of the region, but I'll leave that up to you to decide. And yes, I'm saying she, as this Pokemon is 100% female, as she's based on a ghost from Scottish mythology called the Glaistig, which is half woman, half goat, and similar in aesthetic to a fawn or satyr. She would appear as a woman with golden hair in a green dress, which would hide her goat legs. This is why her name comes from Capra, the genus that goats are a part of, and green. I took liberties with the idea. I wanted her to be very feminine, of course, but I wanted to lean into the more Therian qualities of the myth by making it even more goat-like, but keeping the human element by making it bipedal, so it's still an anthro-goat creature. I also wanted to play with the idea of it not actually being dead, hence why Caprine is based on the Glaystig, and not literally the Glaystig. It's an anthro-goat lady with ghostly powers, similar to how Decidueye has ghostly powers, as well as my evolution Gaizion. So in lore, they're ghost type for similar reasons, even though they apply their powers differently. So what's the fighting type all about? Well, versions of the Green Lady all throughout Scotland were depicted as a lady once from nobility, but variations can describe her as either benign or malevolent, a vengeful spirit or an observing spectre, someone who was cursed in life or someone who was murdered. I feel like the fairy type didn't feel right, as giving it to this design may lean into more sympathetic readings of the myth, but Dark would be painting it in a bad light. Fighting can be used as vengeful, noble, or honourable, so I felt it fit thematically. Plus, Caprine is only based on the Glaystig, so only really has the aesthetic and the right types thematically. Its use of the ghost type, as well as ties to old-fashioned concepts such as nobility, makes it the perfect ace from my ghost type gym leader Anastasia, who I'll talk more about in a gym leader specific video. If you're enjoying this video so far, why not leave a like or even a subscribe to keep up to date with my latest videos. Also, the Croneo region has an Instagram for more information on the Fakemon, a Discord server if you want to meet other fans of the series, and even a Patreon if you want to help financially support the series and help me keep it going. Phalanx has Roman influences, so I feel my new mon, Wallinx, will also have ties by being based on two famous walls built by the Romans to keep us Scots out of their empire, those being Hadrian's Wall and the Antonine Wall, named after Roman emperors ruling the empire when those walls were beginning construction. Due to Wallinx being based on famous walls, it makes sense that not only would they be more blocky in appearance, but also rock-type to mirror their warrior counterparts originally discovered in Galar. Its ties to Scotland are why this mon exists. You may be wondering if this is a convergent evolution like Wiglet or Toadskool. Sadly no, I wanted this mon to be the Lunatone to Phalanx's Solrock, so it's more of a simple counterpart. So we'll lose a football. Or a soccer ball if you're from a place where you're wrong, and Dubwool continues this theme, since it's Wooloo again, hence Dubwool being double and wool. Even its Japanese name implies this. Logically, if I were to make an evolution to Dubwool, it would have to keep the football theme, and still basically be the same deal as Wooloo and Dubwool. So I thought, since it's the final stage, making it a retired footballer, who usually stays within the industry to be a manager, or a coach, or a referee. Hence the greyer wool, to reference how people's hair colour changes with age, as well as whistles and Clubwool's horns, to reference whistles associated with those professions. Oh yeah, it's called Clubwool, as in football club and wool, but since it's essentially Dubwool again, you could almost say it's a clone. Clone plus Dubwool equals Clubwool. Since I've brought up clones, the first successfully cloned animal was a sheep in Midlothian, Scotland, conducted by the University of Edinburgh. The clone's name was Dolly, named after Dolly Parton. The fact that Clubwool is a clone meant that the clones from Mewtwo Strikes Back could be referenced with their patterns being translated into Clubwool's wool. It evolves from Dubwool when it makes a Pokemon faint with the new signature move called Penalty Strike, which is a move that deals recoil equal to that of the total amount of HP left on the opposing Pokemon. If it faints, no recoil. If it misses, Dubwool faints. I think this is an interesting evolution method, balanced quite well. So I've kind of made it my mission to tackle some of the Pokemon which deserve more love, particularly ones who are disliked for their really bad stats. One such Pokemon is Chimecho, which is one of my personal least favourite Pokemon for this very reason. So meet Chimonarch. It gains the normal typing, which makes it immune to the ghost type, since this line is meant to ward away spirits, as well as the fact that it's a line that goes from a bell to a wind chime, and normal is the most commonly used type to represent sound, so it just made sense. It has a crown and diamond motif. These two things are a byproduct of what I wanted to base this on, so I'm sure a lot of you have at least heard of the English playwright William Shakespeare, and maybe more specifically the play Macbeth which he wrote. It's a tale about a would-be Scottish king, going down a dark path to get what he wants. But what's more important to this design is the alleged curse surrounding the play itself. According to the legend, If you say the name of the play in a theatre, you will become afflicted with disastrous consequences. This then made me think of other Scottish curses. So how about the Curse of Scotland? Well, that's a nickname for the 9 of Diamonds playing card. The name is speculated to be due to many reasons, which I'll not detail due to time, but all of these connections with curses, the Scottish crown, and the 9 of Diamonds made me want this Pokemon tied with curses and spirits to wear a crown and have 9 diamonds in its design. Said diamonds could be the 9 black diamonds, 2 of them can't be seen because they're on the back of the crown, or the 7 seen on the front, plus its 2 eyes which are also diamond shaped. Another Pokemon introduced in Gen 3 that deserves better is Absol. I've always found this Pokemon to be gorgeous. Its stat total isn't horrendous, but still weak with a less than stellar stat distribution. But an attempt was made to make this really cool Pokemon to be loved more, but it didn't work in the long run. Still the best Mega design by far though. So now it's my turn. But not just an evolution, a baby as well. Meet Destiny! The name comes from Destiny, except it sounds like baby speak now. But the word sin, and part of the word banshee, is in there as well. Banshees are Celtic monsters, more associated with Irish myth, although Scotland has them too, including one that inspired Destiny's design, which the name is on screen right now, which has a wailing scream, and can be an omen of death, fitting of the Absol line, which I'd argue makes sense due to the Cane Bairns, which were babies who were taken by witches and warlocks to act as a sort of tax to the devil. Wouldn't it make sense for a child of the devil to be dark type, regardless of innocence? It evolves into Absol in a way that most babies do with their next stage, with high friendship, but it also has the additional requirement of having to be the only Pokemon in the party. Absol evolves into Heracite, coming from Foresight and Heresy. It gains the Psychic type. It was weird to me that Absol, having the powers of seeing into the future, didn't have the Psychic type, but it still makes sense as a Dark type as an omen of disaster. The Heracite doesn't just see the future though, it sees all futures, hence the bright cloudy eyes trope that a lot of prophets stereotypically have. Dark is recontextualized in this evolution, since it's not just an omen, but is able to change the future to suit it or its trainer's needs. Absol just said it how it is. But since Heracite broke the natural flow of time, you could call that heretical. I know what you may be thinking. Dark Psychic is a horrible type combination. So Heracite has Psychic Armor. This ties into its ability, Exoskeleton. It takes half the damage it otherwise would from incoming attacks. So essentially, instead of having no resistances, it now has 15, and only one weakness now, that being to the severely weak Bug type. So how is it Scottish? Firstly, there's the Beanie, a mythical washerwoman from Scotland, who is also an omen of death, seen washing the clothes of those who are about to die. She was also a type of banshee, and if you caught her off guard, you'd be granted 3 wishes, almost as if she knows the future but could change it to bend to your will. Another inspiration was Dark Kenneth. He was also known as the Brehon Seer. Think of him as Scottish Nostradamus. He apparently predicted the Battle of Culloden, the creation of the Caledonian Canal, the discovery of North Sea oil, and most fearful of all, Margaret Thatcher. The armour on Heracite is actually a reference to some of his predictions about war, but also his connections to Brehon Castle. Castles have knights and stuff stereotypically? It's a stretch, but I think it works. It's disputed if he even existed at all, but if he did, he would have used an Adderstone, and I wanted to reference it through Heracite's chest thing, essentially also being a planchette, like from a Ouija board. One last thing is that it's got way more horns than just one. Absol's head is reminiscent of the yin-yang, a taijutsu symbol, most commonly seen in Taoism, with the second horn softly referencing the symbol, but it has 2 other horns to make it look more fierce and evolved. For those not in the know, the Baizi is a Chinese mythological creature which Absol was quite heavily based on. I kept it in mind for the evolution and thought a lot about the white coat and horns as a result. So I hope you liked all my Fakemon. How are your teams looking now? Leave them as well as your thoughts on these Fakemon in the comments below, and I'll see you next time for some more regional variants. See you then. Even more regional variants. Welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland and parts of Canada. This is the second and final video dedicated to Cronian forms. There will be some more that will pop up here and there, but this is the last one of that specific theme. So let's start with Cronian Roselia and Roserade. I'm leaving out Budgie because I felt like it didn't really have anything to add to the concept. They're grass fighting, and clearly based on the thistle, Scotland's national flower. It's even the subject of our unofficial national anthem, flower of Scotland. I felt like switching out roses for thistles made a lot of sense, and this line was an obvious candidate for regional variants. Thistles are non-toxic, but like roses are prickly, so I guess switching out poison for fighting makes sense. To have a more solid theme, I had a look at Roserade's other inspiration of masquerade balls, which are dance events, which made me think of another kind of dancing event, Ceilidhs. So that's why they look like they're dancing. I mean, Hisuian Lilligant proves that dancing is a justification for the fighting type, and I'm going all in with that. I think these two turned out perfectly, and I don't think there's anything else to say. Sticking with the grass theme, here's Cronian Durant. It is now bug grass type, but I've given it my new ability, Exoskeleton, which makes the Pokemon receive half the damage it normally would. There's a species of ant in Scotland called the wood ant, and since Durant is an ant made of metal, I just switched the material and made it a pun. I realised that if I change Durant, I need to change Heatmore, so I made one of Heatmore, but I'm not ready to show it yet. But soon though, keep your eyes peeled. Another Unova Pokemon variant is that of the Pawniard line, now Steel Fairy. Scotland has a fairly large Christian population, and a history involving the religion. We were once a nation of Catholics, and then the Protestant Reformation happened, which I recommend reading more about, because I think anything to do with Mary Queen of Scots is very interesting. Because they are worshipping something holy, they are now wearing white. And they have black shinies because all three members of the line, at least in English, are named after chess pieces. Its blades are now stained glass to reference churches. Pawniard is a monk, Bisharp is now a real bishop, and King Gambit is now a pope, just with all the cross insignia being replaced by Arceus imagery. Keeping in with King Gambit's intimidating demeanour allows for commentary on organised religion having corruption within its structure, which can be seen where those at the lowest level seem to have a more pure faith, yet the higher up they get, the more crazy they get. I think this is an interesting idea, and I'm not sure if Pokemon would dare to do it, but it's not as if other JRPGs haven't gone, Western organised religion is the bad guy. Another Paldea-inspired line in the Croneo region is Cronian Fido and Cronian Duckspun. They're based on the Kushi, or Kusith, or however you pronounce it. If that sounds familiar to long-time viewers, that is because it is the dog version of the Catshi, which is what inspired the Ocat line. If they bark, the people who hear it, which could be anyone since it could be heard from out at sea, have to reach safety by the third bark or they die, so they definitely know Perish Song, but they wouldn't be ghost type. I didn't make Ocat ghost type, and I've already got a lot of ghost types. It's also not particularly malicious, so dark doesn't really fit either in my opinion. Instead, since the Kushi have dark shaggy green coats and live in boggy areas around the Highlands, known for their luscious green fields and mountains, why not just make them grass type to reference all that? Monograss too, since I don't really have as many monotypes as I probably should, and it mirrors both the original Fido line as well as the Ocat line. I know I don't have to do this, heck, I've turned monotype Pokemon dual typed in their variants before. I don't know, just for some reason my instinct is monograss. Cronian Noctowl is a weird one. I've ditched both normal and flying in favour of ice and psychic. This wouldn't feel too out of place if I did the same to Hoothoot, but my justification is since we have Cubone and Alolan Marowak, it doesn't really matter too much. Plus, what's its normal type actually doing? So what's it based on? Meets the Gallic mythological figure, the Cailleach. In Scotland, she's called Beera, Queen of Winter. Already we can see a lot of dots connecting, with the ice typing being connected to winter, and Noctowl's time theme also being represented as winter is a time of year. She was a divine hag who had associations with creating the landscape such as the mountains and hills, as well as the weather, especially winter storms. The reason why an owl fits a Cailleachmon is that the Gallic term for owl has the word Cailleach in it. Speaking of names, the name Cailleach itself comes from the Old Irish of Veiled One, which would fit the majesty of most ice types, but also spooky like some psychic types. Wait, I've not really mentioned why I made it psychic type. I think it fits the supernatural and creator deity vibe, but the Gallic terms for wise woman and fortune teller also come from Cailleach. I also needed to balance the types out a bit more, considering I have a bajillion ghost types and this could easily be psychic type, which is my least abundant type as of writing. I think this is a very interesting way of tackling Noctowl. Also, snowy owls are a thing, and that's not been a Pokemon yet. If you're enjoying this video so far, why not leave a like and subscribe and check out my other videos. If you want to see all of the Croneo Pokemon in one place, why not check out my Instagram? If you want to talk to other Croneo fans, why not join my Discord server? If you want to go the extra mile and help support this series, why not subscribe to my Patreon? I would really appreciate the help, but it is completely optional. Now back on to speaking about regional variants. Time for one of those abundant ghost types I was on about. In a previous video I covered the Blitzel line, making them based on the Kelpie, which is a water horse from Scottish mythology. Now how I say a water horse, since there's a lot. That being said, Cronian Mudbray is not a water type, it's mono-ghost. This is because a friend of mine suggested the idea of a headless horseman, a mythological figure in Irish and Scottish mythology. I know it's more Irish, but I'd likely bring it back if I made an Irish region. Anyways, it usually has a whip resembling a human spine, so that's Mudbray's tail now, and sometimes even the horse is depicted as headless, so that's why we executed the design the way we did. The evolution was originally designed to be a variant of Mudsdale, but I felt the final design didn't really fit a variant of it, and to me, it felt more like a regional evolution. So, Doomsdale is a ghost water type, with its name coming from Doom and Clydesdale. It is a water horse, particularly the Nuckelavee. I probably butchered that. It's a horse demon coming from Orcadian myth. Ghost or dark could really fit, but my idea for Mudbray fit ghost more, plus it's specifically a water horse, confined by the Mother of the Sea during warmer months. I like to think this Mother of the Sea is Manaphy, but more on that in another video. Depictions of the Nuckelavee are gross, so Doomsdale is too. It is also depicted as having a sort of rider on it. I like to think the ghostly head of Mudbray became the spirit rider, meaning said spirit is Doomsdale itself. The quote-unquote Mudsdale head is actually fake, which can be seen with its lack of eyes. Speaking of, Nuckelavee are Cyclops, meaning they only have one eye. Doomsdale therefore only has one eye. This might honestly be the creepiest looking mon in my entire decks, and I love it. And also, due to the mirroring types, I've decided Doomsdale and Cronian Zebstrika are version exclusive. So I turned the Dino line into tanks. Their original design was actually going to be based on tanks according to Ken Sugimori, but now I've decided to bring this idea back. Dino is an old-fashioned tank based on Leonardo da Vinci's original idea behind it. Xvilus is based on more contemporary tanks, and Hydreigon is meant to be more futuristic. Hydrogen powered in every way. It also resembles Iron Jugulus, but only because tanks are mechanical, and so are the future Paradox Pokemon. I suppose those paranormal magazines must have found an egg with Hydreigon and Cronian Hydreigon as parents. So what are tanks doing in Croneo? Scotland helped develop some of the first tanks used in warfare, and unfortunately improved versions of said tanks were deployed against a violent demonstration in Glasgow. As we can see, tanks have been used not just by the UK but for the world for over a century since then, and will likely be used until we stop deciding to kill each other. Which is why the whole line has a sort of timeline progression aspect, past, present and future, like the main legendary trio. Theming is important after all. On a more cheery note, did you know that penicillin was discovered by a Scottish scientist? I decided to make a regional variant of Naganadel based on it, so it can be the Nurse Joy Pokemon. A regional variant of an Ultra Beast? How can that be? Considering enough Ultra Wormholes pop up even outside of Alola, it makes sense that a population of Poipole would settle, and since they're non-native, they can adapt, either through their current state or learning a new move, Vaccinate, which heals allies or damages opponents depending on which you target, healing status conditions in the process. It could evolve into a weird alternative Naganadel, which is now fairy instead of dragon. I felt this made sense due to penicillin having the option to be injected, and when I think needle Pokemon, this is my first thought. And also for the first antibiotic discovered being by a Scot, it being thematic as well as important to the world of medicine, made this a must for me. Also, the saline drip and hypodermic needles were also invented by Scottish people, hence their inclusion in the design. Other Scottish contributions to medicine are the discovery of insulin, the vaccine to the human papillomavirus, and pioneering in the field of anesthetics. This makes Cronian Naganadel the ultimate medical Pokemon for Croneo. And that's it for Cronian regional variants, bar about a dozen of them. What? They fit more of the other videos. Did you like the ones in this video? Comment below which ones are your favourites. And I'll see you next time for, yes, more regional variants, but more specifically themed. See you guys then. So I take it you clicked on this video because you were wondering what regional variants of the Kanto starters may look like. To clarify, these won't be like the Hisuian forms of starters. These are entire 3-stage lines getting a complete type change. These are from my Fakemon region, Croneo. And since I don't really have a gimmick for the region that these Pokemon can get, because they always get the gimmicks, why not give them some creative new regional variants? Longtime viewers may know I already showed off the Charmander line in a previous video, and that is because I planned them to be the only ones to receive variants. Because I thought it'd be funny to give Charizard even more love, but I decided to give the others something too. To recap, these put the charm in Charmander. I particularly drew inspiration from winged Pikmin for Croneo and Charmander's design, as they look like fairies, and I felt fairy worked for the general idea of love and affection. Charmander in the Croneo region actually adapted to this form through the love and adoration that this line canonically receives. Strawberries are the most popular fruit in Scotland and are a traditional symbol of love, as are roses and chocolate, the latter covering Croneo and Charmeleon strawberry. It went from infatuated to romantic, and when it evolves into Croneo and Charizard, it becomes heartbroken and now gains the ghost type, which makes sense given the original Charizard also became a dual type at this point. The strawberry is now decaying to reflect this. As I said, longtime viewers may already know this, so if you wanted a more in-depth look at this, check out the other video it appeared in, as well as Croneo's Instagram. While you're at it, subscribe to the channel and check out the Discord server if you want to talk with other Croneo fans, and support me on Patreon if you want to go the extra mile, but that is optional. Let's move on to the brand new designs, like Croneo and Bulbasaur. The whole line will be Steel Electric type and based on light sources. Just how the Croneo form put the charm in Charmander, Bulbasaur has a different kind of bulb. A light bulb! I decided to have said light bulb modelled after the light bulb on the electric Terra Crown. Since it's still primarily steel type, I wanted the vines to be wire rope, invented by Scottish engineer Robert Stirling Newell, although the ends kinda act like plugs which go into sockets to keep in with the overall theme. Croneo and Ivysaur switches up the kind of light while keeping some of the relevant previous inspirations. The light is now a signal lamp, which, in real life, is the most powerful of the three I've drawn inspiration from, but the shape language made more sense in this order. Using light to signal ships was first practiced by a Scottish naval officer. Croneo and Venusaur turns its warts into bolts and replaces the flower with a stage light. A kind of stage light invented by a Scot is the Drummond light, hence why I thought about stage lights at all. The flaps on some stage lights reminded me of petals on a flower, hence why I decided to use it here. Now you may have noticed that the addition of Croneo and Bulbasaur is starting a reversal of the type triangle, so let's see what the third may be. Squirtle doesn't really have a pun in its name, but its evolutions do, so let's make a fighting type version of this line. I don't really have much individual inspiration in this line other than Blastoise more resembling its beta design because I can do that now. They're all based on William Wallace, hence the blue stripe on its face, which references the movie Braveheart, where William Wallace is depicted with a blue face paint. He was a Scottish knight that led our armies in the First War of Independence, a war to free us from England's invasion that lasted over 30 years. He became an icon, and his legacy has lasted many centuries since his execution, and to this day, he's basically a household name. The fighting type isn't just a pun, but a natural fit for a warrior. And that's all I have to offer for this video. What do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments below, and I'll see you in another video. Cheerio! Rotom is a Pokemon who is able to change form and type based on what appliances it possesses. Since I love this concept, I wanted to tackle it in Croneo, my Fakemon region primarily based on Scotland. When researching for appliances to base Rotom forms on, I realised Rotom already kinda fit a Scottish region. Refrigerators were invented by a Scot, William Cullen, and the lawnmower had its roots in Scotland as well. I wanted to add 5 more forms to the Rotom catalogue, all of which with ties to Scotland. First things first, the telephone was invented by Alexander Graham Bell.
Okay, this is the last time I'll interrupt before the end of the video. I actually got comments pointing out that it's actually disputed if Alexander Graham Bell was the inventor of the telephone. Yes, he did create a telephone, and yes, he initially got the patent for it. But it is contested whether he was the inventor or even just the sole inventor or what have you. Italian scientist Antonio Meucci is also often cited nowadays as the original inventor of the telephone. However, he couldn't afford the patent, but Bell could. I recommend looking into this yourself, but I did not know this as of when I was making this video, and it was only pointed out to me after when I showed Rotom Cool on Instagram. Anyways, enjoy the rest of the video.
Who was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, and died in Nova Scotia, Canada. Since phones are a way to communicate sound via electronic signals, This cool form of Rotom is Electric Normal, since Normal is essentially the sound type. It's specifically modelled after older phones, since newer phones have kind of already been done in the official series. So this Pokemon just is Larry. It's in an overworked job, constantly on phone calls, being bombarded with people talking, which we can see coming out of the speaker. It also has eye bags because it's constantly tired. Alternatively, since it's normal type and therefore weak to fighting, it looks like it's beaten up. Perhaps by Game Rotom. I've seen people do a fighting type Rotom based on arcade cabinets and a Nintendo Switch. I personally don't recall seeing a Game Boy one, but I'm sure they exist. I think it'd age better considering it's referencing the earliest console Pokemon was ever on. So why is it angry? Well, it's a reference to GTA. Yup, a Grand Theft Auto. Rockstar North is based in Scotland, and they created the original GTA game, and they still develop them to this day. The early GTA games were also ported to the Game Boy Color, so a Game Boy is the perfect bridge between Pokemon and GTA. It also fits the home appliance aesthetic of all the Rotom forms. The next form of Rotom is the subscribe form, electric type. You can obtain it by subscribing to this channel. Its moves are ring the notification bell, comment down below, check out Croneo's Instagram, and consider joining the Discord server. It also has the chance to learn why not subscribe to Matt's Patreon, but only if the trainer has the money to do so. The support would be appreciated, but it is optional. Anyways, on with the video. John Logie Baird was a Scottish inventor who was one of the people credited for the television, being the first person to show it off, as well as being the first inventor of the colour television. Therefore, meet Telly Rotom. I couldn't decide whether or not its screen should display black and white or colour, so the display is grey with a pink spiral, very Twilight Zone, which fits since it's modelled after an older TV, since this is meant to be a reference to the origins of the invention. However, the story of this project is a socialist tale that's anti-corrupt authority, so naturally the psychic type being the type associated with hypnotism makes sense for something representing the subliminal messages of buy our product, and the outrageous propaganda the evil elites would want. If this idea sounds similar to someone else's, yeah, it's hard to come up with unique Rotom forms, but hopefully the references to Baird are enough of a spin on the concept. Ever woken to an alarm clock with a sense of dread? Perhaps it is because Rotom possessed it and became a dark type. Alexander Bain invented the electric clock in 1840. Electric clocks aren't always digital displays. The one I'm showing is an analog clock, but it is powered by electricity. Although I didn't base it on an alarm clock visually, I gave it the personality as if it were one, mainly because I found a certain other Rotom clock form by Ryoma art inspiring. But I want it to be different. I want the hands of the clock to be a mustache instead of eyebrows. Since it's now a dark type, it deserves a villainous mustache. It also now has its electric aura resembling a pendulum, because plenty of clocks of many kinds have pendulums. It's also intended to resemble a tail. The parts that kind of look like bells also kind of look like ears, the mustache also kind of looks like whiskers, and all this coupled with the mischievous grin makes it resemble a Cheshire cat, like the one seen in Alice in Wonderland. It was the artist's idea and it fit well. Finally, let's end with a joke Rotom. In 1775, Scottish inventor Alexander Cumming was the first person to patent the flushing toilet. Yes, the toilet which you likely use is Scottish. Now, they don't have electronics, but electric toilets are a thing. They're not Scottish, I don't think, but that's a good enough connection. Electric poison makes sense because bad smelling stuff is associated with poison, so if Wash Rotom is water because it fires water, and Mow Rotom is grass because it fires mowed grass, Flush Rotom is poison because it fires sewage, or just gunk. Not sure if literal sewage is too gross. But that's 5 new Rotom forms. What did you think? Which one was your favourite? Please comment down below. Special thanks to Kai Fakemonzar on Instagram, who did all of the Rotom forms apart from the subscribe Rotom, which was done by Eel over on my Discord server. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share, and I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland and a little bit of Canada. In this video, I'm going to cover a handful of Pokemon that I think could have an evolution that ties in with the Croneo region. I'm not going to mention evolutions of regional variants in this video. They would appear in the videos whose thumbnails are on screen, and I'm not going to talk about the 5 evolutions that I made that weren't regional variants. For those, check out my evolution of every type video. Most of these that I will be showing have also appeared in other videos as well, but I'm going to be covering all the ones that aren't the exceptions that I just mentioned. including some new ones which I'll start with right now. Firstly, we have a Pokemon that deserved an evolution for over 20 years. Delibird. Yes, we have Iron Bundle, but that's just another mon that looks like Delibird. If I wanted my Delibird to get stronger, I wouldn't want to just get rid of it and replace it with something that looks like it. No, I would want it to evolve. That's why I feel like my evolution is justified. Said evolution is called Boogiebird, with its name coming from Bogeyman. It's still ice flying, but with a funky new ability called Holiday Miracle. It completely inverses how the type chart applies to it. All of its weaknesses are now resistances, and all of its resistances are now weaknesses. Neutralities and immunities will remain the same, so it's just like an inverse battle in Gen 6. Boogiebird may remind you of the Krampus, since I mentioned Bogeyman. This is intentional. It is based on the Bodak, a Celtic bogeyman commonly associated with the Kaliak, which is what I based the Ice-type Croneo Noctowl on. The Bodak goes down chimneys to kidnap naughty children. Kaliak means old woman in Old Irish. Bodak means old man in Old Irish. So an old man who goes down chimneys and is associated with winter. Sounds like Santa! Which is what Delibird is based on. Since it kidnaps children, that's why I kind of wanted to make it Krampus-like, with the horn and claw imagery on its head and feet respectively. I derived the name from Boogeyman because it's a general wintry bogeyman. It's a stronger and meaner Delibird, which I'm very happy with. A Pokemon I don't think gets enough love is Behem. It's not dreadful by any means, but it wasn't dealt the best hand in the games. Plus, its design is fairly unclear. I decided to make UFO as a result, named after UFOs, unidentified flying objects, just like how its previous stages are LGMs, Little Green Men or Little Grey Men, and BEMs, bug-eyed monsters. The way it ties into Croneo is very minor. Its eyes are star-shaped, like the UFOs in a Scottish UFO sighting. The concept for the line is that LGM is your stereotypical alien in UFO stories. Behem is actually based on the Men in Black, an urban legend where someone, usually an almost identical pair of people, in a suit and sunglasses, would go to somewhere which had a UFO sighting and cover it up. If you're thinking of the movie series, they're actually based on comics which were inspired by the urban legend. The inspiration is really hard to notice in Behem, but you can see it's meant to be wearing a trench coat, as well as a hat. So I felt like the natural next step is to do who the Men in Black would answer to. Since this line is very clearly an alien, it makes sense that these aliens would answer to the mothership. So that's what UFO is, their mothership, and its head is shaped like a UFO as a result. It's also all in black to resemble the Men in Black themselves, to make the design philosophy of the line more clear. Canada's national animal is the beaver, so an evolution to Bibarel made sense. Its name is Bibelete. I wanted to see if I could have something Scottish in my Canadian-themed Fakemon. A Scottish invention popular in Canada is the Highland Games. Originally developed in the Scottish Highlands, it involved big displays of strength, such as the caber toss, which is throwing a massive log of wood, which is what Bibelete is doing. It is an athlete after all. Plus, beavers like wood, so it made sense to incorporate this iconic sport of the Highland Games into an already pretty Canadian Pokemon. This display of strength makes normal not make much sense anymore, so instead it is fighting water, since there's no point of getting rid of both prior types. My Carkol evolution is called Locomotive, whose name comes from locomotive and coal. I was one of the many people who felt Colossal was a tad underwhelming. I do feel said people missed the point of the design though. Rock Monstermon have always given a kaiju vibe by the end, and a lump of coal to a minecart which transports the coal to a furnace which burns the coal is a pipeline which I think makes a lot of sense. I'd argue a train would make more sense for this design concept, as they have furnaces too, as well as wheels, which minecarts also have, which is why I made the design. But Colossal fans rejoice, you can still get it, but people who were disappointed now have Locomotive as an option too. As to why I put it in Croneo, coal was very important to the Industrial Revolution, which happened throughout the UK, so not just England, which was Galar's inspiration, but Scotland too. Trains were a major part of that too, which utilised the steam engine, which although wasn't invented by Scottish engineer James Watt, was revolutionised by him. Now meet Togasaur! Did you know that sauropods were believed to walk what is now the Isle of Skye in Scotland? That's nothing to scoff at. I'm not going to go too much into this one, but the basic gist is that I decided to make Togasaur evolve from Togepi and not Togetic because I didn't feel like the design would quite work. Plus, a dinosaur hatching from an egg is different enough to a chick hatching from it. I also felt like the luck theme from the line, which likely comes from the Korean legend of the Dokebi, made me think about how unlucky dinosaurs were to be wiped out by that asteroid and its aftermath. The fairy dragon typing, although not unused, is exclusive to Mega Altaria, so I felt like it would make sense for this mon to have that type, which fits due to other dino themed mon also being dragon type. So now for the Absol family! And I mean family, since I gave it a baby and an evolution. The baby is called Destiny, coming from a baby speak way of saying destiny, spelled in a way containing sin and ending similarly to Banshee, as it is based on banshees, a Celtic monster that has a wailing scream and can be an omen of death. Fitting of the Absol line. It's also based on the Cane Bairns, babies that were taken by witches to act as a tax to the devil, which feels sympathetic yet of the dark type. Destiny evolves into Absol, who then evolves into Heresight, coming from heresy and foresight. It's now a dark psychic type, with an ability that halves the direct damage it receives. So how is it Scottish? Well, a few things. Firstly, there's the Bean Knee, a mythical washerwoman from Scotland who is an omen of death, seen washing the clothes of those who are about to die. She was also a type of banshee, and if you catch her off guard, you get granted 3 wishes, almost as if she knows the future but could change it to bend to your will. Another inspiration was the Cognac Odar, which translated from Gaelic to English is Dark Kenneth, who was also known as the Brehon Seer. Kenneth Mackenzie could apparently see into the future, according to legend. Think of him as Scottish Nostradamus. The armour on Heresight is actually a reference to some of his predictions being about war, but also his connections to Brehon Castle, where he worked as a labourer. I mean, castles have knights and stuff stereotypically. It's a stretch, but I think it works. It's disputed if he existed at all, but if he did, he would have used an Adderstone to help him make his predictions. An Adderstone is just a stone with a hole through it, but according to legend, it has psychic properties. And I want to reference that through Heresight's chess thing, and it's essentially also a planchette, like from a Ouija board. One last thing is that it's got way more horns than just one. Absol's head is reminiscent of the yin-yang, a taijutsu symbol, most commonly seen in Taoism. This development makes sense to complete it in a way, with the second horn softly referencing the symbol, but it has 2 added horns to make it look more fierce and evolved. For those not in the know, the Baizi is a Chinese mythological creature which Absol was quite heavily based on, which I kept in mind for the evolution, and thought a lot about the white coat and horns as a result. This one's a simpler one. The Wooloo line is a line I really like from Gen 8. It has Wooloo and Dubwool, which is essentially a bigger Wooloo. Some football themes are developed, however. For the American audience, I'm sure you all know I'm on about soccer. Club Wool then is Dubwool but bigger, and an even more developed football theme, with it now being a retired footballer who is serving as a coach, hence the more aged and raggedy appearance, since retirement comes with age. Age comes with experience, and experience in football can come with treating yourself rough. I decided also to retroactively justify the similarities in all 3 stages, with it being a reference to cloning. Dolly Le Sheep was the first successful clone of an animal who was cloned in Edinburgh, Scotland, so therefore this fits both the mon and the region, and is referenced through the wool pattern changing to reference the clones from Mewtwo Strikes Back. Meet Chime Monarch. The name comes from Chime, like its previous stages, as well as the word Monarch. It gains the normal type due to it being immune to ghosts, since this line is meant to ward away spirits, as well as the fact that it's a line that goes from a bell to a wind chime. And normal is the sort of sound type, so I felt like it just made sense. The crown and diamond motifs are a byproduct of what I wanted to base this on. I'm sure a lot of you have at least heard of the English playwright William Shakespeare, and maybe more specifically the play Macbeth. It's a tale about a would-be Scottish king going down a dark path to get what he wants, but what's more important to this design is the alleged curse surrounding the play itself. According to the legend, if you say the name of the play in a theatre, you will become afflicted with disastrous consequences. This made me think of other Scottish curses, so how about the Curse of Scotland? Well, that's the nickname for the 9 of Diamonds playing card. The name is speculated to be due to many reasons which I'll not detail due to time, although one of them is to do with the Scottish crown having 9 diamonds. All of these connections with curses, the Scottish crown and the 9 of Diamonds made made me want this Pokemon tied with curses and spirits to wear a crown and have 9 diamonds in its design. Said diamonds could be the 9 black diamonds, 2 of which can't be seen because they're on the back of the crown, or the 7 diamonds we can see on the front, plus its 2 eyes, which are also diamond shaped. And finally, meet Hogmanay, a new masculine, but not male exclusive evolution to Buneary. The name is derived from bunny, like Lopunny is, as well as the word Hogmanay, which is the Scottish celebration of New Year's Eve. New Year's events involve fireworks. In Stonehaven in particular, there's a tradition of swinging fireballs, and in recent years there have been more attractions involving the manipulation of fire called firepoi, or fire performances. So if you couldn't already guess, it's part fire type now, which you could have probably guessed from the design, to be fair. Now, even though this idea came to mind as the result of a pun, there's more running deep through here. Even though aspects of Hogmanay make this fire type, I still wanted it to be normal for a few reasons. Firstly, I think this fits in with the line's established type history, since Mega Lopunny gained the fighting type on top of the normal type instead of simply replacing it, so I used the same logic here. Secondly, normal still works since it's an annual event. Sure, that's dumb, but I'm sticking with it. The third reason is music. I feel music is more integral to Hogmanay than any other major holiday celebrated by most of the population in Scotland, and normal is the sound type, as I've said. One more thing to mention about the Hogmanay inspiration, you could see the celebration almost as new beginnings. Another holiday that does that is Easter. Not that this has anything to do with Easter, but it's mostly that the rabbits are a symbol of said holiday due to their, let's say, multiplicative property, which ties into the new beginnings aspect of that holiday, so I felt like it fit to have this be a rabbit Pokemon, which worked with the pun. That's it for all the new evolutions. What did you think of them? Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Check out Croneo's Instagram, as well as our Discord server, and why not support me on Patreon? You get early access to some videos, where you can see them a week early, as well as being able to see some Fakemon designs before anyone else can. And with that, I'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland and Canada. So far I've covered a lot of videos of mostly Scottish Pokemon. Now I'm finally gonna do some for Canada. It's not as if I haven't covered anything remotely Canadian, since the Pupsky line are based on Huskies, which you can get in Canada, and Mebicordian may be a unicorn but has the Canadian horse as its basis. Also, since I last minute decided to swap this and the immediate previous video around, I did talk about Bibelite. I'll do so again at the end of this video, mainly because it's on the thumbnail. However, before that, let's talk about some ones that didn't fit in other videos. You can't have a Canada region without a moose Pokemon. Although it isn't an official symbol, most of the world's mooses live in Canada, and they're a big cultural thing. I'm making it ice type, since this will pretty much exclusively be found in the tundra area. Not every Pokemon in this video will, but having a mono ice moose felt right as the first introduction to a Canadian mon. So meet Caffeinate and Slumboos, a moose calf that can't keep still and an adult moose that is slumbering. Their theme is tied to sleep, as, in dreams, mooses represent going on an adventure, which is Pokemon's entire thing. I should also state, Caffeinate has insomnia, and Slumboos has comatose. The latter not only developed the sleep theme by, well, being asleep, but its icy antlers are now shaped like dream catchers. All of this makes Slumboos gain the psychic type. In Sword and Shield, we're introduced to a variant of Yamask. It became a trend in the Fakemon community to make a variant of Yamask and give it a new item to hold, as well as a new evolution. So I decided to throw my hat into the ring. I think Runerigus fits Croneo really well, so Galarian Yamask would also be available. But Cronian Yamask fits the more Canadian inspiration by holding a maple leaf, making it Grass Ghost, and it evolves into Xylorigus, with its name including the word xylem, which is the part of the maple tree where the sap, used to make maple syrup, is from. Because I felt like it makes too much sense for not only Yamask to hold an item which is the national symbol of Canada, but for its evolution to be based on the most popular item involving said symbol. So here's Torchard, the name coming from torch, orchard, and chard. It is electric fire type, and yeah, the name does lean into the fire typing. I can see what you're typing in the comments, you think it should be a grass type, however, the tree is not the Pokemon. The plasma creature is. It is based on when lightning strikes trees. It's a really cool phenomenon, and I had the thought, what if the lightning that hit it was alive? And it was also a way to make the burning tree idea without it being grass type, since fire is burning from inside the tree as well. That gives it the fire type, as well as electric. It knows pyrokinesis as well as electrokinesis. It also has the ability Steelworker, since its body is partially made of metal. This references disguised cell towers in Canada, where cell towers that send electronic signals are sometimes disguised as trees. Time for probably the most important regional variant I've made. This is Cronian Shinx, Cronian Luxio, and Cronian Luxray. All ghost ground type. The ground type is to do with the sandy texture the whole line has in the rainbow aura surrounding its fur. They're rainbow because of sand painting, an art form practiced by some First Nations Canadian peoples, although not exclusively. It involves a variety of different coloured sands to make really pretty art pieces. Sand is utilised at all for two reasons. One was that it's going to be the ace of my ground specialist, who you'll get to meet in the eventual story video. The other is that Big Sand is the location, also known as the Land of the Dead by the Gros Ventre people, who live in Montana but have historically lived in Canada as well. This tie to the afterlife beautifully complements the ghost typing. The Shinx line is based on the lynx, and there is a species of lynx called the Canadian lynx, which Fakemon creators tend to make ice type, but I wanted to go a different route. The reason the Shinx line is electric type is because of the animal's good eyesight being compared to X-rays, hence Luxray's name. However, X-rays were likely thought up due to the lynx, according to mythology, having the supernatural power to see through opaque objects. The supernatural in general tends to be associated with the ghost type, perhaps not exclusively, but a case is being made for the type with this as well as the connections to the afterlife the use of sand has. Time for another ground type, which is also this region's gender difference mon. Meet Sherlock, mono ground type. I kinda had a checklist. Mono ground Canadian mon, with a gender difference that may or may not have Sherlock Holmes inspiration, a character invented by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was born in Scotland. Croneo as a whole is bridging the gap. I might as well do it with some designs. So I did some digging, as it were, and found out about the Oak Island Mystery, a series of stories of buried treasure and unexplained objects found on or near Oak Island in Nova Scotia. So I decided to make some mon based on prairie dogs, a kind of mammal found in Canada, although not Nova Scotia in particular, who like to dig. I decided the male would be a detective who likes to dig for this treasure, and the female would receive some of the trinkets found. I know, very nuclear, kind of patriarchal, but I felt like this made sense to do. But it's not as if the females don't do sleuthing themselves, they just prefer not to go digging. I would say if male Sherlock are Holmes, I wouldn't say female Sherlock are Watson. I'd say they're Irene Adler, the one person in the original Sherlock Holmes canon who outsmarted the great detective. Either way, both of their black-tipped tails look like brushes. Gotta dust off the excess dirt. Oh, and Sherlock is just Sherlock with a U instead of an O, because it's sheer luck that they found all that treasure. Here's a short one. Firewater Turtonator, based on the hydrothermal vents on Canada's west coast. I felt the eruptions fit Turtonator, and the spikes on the original's back could work as the vents themselves. I've also seen similar ideas for firewater variants, but not for Turtonator. You're welcome. Cooling it down a bit, we have some more ice types. In the world of sport, Canada is mostly known for ice hockey. It's the official winter sport after all, which I decided to reference with Pucklet. It's so cute! It is ice rock type because hockey pucks are stones that slide around on ice. Much like curling stones, which its evolution, curl ice, is based on, hence the connection. It's only in this order as curling stones are bigger. So why curling? It's popular in Canada but was invented in Scotland. Turning back up the heat, we have a variant of another fire-type Pokemon, Heatmore, now gaining the flying type. I wanted it to be a true counterpart to Cronian Durant. Durant's ability in Croneo, for those who don't already know, is my new ability Exoskeleton, which halves the amount of damage it receives type chart-wise. This means it still has two weaknesses, fire and flying. So that explains why Heatmore is now a flying type. How do I make it flying type? Well, I wanted to make it a Canadian myth, and I found a French-Canadian one called La Chasse Galali, I'm probably butchering that, aka the Flying Canoe, which is a story about some lumberjacks who make a deal with the devil, which bewitches their canoe and makes it fly. The legend has its history in French legend. as well as First Nations myth. Referencing the canoe wasn't really easy. I suppose Heatmore kinda was already shaped like one, but since it already had engine-like appendages, they are now rocketing it into the sky, and now it has devil horns to reference the demonic nature of the myth. Its legs are also a bit shorter because it doesn't use them as much anymore. Finally, Canada's national animal is the beaver, so an evolution to Bibarel made sense. Its name is Bibelete. You may be able to tell from this video that I wanted to see if I could have something Scottish in some of these designs, like with Curlice and Sherlock. Another Scottish invention popular in Canada is the Highland Games. Originally developed in the Scottish Highlands, it involved big displays of strength, such as the caber toss, which is throwing a massive log of wood, which is what Bibelete is doing. It is an athlete after all, plus beavers like wood. It made sense to incorporate this iconic sport of the Highland Games into an already pretty Canadian Pokemon. This display of strength makes normal not make much sense anymore, so instead it is fighting water, since there's no point of getting rid of both prior types. So that's it for my Canadian Pokemon. They're in the minority, but I felt like it needed representation. Which was your favourite? And please don't mention the fact that I don't have a goose in the comments. I am very aware of that. I was originally going to have one, but I decided to replace it with something else. Who knows? Maybe in a Legends game. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Ring the notification bell, and check out Croneo's Instagram if you want to see more designs. You can join Croneo's Discord server if you want to chat with fans like yourself, or optionally you can donate some money to me on Patreon, or even through YouTube membership, which I have now. Both will allow you to see videos a week early, and also some designs that haven't been shown yet. And with that, I'll see you next time. Cheerio! The majority of Pokemon regions have their own set of fossils, and Croneo is no different. Speaking of, welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland and parts of Canada. Before I start, all of the new Fakemon designs in this video I commissioned JJ_Mons on Instagram. I think he's great at doing rock types and is an absolute king when it comes to ice type Pokemon, which I mention because along with two-stage rock types, I decided to mix it up for those who are a bit tired of rock type fossils. Since Scotland and Canada are fairly north, it made sense to cover some Ice Age fossils. Since Scotland doesn't have all too much paleontology, that said, it doesn't have nothing. So I made the rock type gym leader, Jasper, who goes by they them pronouns by the way, a paleontologist. Kai_FakemonzR on Instagram did their art. They would use one of the rock type fossils as their ace, depending on the version, so it made sense for those fossils to be rock type. Also, before I continue, the fossil item art was done by Pokemachi over on Instagram. I've commissioned him for most of my items, and he's currently my go-to for item art. I don't have a map yet, but I will say there will be water routes towards the middle of the game, starting between gyms 3 and 4. There is an island in these routes covered in snow. This tundra is where you'd find most of the ice types, as well as a town called New Freezington, and the ice type fossils, the Frozen Claw and the Frozen Horn. Jasper meets you here, introduces themselves, and allows you to pick one of the fossils. They pick up the other fossil, which they revive in front of you when you get to their town. They are the 6th gym leader, so I feel it's only fair that they're single stages, so that they're fully evolved off the bat. They'll also be pretty strong as well. Both are also based on animals whose modern counterparts are pretty common in Scotland and are loved. And both are ice type, as a common link to when they are from and their environment, much like how most fossils are rock. The first of which is still around, but maybe not for much longer. The red squirrel is really popular amongst locals, but is being outcompeted by grey squirrels. Yes, I know, Squovit and Greedent are already based on these animals, and kind of get them the wrong way round conceptually, but I digress. Where Squirrage here differs is in concept. I think you can already tell the name combines Squirrel and Rage, and by the design that it's an Ice-Fire type. Admittedly, I was inspired by Scrat from the Ice Age movies, now with its hot-headed nature making the Pokemon light up. It's just trying to find the acorn it lost and is angry that it's going extinct. It is a fairly recent ancestor to the aforementioned Squovit line, as well as Pachirisu. I imagine something related to squirrels existed in the Ice Age, due to how recent it was, so a near-extinct animal made sense, to highlight an issue. Plus, its fur colour and fur shape really lent itself to the fire type. As for an animal that verifiably roamed the world during the Ice Age is the giant deer, also known as the giant elk or even the Irish elk, which is close enough to Scotland. Modern geographical separation wasn't a thing, and it roamed Europe in general. Deer are very common in Scotland, so although I imagine the deerling line and maybe Stantler roaming around Croneo's landscape in the modern day, their ancestor, Tunstag, roamed it during the Pokemon Ice Age. Since I wanted it and Squirrage Age to be their own thing, I didn't really care what type they ended up being in relation to their modern descendants. It is Ice Steel, which you could probably tell, with its name coming from tungsten, a kind of metal, as well as tundra and stag, a male deer. It's a steel type because I wanted to reference tubular steel in the design. These steel tubes were invented in Scotland and require a process called cold forming, which is essentially forming metal without using intense heat. Yeah, it's a pun, but I liked the imagery of these tubes acting as the antlers of Tunstag. Time for our Rocky Boys! Revived from the plate fossil and the spearhead fossil. They are Arthropteryx and Tic-Tackle. Rock Bug and Rock Water respectively. I know, I'm not breaking any new ground in terms of typing. Given Armaldo already exists and 3 fossil lines are Rock Water, with a further 2 that are also part water. But when one's a bug and one's kinda a fish, your hand gets tied. Since Game Freak typed those respective mon in that way because of similar reasons. Before I get into their evolutions, I do want to get into certain aesthetic choices. Most fossils are rock type. If they have a secondary type, that usually shows as a feature, but they do always at least incorporate the fact that they are rock type to some degree. Rock types take inspiration from a variety of minerals, so I decided to take advantage of that. I was inspired by Subjectively and their Fakemon Region Maza. One of their fossils, the Charcopal line, takes some inspiration from opalization, a phenomenon that certain fossils experience. One way fossils are made is when a cast is naturally made and minerals form inside said cast when the original remains fully decompose. Opalization is when these minerals end up being opal. So I thought to myself, why couldn't it be other minerals instead? And then I remembered the titles of this hypothetical game concept that Croneo is the region for, Pokemon Agate and Pokemon Obsidian. So although these being the minerals forming inside fossils is a stretch, in the real world, Croneo is fictional and I'm the creator, so I can bend reality as I please if it makes an interesting design. So I made Arthropteryx's fossil made from agate and Tic-Tackle's fossil made from obsidian. These minerals then fused with the Pokemon during the revival process, further giving credence to the theory that the type had something to do with the revival from a fossil, which my Ice-type ones also do actually. Arthropteryx evolves into Agapleura. Arthropteryx's name comes from Arthropleura and Protect, and Agapleura's name comes from Agate and Arthropleura. Funnily enough, it is based on the Arthropleura, which existed during the Vision, something like that, stage of the lower Permian period of prehistory. They're essentially giant millipedes, and the largest known land invertebrates of all time. This is why Agapleura is so big. Remains of the Arthropleura have been found in Scotland and have helped to close Romer's Gap, along with other Scottish discoveries. Romer's Gap, for those not in the know, is the name of a time period where basically no fossil data exists. People struggled to find evidence of life during this time. At the time of writing, it is defined to be as early as 360 million years ago to as recent as 345 million years ago. Which doesn't sound very long, but only because we can't fathom how long 1 million years is, let alone 15 million. All this makes an Arthropleura Pokemon necessary for a Scottish region. Since its body is made up of agate, it makes sense to theme it around the past, which is Pokemon Agate's theme and what its box art legendary is the emissary of. The Arthropteryx line wants to defend the past, having a sturdy worldview as a result, therefore it has sturdy as an ability, and has a shield motif, with the exoskeleton being made out of agate, and Arthropteryx looking like a shield from the top down. Tic-Tackle evolves into Obsidian. Tic-Tackle's name comes from Tictilic and Tackle. Obsidian's name comes from Obsidian and Tictilic. Of course, they are based on the Tictilic. Yes, that thing from the meme. It is the first known vertebrate to live on land as opposed to in the water. Again, very important. The first well-preserved fossils of the Tictilic were found on Ellesmere Island in Nunavut, Canada, and even named after the Inuktitut word for big fish. So I would say that covers Canada in terms of important fossil history. As for the obsidian, it made me think of obsidian weaponry, particularly spearheads, hence the head on Tic-Tackle and the tail on Obsidilic. This gives it a more offensive theming to counter the Arthurtect line, fighting for the future and adapting to accommodate for it, hence it having adaptability for an ability, which also works due to the Tic-Tilic being the first vertebrate we know to adapt from water to land. Fossil Pokemon have always been insightful history lessons, and I hope these 6 Pokemon continue that trend, as well as being a worthy part of Croneo in the eyes of fans, which appears to only be less than 1 in 7 of you? If you enjoyed this video, why not change that by subscribing to my channel? I try to get a video out from the series at least once a month, so ring the notification bell to make sure that you know when it comes out. I also post shorts every week I don't have a normal upload, which you can also find on TikTok and my Instagram, which you can also check out for the stats, shinies, dex entries, and evolution methods for the Fakemon you've just seen, and all my other Fakemon. You can also join the Discord server to speak to fans like yourself. And optionally, if you have the change to spare, to make sure I can keep this going long term, as well as to get access to content early, why not become a patron or a member? Link to my Patreon in the description, or you can click the join button to become a member today. Massive shout out once again to Jay for these fossils and Kai for Jasper, as well as Pokemachi for the fossil item art. We're reaching the end of the Croneo decks, but there's still more I haven't shown you yet. But for that, you'll have to wait. I'll see you all next time. Cheerio! Even more Scottish Pokemon! Welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland. So let's get into it. Okay, tell me if this sounds familiar. Mono-electric frog-inspired line. Before you think I copied the wonderful Bellibolt, just know I came up with this idea before even Legends Arceus came out. Also, I think you'll agree this idea is unique. Meet Tadsol, a solar-powered tadpole, Turbit, a wind-powered frog, and Hydrode, a still mono-electric toad powered by hydropower. Yeah, it's not water type. The word hydro in its name comes from hydroelectricity. It is not a water elemental. Its electric powers are just boosted by water, which is what its signature ability, Hydropower, does. It made sense to complete the trio after all. And yes, Wind Power was introduced in Gen 9, but I was going to make an ability named Wind Power anyways, so I just decided to use it. As you can see, we have a renewable energy theme. All too often, the nature preservation theme in Pokemon has been depressing. I'm not against guilt-tripping people to be green-minded by corrupting every Pokemon you may or may not hold dear, but I wanted a more inspirational one just to change it up a bit. A lot of the renewable power from Scotland is mostly from wind, to be fair, but a lot of that wind comes from offshore, especially in the northeast. These double as hydropower generators, hence why Hydrode still has some wind power stuff. So why frogs? I just thought it'd make the design interesting and cute. We also do get plenty of frogs here, so anything frog related would work in my opinion. Something I realised a little too late is the lack of ground, bug, and psychic types. Although I feel I've done enough with the former two, I still do not have enough non-legendary psychic types. So let's fix that with 2 single-stage designs. First of all, we have Simon, a psychic salmon. This was directly inspired by the salmon ladder at Pitlochry in Scotland. Pitlochry has a big dam. Not massive, but big enough to disrupt local wildlife. So they made a ladder, which is more like a staircase, which allows some water and the wildlife to go downstream, and the salmon in mating season to go upstream. During this mating season, you can see salmon leap from the water up the ladder. To me, I felt like water was uninspired, and I had way too many water types in Croneo already, and flying just didn't feel right. Psychic was the next logical choice, not just for balancing reasons, but also because of the mental determination that must go on while going upstream. And I felt it'd be interesting to interpret the jumping as telekinetic. It's also orange because it's a salmon. And now we have Otrick, coming from otter and trick, like a magic trick, because this otter is magical, similar to how Alakazam is, hence the psychic type. Plus, fairy or dragon didn't feel right. But why do any of this? Well, otters are one of Scotland's most iconic animals, so this was a must for me. In lieu of any intuitive ways to go about this, the first place I looked was Japanese mythology, and I found that otters were shapeshifters in said mythology. Changelings are also very common in Scottish mythology, and Croneo has a few mon based on them already, so I think this this fits in with this lineage. There's also the Celtic myth, which includes Scotland, but also places like Ireland as well, of otter kings who lead an army of 7 black otters. If they are captured, they can grant any wish in exchange for their freedom, hence the magical theme and royal aesthetic, as well as the black skin. Also, both of their shinies switch colour schemes, since pink, the colour that happened to be used for Otteric's magic, is also commonly associated with salmon, and the Otter King in Irish folklore is sometimes described as having white fur, black ears, and orange feet, so it just made sense to swap their colours. Plus, they can be seen as sort of a duo anyways, mono-psychic creatures that are somewhat aquatic. Time for Sojin, a steel water type based on Iron Brew, a very popular fizzy drink in Scotland. Since most of my viewers are American, when I say fizzy drink, I mean soda, hence the name. It's so popular that its slogan is Scotland's other national drink, since whiskey is number 1. Its pressurized form is just a can of Iron Brew, but its depressurized form is a strongman? Yeah, the gin part of Sojin's name comes from the genie in a bottle aesthetic, which worked to actually turn the liquid itself into a Pokemon while also incorporating the can itself. But this genie is a strongman because it's also based on the figure on the Iron Brew logo, who was originally supposed to be Donald Dinny, the strongman from Aberdeenshire, said to be the 19th century's best athlete. His likeness was used after he endorsed the drink, and the strongman aesthetic has been associated with the brand ever since. I also personally love the arm-like bubbles in the pressurized form, and the weights that the depressurized form is holding are more like Iron Brew cans. Its ability is similar to that of, say, Aegislash, Mimikyu, or even Palafin. This time it's called Depressurize. How it works is that you always start the battle with the pressurized form. After taking any damage which results in its health being under 50%, Sojin would transform into its depressurized form. It will remain in this form until it faints or the battle ends. So you can have a full HP depressurized Sojin if you heal, but you just can't enter with one. If it does faint and you revive it, it will enter with its pressurized form, which resets everything. Also, if it enters the battle with less than 50% HP, it is still in its pressurized form, and then assuming no healing has taken place, it is in its pressurized form until it takes damage. As for the type, if you haven't guessed already, it's a pun on the name Iron Brew, since steel is the iron subbin, since the brand is associated with said metal, more than just through its name, and water as the brew subbin, since it's a kind of drink, made from liquid, mostly water. Before we get back into discussing some Scottish themed Pokemon, why not leave a like and subscribe to my channel? When you do, ring that notification bell to be informed whenever I upload. Less than 1 in 5 of you are subscribed at the time of writing. While you're down there, check out the Croneo Region Instagram to check out the stats, shinies, and dex entries for all the Pokemon in the Croneo region. You can also join my Discord server, speak with fans of Croneo such as yourself. Finally, if you want to go the extra mile and help keep my Fakemon videos going for longer, why not subscribe to my Patreon or become a YouTube member today? It'll help me pay for the talented artists that make this possible, and in return you get to see some of my Fakemon early, and maybe even some videos early. It's completely optional, but would be greatly appreciated. Let's get back onto the video. Now time for 3 more single stage Pokemon, which share something very niche in common. This first one is called Billy, based on the Ghillie Dhu, which is a fairy creature in Scottish mythology renowned for its kindness. Finally, a benevolent Scottish myth! It is depicted as a black-haired man wearing a leafy cloak, and what inspired the name for a ghillie suit, the sort of leafy cloak military people wear. The artist also seemed to give it a leafy kilt, and some flowers to convey its fairy grass typing. It is a goat, a male one to be exact, so a billy goat, hence the name. But why is it a goat? Simple, some of my friends gave me the idea to make it a counterpart to my other Anthro-Goatmon, this time the female-only Caprine. I liked the idea, so I just went with it. Moving on, I have a story about Volcan here. It doesn't really have anything to do with Scotland or even Canada, but it was one of the first Fakemon I ever made. I do remember trying to make starters when I was about 9 or 10, but Volcan was the earliest I could actually find the record of me making. Plus, the starters I made weren't even animals, so I doubt I'd use them. I just thought a silly, goofy little can with lava in it would be funny. I even showed off the original art for April Fools. It's Steel Fire type, by the way. The final one is the Poison Water type Salaciumer. The name comes from Salation, which is a group of fish that sharks are a part of, as well as polymer, a substance with big molecules. One of these substances is plastic.
of which Salacimer is made from. Plastic pollution in the ocean is kinda killing ecosystems, so I decided to make a Pokemon that would reflect this and continue the trend of green political allegories that Pokemon does. Sharks and plastic seemed like a natural pairing to me, due to the fact sharks haven't evolved much over the millennia, as well as having long lifespans, which kinda reminded me of how plastic isn't really biodegradable and lingers for up to a century or longer. An example of a long-living shark is the Greenland shark, which can live for over 300 years. It's also found around Scottish waters, as is the basking shark, which just leaves its jaw wide open so it can eat those yummy little sea planktons. Salacimer is like that too. Its wide open jaw is shaped like a bottle cap, but also it eats microplastics in the ocean instead of plankton. Yeah, plastic pollution in the oceans isn't just the old plastic bag and six-pack beer holders, but tiny little particles as well, that manufacturers put in many products for I don't know what reason. They just end up rinsed down the drain and into the ocean, harming wildlife that consumes it. It's also not good for us humans to ingest, but we're a bit bigger so we can take it a bit more. So Salacimer is actually doing the Pokemon world a service which would be much appreciated in the real world. Its jaw isn't the only thing based on actual plastic material. Its main body is a plastic bag, seemingly of the same brand that my bug-type gym leader, Ant, wears the shorts of, but I'm sure there'd be other brands too. The handles from this plastic bag form the tail, and the fins are also plastic knives. We did try other cutlery too, but knives seem to work the best. If you haven't noticed, I've just talked about a fairy grass type, a steel fire type, and a poison water type. This mirrors the typings of the final evolutions of my premium starter trio. I do have 2 starter trios. Check out the Croneo series playlist to find out why. Was this intentional? Kinda. I knew I wanted to do a Gilly-Doomon, which kind of needed to be fairy grass type, but then I realized I could make them a sort of loose trio like Jinx, Electabuzz, and Magmar. I came up with the other ideas pretty quickly, even if I later decided that Billy would be better to be connected to Caprine. So I didn't quite know where to put this one, so I'm gonna say it here. Meet Sealapup, Herdiel, and Stoutsea, mono water type Pokemon. Much like how researchers in Paldea concluded that Wiglet is not the same Pokemon as Diglett, the Stoutsea line is not the same Pokemon as the Stoutland line. Why did I feel like adding a new Sealmon when we already have the likes of Seal and Spheal? Well, there's a sizable population of harbour seals and grey seals in Scotland. They're common enough to consider an inclusion of a new line, so why did I decide it to make it a convergent and not something brand new or a regional variant? Well, funnily enough, I nearly did make it a regional variant of the Lillipup line, until Scarlet and Violet introduced the idea of convergent species. The main reason I decided to make it a convergent Pokemon is due to this line's inspiration. Sure, Sealapup is a seal pup, which is where the connection originally stemmed from, and Herdiel is an adult seal, but Stoutsea is meant to be my interpretation of a Selkie, a myth that's Scottish in origin, about seal-like creatures with the power of therianthropy, essentially the ability to turn from animal to man and vice versa. Most myths to do with them feature the females of the species pretending to be beautiful women in order to prey upon male humans. Along with replacing the word land for sea in Stoutsea's name, and also being a reference to seals just without the L, I think the name Stoutseea kinda sounds similar to Selkie. Maybe? Its appearance also makes it look like it's bursting out the seal skin. And why not have this seal creature turn into man's best friend instead of man itself? The reason why the Stoutland line was picked specifically was for 3 reasons. Firstly, to be completely honest, it's one of my favourite Pokemon. In my first playthrough of my first Pokemon game, Black, I overleveled the hell out of my Stoutland and barely even touched my superior. Second, admittedly the community at large doesn't share the same affection I have to this line, but I can see why since it's fairly plain and basic, and the concept could have done a bit more, although I personally think they're perfect the way they are, and feel like they need more love and attention. Of course I'd say that. It's my 3rd favourite Pokemon line of all time. Finally, this plainness provided a blank enough slate to work on. I feel the shape and design details which are there can be utilised into something new, unlike something like Seal, which hopefully I would tackle one day, but I have no plans to for Croneo. On the whole, I'm extremely happy with how they turned out. Finally,
Finally, people don't like Objectmon for some reason. Despite many interesting concepts emerging, people aren't a fan of just sticking eyes onto something where there were none. So I just stuck some eyes on a jewellery box, called it Boxterity, coming from box and austerity. Mono steel type. You can see what I'm trying to do when it evolves into independent. Basically a pun on the word independent and pendant. It is free from the box and is happy. This is meant to be symbolic of Scotland's historic fight for independence. You may know the current independence movement, which wasn't popular enough come the 2014 vote, but has had some momentum post-Brexit. Regardless of what it's like now, this fight has been historic. There were wars centuries ago before the UK was even formed, because England loves to claim what isn't theirs. By the way, that's not an attack on my English viewers, just a dig at your country's historic and recent behaviour, particularly in regards to Scotland. I don't want this design to necessarily take a side on the modern debate, more to represent all the movements and their motivations behind said movements. The animosity I see in resistance to the Scottish independence movement inspired the sort of Shedinja-like byproduct of the evolution called Boxit, since the box remaining is bitter at the evolution and finally wants to reunite with independent. I guess you could say the Pokemon wants to box it, as in put independent in the box. It is also the box. It also kind of sounds like Brexit and the hypocrisy of the unionist movement. If you don't agree that all art is political, which for the record most art is, you have to concede that all art is at least biased. But I will say, if you are staunchly against the Scottish independence movement, you can still use Boxterity, since all three of these mon have a base stat total of 500. And not only is Boxterity the more defensive one, it also happens to make use of the Eviolite, so is way more viable if you want something more defensive. So even if you think I made the design concept way more pro-independence, practically, it at least appeases the unionist side of the debate. So that's it for general Pokemon that are predominantly Scottish. I have now shown off every non-legendary Pokemon in the Croneo Dex. Comment below what you've liked so far and keep watching for a Halloween special and some videos about other aspects of the Croneo region I've not shown off thus far. Also, why not check out the Croneo playlist as well? Binge watch the whole series. Why not get a grasp of what you think your team will be? Anyways, wherever you see me next, I'll see you there. Cheerio! It's spooky season, and Halloween is approaching. I love Halloween, and it was invented by the Celts, and possibly Scotland specifically. I am Scottish, and I live in Scotland, but we don't really celebrate it much here. Like, sure, plenty of people have Halloween decorations, and millennials and Gen Z really are into it, but in recent years, Christmas decorations start popping up before the Halloween ones. However, for my Scottish-themed Fakemon region, Croneo, I get to decide what should and shouldn't happen, and I have about half a dozen Pokemon lines inspired by the Holiday of Horror itself. Long-time viewers may have seen these all before, but there are some things I would like to go over again, and maybe even reveal some new information about these previous designs. Since I have so many designs based on the holiday, I felt a one-stop shop made sense. Are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin. Starting off with my zombie-like mon, which I've retconned the type of. Cronian Rattata is based on plague rats, while Cronian Raticate showcases the development of this illness. It evolves again into Ratakin, the name coming from Rat King and Kin, loosely based on Rat Kings, the phenomenon of multiple rats being tied together by the tail, which in folklore is believed to make it one super being. When I introduced these Pokemon before Scarlet and Violet came out in my first unused type combos video and on Instagram, this slime was entirely normal poison. While Rattata and Raticate retain this typing, Ratakin is now Ghost Poison. I originally considered making it Ghost Poison when conceptualizing it, but decided to make it keep the normal poison typing, since you're hitting the corpse part and not the ghost part, and because we hadn't had a fully evolved normal poison type by that point. However, ever since Grafai got announced, I started to reconsider, since a load of people thought that since it is a zombie and a ghost tied together at the tail, both being, well, dead in a sense, I decided to retcon it. I don't usually like retconning Fakemon once they're already out there, but sometimes I see it as necessary. Like how my Grassfire bread-themed Pokemon, Bunty, introduced in the very same video as Ratakin, now has Darkspon's ability, Well-Baked Body, since that made complete sense. types. I also decided that my grass type starter should now be called Dandelion, because I think the name fits it better. Even though it's not based on dandelions, it's a dandelion, and plus all the names are based on different plants and something to do with lions. Meanwhile, the Croneo Patrat line got redesigned, which I'm showing here because I'm not sure where else to put them. I suppose it works because cop outfits work for Halloween costumes? But anyways, this zombie rat Pokemon is the only Fakemon in this video to receive a retconned type. Don't assume all the Fakemon in this video will be Ghost type, at least when fully evolved, because Bunty's counterpart from that very same video is also perfectly fitting for Halloween. Janeep and Lanturnip are Grass and Grass Fire respectively. Blissline wasn't envisioned as a Grass Fire type for the sake of making an unused type combination. It was created to fill a slot in the dex, as well as be a counterpart to the Bunty line. I must note, Bunty was created for that type combination, but I settled on the same type combination for Lanturnip. Lanturnip in particular, much like Gourgeist, is based on jack-o'-lanterns, a common Halloween decoration. Although us in the 21st century know them to be carved from pumpkins, historically turnips were used, since they were more readily available to anyone of any background. Due to jack-o'-lanterns being connected to the spirit world, Lanturnip does have my new ability Spectre. It's essentially a ghost version of Steelworker, i.e. it grants the Pokemon with Spectre Ghost type Stab. I did feel like the Fire type was a more interesting avenue to explore, since we've already had a Grass Ghost Jack-o'-lantern mon. And not only are they plants, but you traditionally put a flame, such as a candle, inside. But I did feel it needed some Ghost type Stab due to the connection to ghosts and spirits. Also, I forgot to put this in the script, but the reason I called Janeep is because it's a combination of Jack and Neep. Or maybe a more feminine version of Jack like Jane, but I think it still works. The final non-ghost type I want to discuss is one of my 6 starter lines. If you want to know why I have 6 starters, I recommend checking out the first 2 videos in the series. As the video you're currently watching is more about the Halloween designs themselves, I don't want to really get into the story of Croneo here. I must also say, the other 5 don't have anything to do with Halloween. Ocat and Mucifer are fighting type, since they're based on wildcats. And I felt like that fit the fighting type as a pun. Thematically, they are fighting for their lives as they are witches. And if Lucario's magical abilities can still make it fighting type, the same applies to this line. Wildcats are a fairly big cultural thing in Scotland. There's even a myth that's seemingly inspired by them called the Cat Sith. I have probably pronounced that wrong. They are more spiritually inclined, shall we say. They tend to be all black with a white fluffy spot on their chest, which the shinies of this line have in common. They also have ties to witches, which is why the tails on this line are shaped like brooms, to reference broomsticks. And the ears on Mucifer are flopped over in a way to make it look like a witch's hat. Speaking of the ears, the reason why this line has such big ears is because there's a prominent legend about the Cat Sith called Big Ears, who in the mythology was a Cat Sith itself. The tail also has elements of a cornhusk doll, which is a Native American doll which are believed to be magical charms which protect homes and livestock. And they are also similar to Samhain shock dolls, which were used in pagan and Celtic cultures for similar reasons, specifically during Samhain, which I've also probably pronounced wrong, but it's a Gallican pagan celebration celebrated around the same time as Halloween to mark the end of the harvest, which can sometimes be seen as having spiritual ties. Since witches have an association with Halloween, I decided to show it again. Something I can now say is that there is a dog version of the Cat Sith called the Q-Sith. It is a myth I have also made a Fakemon for. Cronian Fido and Cronian Doxbun, both monograss types. I don't think they fit the theme of this video outside of spooky creatures, so if you want to know more, check out my second regional variants video, which is the 12th video in the Croneo series playlist. I think the most horrifying thing of all is the fact that 1 in 5 of you are subscribed to my channel. If you like these Fakemon, why not change that? I'm hoping to get 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year. It would really mean a lot, as it would help my channel reach more viewers like you. While you're at it, why not follow my Instagram account at Croneo_region to see the stats, shinies, and dex entries for my Fakemon. There's also my Discord server if you want to join a community of Croneo fans, or if you want to go the extra mile, why not support me on Patreon or become a YouTube member? It'll help me to keep commissioning the artists that help me to bring my concepts to life, and it'll make sure I'm able to keep content coming out. And your reward will be seeing videos and Fakemon early. Remember, it is completely optional. All I ask is you support me whatever way you can, whether it be following my social media accounts including my YouTube channel, which you can do for free, or those financial avenues if you can. Right, let's get back to these Halloween themed Fakemon. Another stereotypical Halloween costume is a sheet ghost. Croneo started being developed before the announcement of Pokemon Legends Arceus. Around that time, a very popular way of tackling the as of then unused ghost normal typing was making a sheet ghost. I decided to make one myself but add my own flair to it. It's based on the Sluach, a fairy creature that's said to be the spirits of the unforgiven dead, sometimes depicted as fairies, acting as a host to these spirits, floating around during Halloween. That explains the angry appearance, the ability levitate, and the sheet ghost appearance, since it contains spirits and is a Halloween decoration. You get this mon in a similar fashion to how you'd obtain Spiritomb in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I actually forgot to write its name in the script. It's called OO, 4 O's. Its name is fitting of Halloween being the onomatopoeia for the sound a ghost makes. The 4 O's are like zeros, since immunities deal 0 times damage, and this Pokemon has 4 of said immunities. Last year, I showed off what I consider to be the mascot of the Croneo region, Dracula, with its evolution, Nosferatu, in the first general Scottish Pokemon video. Since said video came out in October, I thought it could act as a pseudo-Halloween special, so I felt I had to show it in that video, and I feel like I have to show it here again. If you can't tell, they're based on vampires, but not just any vampire, the Lord of Darkness himself, Dracula. This is because Irish writer Bram Stoker mostly wrote the original Dracula novel in the northeast of Scotland. A lot of the inspirations that went into Dracula also went into Nosferatu. Dracula, a bat pup, is dark flying, while Nosferatu is dark ghost, since it is based on an undead dark lord. It also works because holy items tend to be the only thing that can harm a vampire, which the fairy type, its only weakness, embodies. We've discussed many spooky creatures, but what about something I'm sure most of you associate with the holiday of Halloween? Trick-or-treating, which is Celtic in origin, particularly Scottish in origin. I decided it would be the perfect cutesy approach that would perfectly fit a ghost-type evolution, which I named Geysion, because of trick-or-treating's alternate name of guising. The skeleton patterning is reminiscent of glow-in-the-dark paint or even ectoplasm, and acts as Geysion's Halloween costume. If you want to know more about it, as well as Croneo's other evolutions, check out the video I made covering an evolution of every type. Yes, Croneo has 10 new evolutions. Eevee is my favourite after all. I hope you enjoyed my Halloween special. Please remember to check out the artists I commissioned for the Fakemon in this video, and remember to check out my links in the description below. I'll see you next time. Have a happy Halloween! Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland. Today, I'm going to be doing a different kind of video. Every Pokemon has an ability, and has done since Gen 3. Some have more than one. Some have hidden abilities, and some have alternate forms with another ability on top of that. In this video, I'm going to discuss all of the unique abilities that I have created for Croneo. These first 3 are actually going to be hidden abilities of my starter trio. Well, the premium starter trio. I go over why I have 2 starter trios in other videos, just know that I have them and don't question it right now. Naturally, Buttercup, Azalea, and Dandelion all have Overgrow, but their hidden ability is Hay Fever. If it makes contact with an opposing Pokemon, then the defense and special defense stats of the opposing Pokemon are lowered. Similarly, Flamoo, Temaku, and Fernox have Blaze, but their hidden ability is Blacksmith. If a move makes contact with an opposing Pokemon, the Flamoo line's defense and special defense raise, quite similar to Hay Fever. Naval Spirit is also similar, which is the hidden ability of Platicroot, Platenant, and Pladmeral, who normally have Torrent. If the Platicroot line makes contact with its move, then its attack and special attack stats are raised. All of these would just be by one stage. Now time for that bootleg starter trio. Since all starters have either Overgrow, Blaze, or Torrent, abilities which make stab moves deal more damage when HP is low, similar to the ability Swarm, but for the bug type, I decided to make Fighting, Flying, and Rock type variants of it, since Overgrow is for grass, Blaze is for fire, and Torrent is for water. So Underdog is the fighting type version of it, it, Updraft is the flying type version of it, and Calcify is the rock type version of it. For their hidden abilities, I decided to give them different variants on Pixelate, or Galvanize, or Aerolate, which is the flying type version. What these abilities do is change the type of normal type moves to a different type. For example, Aerolate, which is Falcoth and Galagrin's hidden ability, turns normal moves into flying. They also get an extra boost on top of that. So the fighting type version is Militarize, and the rock type version is Crystallize. Crystallize is also the hidden ability of Cronian Sylveon, which is also rock type. Speaking of clones of other abilities, I decided to make a new version of the ability Steelworker or Dragon's Maw. Steelworker essentially grants a Pokemon an extra 1.5 times bonus to a certain type. So essentially Dhelmise gets the same type attack bonus of steel type moves, despite not being a steel type, and Regidrago gets an extra boost for dragon type moves, although now I've given that ability to Draculup and Nosferatu as well. I've made a ghost type version of that called Spectre, as there are plenty of non-ghost Pokemon that I have created, who I feel conceptually would benefit from having ghost type stab. Using that same logic, Shock Absorb is a fighting type version of Water Absorb or Volt Absorb. Since I noticed when I was creating Croneo there are a few Pokemon with 4 times weaknesses to fighting, which I felt like shouldn't have it due to their concept. Golforb deserves to be rock normal, but being weak to fighting doesn't quite work. And Pucklet and Curlice definitely deserve to be ice rock, but all of these feel like they shouldn't have a 4 times weakness to fighting, so I gave them an immunity through their ability. It also gives a slight boost to their attack, kinda like how Water Absorb recovers HP. Time for a couple of clones of signature abilities. Let's start off with Holiday Gift. It's essentially a reskin of Cherrim's ability, mainly because Holiday Gift is for Cronian Cherrim. This time it raises the attack and special defense of ally Pokemon by 50% during snow instead of sun, as well as changing Cherrim's form from its hibernation form into its Holiday form. Its Holiday form doesn't get a 50% raise, it gets a 100% raise, essentially turning this fairly weak and nothingy Pokemon into a formidable threat. Swarming is a clone ability of Schooling, with a few tweaks. It is for my Pokemon Gigaligia, which has a solo form and a swarm form, like how Wishiwashi has a solo form and a school form. It changes Gigaligia into its swarm form if its HP is above 25%, and Gigaligia is at least at level 25. If its HP falls below 25%, Gigaligia will revert back to its solo form. Another signature ability I decided to make, which also has some festive theming, is Holiday Miracle, because it was already a Christmas miracle that Delibird was able to evolve into Boogiebird. Not only does Boogiebird have better stats, but its ability, Holiday Miracle, essentially inverts the Pokemon's personal type matchups, so any resistance becomes a weakness and any weakness becomes a resistance. I've decided to keep immunities the same, and of course neutralities would also remain the same. It is similar to inverse battles introduced in Generation 6, but it is a little bit different. Now I am going to talk about an already existing signature ability, that of Cast Form, because I have changed how it operates a little bit. Yes, it changes Cast Form's type, its form, and the type of Weather Ball, dependent on the weather. However, now, Forecast keeps the weather up even until after Cast Form faints. If a Pokemon with Forecast is out in the field, whatever current weather will have its timer pause and then resume once a Forecast Pokemon has left the battlefield. This means the weather can only change if someone else sets different weather. This was to make Cast Form a bit more viable. Cacophony, which is currently the signature ability of Cronian Berserker, is named after an unused ability from Gen 3. However, I've decided to give it a completely different purpose. All sound-based moves now do damage. They also essentially give a same type attack bonus to any move that already did damage. As for the ones that didn't already do damage, they now do physical or special damage depending on what deals more. Hydropower is the signature ability of Hydrode. People were confused as to why Tadsoul, Turbit, and Hydrode were mono-electric when people thought they should be electric fire, electric flying, and electric water respectively, due to being based on solar power, wind power, and hydropower. But solar power and wind power are already abilities. Granted, wind power wasn't when I came up with this Pokemon line. I was going to make an ability called wind power anyways, but now I don't have to because wind power now exists. Hydropower, on the other hand, doesn't. And it makes it so that if a Pokemon with hydropower is hit by water type attacks, the Pokemon special attack is raised by a stage or two. I'm not 100% sure which would be more balanced. It was mainly because a commenter suggested that it could be raised by 2 stages. I don't know. Comment down below what you think. I hope referencing their themes through abilities as opposed to just types is more interesting. I hope it all makes sense now. Depressurize is the signature ability of Sojin, a Pokemon based on Iron Brew, which is a soda. It works similarly to the likes of Aegislash's ability or Mimikyu's ability, arguably even Palafin's ability. When the health of Sojin's pressurized form goes below 50%, it transforms into its depressurized form, which is now a lot more offensive as opposed to just defensive. I've been speaking about signature abilities for a while now. Some of these could have wider use, and some could even be given to older Pokemon. I'm just saying all of these are signature abilities, only one of my Fakemon holds each of those abilities. However, let's get back to abilities held by multiple Fakemon lines. Night Shift is an ability held by Jackaterra, Croneo and Noctowl, and is the hidden ability of Dracula and Nosferatu. It doubles the Pokemon's attack or special attack during nighttime. Which one it doubles is at random. There isn't a Pokemon ability that really deals with time of day or season, and I can see why, considering online battles and competitive play makes it a bit of a logistical nightmare to try and consider these aspects. I've got a suggestion for a solution to that. Make all online battles and competitive battles auto set to nighttime so the ability does activate, because it's going to be a bit random what happens anyway. Either that or a toggle. Exoskeleton is the ability of Croneo and Durant, as well as my Absol evolution, Heracite, due to its psychic armor it's developed around itself. Exoskeleton might be the most broken ability I've come up with, because it halves all damage received by attacking moves. Secondary damage such as burns or recoil are the same, but essentially the type chart has been halved. This is because Grass Bug is not a good type combination. Neither is Dark Psychic. So I decided that both of these would deserve something to make it more defensively viable. This has inadvertently made Heracite really good because it's now only weak to Bug. It already had an immunity, but now it also has 15 resistances. Let's just say it's more of an attacker than a defender, even though it has armor, to try and balance it out. Now time for another signature ability, which I'm only mentioning now because it's the signature ability of one of the forms of my pseudo-legendary, Serpedon. Serpedon has 3 separate forms depending on how you evolve it. One that's Poison Electric, one that's Poison Steel, and one that's Poison Dragon. The Steel and the Dragon one have Iron Barbs and Rough Skin respectively, but the Electric type one has a new ability called Thunderstorm. Essentially it's just Drizzle, but it also summons electric terrain. And finally, the box art legendary trio has a shared ability, Gamble with Time. Essentially they get really high evasiveness, however, anytime they do get hit, it deals double the damage, with the only exceptions being secondary damage. They deal the normal amount of damage. This is because all 3 of the trio know exactly what your move is going to be, either because it knows you too well, in the case of Praetorate, the emissary of the past. It can see into the future if it's Mebicordian, the emissary of the future, or is essentially omniscient in terms of everything that's going on, including what you're thinking, in the case of Orpithegel. Regardless, it knows your attack, it is more likely to dodge it. However, they're still taking a gamble, since even though it's high reward, you can't have it without high risk. Hence, they are doing a gamble with time. And that's it for all of the abilities I've created. I might create some more with my mythical Pokemon, but I doubt it. I've not created my mythicals yet. I have my ideas for them, but I haven't thought up their abilities yet, so I assume I'm just going to use something canon. If you enjoyed this video, why not leave a like and subscribe to my channel? I'm hoping to get 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so it would really help if you subscribed. If you want to see more of my Fakemon, why not watch the Croneo series playlist, as well as check out my Instagram. There's also a link to my Discord, and optionally my Patreon, as well as YouTube memberships down below, as well as all the artists I've commissioned for the Fakemon I showed in this video. Thanks so much, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland with a pinch of Canada. And yes, this is the map. This is what the region that I've been talking about for about a year and a half looks like. And it mostly looks like Scotland. It's largely because Croneo is, for all intents and purposes, Scotland as a Pokemon region. But as a lot of impatient and stick-in-the-mud commenters keep pointing out, we had the Crown Tundra. You know, as if a few Pokemon and a bit of snow is enough to represent my country. But it does admittedly represent it to some degree. So I thought, what would work to justify a Scotland region that isn't on the Isles of the Galar region? And then it hit me. Nova Scotia, in Canada, is essentially called New Scotland. So I came up with the idea that Croneo is a region settled by travellers coming from the Crown Tundra, which they have called the New Crown Tundra, or Neo Crown Tundra, which I combined to form the name Croneo. But yeah, this is essentially Scotland properly. Maybe in the future I could do a dedicated Canada region. That could bring back the Canadian mon I made for Croneo's decks. But anyways, now that I've addressed the important backstory, let's see what elements of Scotland I decided to adapt into this map. But not before giving thanks to the artist that I commissioned for the map, Platilia Decks on Instagram. I think they did an amazing job, as you will see. I also wanted to thank my friend Elium, the self-proclaimed Discord Goblin, as they helped me name most of the towns and other areas in Croneo. Not all, but quite a few of them. They also helped me with a number of dex entries you can see on my Instagram. Let's start where the player would start, and finish their journey. Gosfort. I just felt like having a city that was the start of your journey and the end of your journey felt nice and circular, as a lot of the Pokemon leagues are actually relatively close to where you start out, so I just decided to merge them together. In the spirit of that, it is based on both Glasgow and Edinburgh, which is due to me not being able to decide which city should house the league. So I decided both! Many of the buildings are based on some from both cities. Most notably, Professor Barclay's lab is based on Glasgow Cathedral, and the Pokemon League's tower is based on the Scottish Parliament buildings in Edinburgh. The name of this town comes from distorting Glasgow, as well as Edinburgh's name being rumoured to mean Edwin's Fort. As you head north to start your journey, you have the choice of entering the Fluorescent Forest, inspired by the Glimwood Tangle, as well as similarly enchanted forests in other Fakemon regions. The Fluorescent Forest exists to house the more mystical Pokemon found in the region. The eastern portion, which is the portion you'd enter at the start of the game, houses early game Pokemon. It is your standard forest area. As for your other early route areas, Gosfort also leads out to Gosfortshire. Along the way, there is a bridge based on the fourth bridge that leads into Edinburgh, although this one is much smaller. You can even find the daycare here, where you can collect a regional variant of a Kanto starter if you want one. You can also find the Aberlachy Lakefront, as well as its lake, alongside many coastlines, where you can find many early water-type Pokemon, maybe even a Tadsoul or two. Think of Gosfortshire as all of the early routes you could think of, smushed into one big open area. According to the British Library, a shire is a division of land governed by a sheriff, whose name derives from Shire. So Gosfortshire is the Shire of Gosfort. One of the many places you could venture to from Gosfortshire is the Zeninsula, where you'd eventually encounter the box art legendary Pokemon. It is an array of crystal pillars made of time energy, similar to the crystals on Pritorate, Mebicordian, and Orpithegel. These pillars are meant to represent the Kalane standing stones in the Isle of Lewis. The name is essentially a fusion of Zen and Peninsula, as I was originally going to call it the Zen Peninsula, since it is a peninsula, and the adjective zen means a state of calm, which is what the crystals in the Zeninsula is meant to give people. Moving anti-clockwise, we also see the town of Bayhaven. I've always found coastal towns inviting, as that's where I've mainly grown up. So Bayhaven is meant to be that feeling translated into a Pokemon town. The gym is based on Donotter Castle. And yes, all of the gyms will be castles. Some of them are based on real castles, some of them have some more creative liberties to their design. Said gym is also where the fire gym leader, Charlotte, is battled. The beach next to Bayhaven is called the Silver Sands, based on places in Scotland that are known as Silver Sands, which I decided to make more literal here. In this location there's also a cave, to nab some early game cave Pokemon, as well as some others which evolve into Pokemon new to Croneo. The name comes from Bay, as it is near the sea, and Haven, a place of safety. It's also named after Stonehaven, where Donotter Castle is located. Moving on up is Bloomborough. It's also not based on anywhere specific. It's where Croneo's farming community live, since Scotland has a strong farming community, with 3/4 of Scotland's land serving the purposes of agriculture, according to Nature Scott. It's also meant to be the de facto rural town of the region. The gym is based on Balmoral Castle, as I felt like it looked like a good inspiration for a grass-type gym, and it has historical significance, as not only did the late Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom and its territories like spending time here, it was also her chosen place to pass on. Scotland is part of the UK itself, and she chose to die here, so that's the connection. You fight the grass gym leader, Fig, here. The name comes from bloom, which is what plants do, and borough, which is a suffix that a lot of Scottish towns have. North of that is Aberlachy, which is based on the city of Aberdeen, the third largest in Scotland. Its name comes from Aberdeen, and a corruption of the word lake. Also, for the record, if ever I am making a portmanteau of a real place name and some other word, I'm taking into account the etymology of the place name, so that the place that it inspires has a similar etymology to it as well, to make it a bit more immersive. Aberdeen is known as the Granite City. It is characterised by having buildings so grey that the Tetris movie filmed there to double as Soviet Russia. Some buildings are maintained and clean, like the local government building Marshall College, which I have decided to adapt into Aberlachy's gym castle. I even included the fountain in front of Marshall College. Pike can be faced here. This will also be where Croneo's fishing community live, due to it being the home of the water gym, as well as the fact that the surrounding area in Scotland, known as Aberdeenshire, has a lot of fishers. Unfortunately, the northeast of Scotland is also known for big business in the oil and gas sector, with Nature Scott reporting Scotland as the biggest oil producer in Europe, with 196,000 people working in the industry. Oil and gas companies basically think their ridiculous profits are more important than people's comforts and especially the literal survival of the world. The North Sea is a popular area for oil refining. Also, oil spills are bad. They pollute the local ocean and wildlife within it, damaging ecosystems, even though the oil didn't burn up into our atmosphere. So the abandoned rig is here to remind us that the oil industry is bad. It's also an optional area. Moving on north, the Isle of Snow has its landmass based on the Isle of Skye in Scotland, except I moved it to the east of the map as I felt like having a tundra setting here made sense to get a bunch of ice types, which would fit at this point in the game. You may have spotted a cave here in the Isle of Snow. Don't get too excited, but it is a location that houses the Icy Rock, where you could evolve Eevee into Glaceon if you so wish. The Ice Stone will still work. There's also a town here called New Freezington, since the original settlers who came to what is now known as Croneo came from the Crown Tundra. I just felt like referencing the only town in the so-called Scotland area. It has a castle based on the cool library building at the University of Aberdeen. It would be home to the Ice Gym, but in this league cycle, ice was left out. The islands nearby are known as the Luring Islands, named after Chandelure, due to the fact that one has a lighthouse, which Cronian Chandelure is based on. When you get back to land again, it will be in the town of Azamori. Azamori is the town where Ant, or Lily, is the gym leader. All of the colourful buildings are based on the Scottish children's show Balamori, which even had a character character, Archie, who lived in a pink castle. The show was mostly filmed in a real Scottish town called Tobermory, in the Isle of Mull, while the castle was filmed in East Lothian. These colourful houses felt perfect to reference Pride, with the castle now sporting blue and white as well to reference the transgender flag, due to the Croneo region having a lot of LGBT plus rep, including the gym leaders of this very town who are trans. As you could guess, Azamori is named after Balamori. The last 5 letters fit the theme of love and acceptance. But the Az bit both refers to azure, which is a colour which makes sense in a town with colourful houses, but also they are the first and last letters of the alphabet, due to LGBT plus having an assortment of letters within its name, and any letter from A to Z, or A to Z, whatever, is a valid way to feel. Once you're done here, you can head on over onto the Brigomori, which is a bridge. Both of the big bridges in Croneo are referred to as Brig O something. It just felt right. It is named as such due to being near Azamori. It is based on the Glenfinnan Viaduct, a famous Scottish bridge which has appeared in those wizard movies. It had to appear due to its iconography. Another iconic Scottish landmark is the Falkirk Wheel, which the Brig O New, named due to its proximity to the town of Alderney in Croneo, is based on. It works both as a water route and an area which felt like it made sense to house the magnetic field, which evolves Charjabug and Magneton into Vikavolt and Magnezone respectively. The final segment spins around to change your level of elevation, much like the real-life Falkirk Wheel. Alderney isn't based on anywhere in specific. It exists to show Croneo's themes of past and future, by combining old-timey aesthetics with modern ones, even with having a gym castle that fuses those aesthetics. Anastasia or Maxwell can be fought here. There is one connection to Scotland here, which is an adaptation of a statue called the Kelpies. Since they depict the eponymous myth, I decided to make these statues light up with neon light to continue the town's theme of old and new. I also swapped out the Kelpies for a Cronian Substriker based on Kelpies itself, and Doomsdale based on the Knuckleavy, which is a Scottish demon. Another area is called the Northlands, evidently named after and based on the Highlands. Since the Scottish Highlands is iconic in itself, the northern area is based on it. It is an open area similar to that of Gosfortshire. The Highlands are famous for their hills and mountains, so I just let the landscape speak for itself. The Moss Rock can be found here. Speaking of mountains, Ben Cairn is the stand-in for Ben Nevis, Scotland's highest mountain. It is named after the Cairngorm Gemstone, Scotland's national gemstone, which itself shares its name with the Cairngorms, a mountain range in Scotland. It is also named after cairns, which are piles of rocks. There is an entrance at the top, because I wanted to add a fantasy element to that location. That of a town inside the mountain. The town is just called Bencairn, because I thought it would be cool to have a town inside a mountain. Just imagine, buildings inside caves. How cool is that? The gems at the bottom of the outside are actually the gym castle poking out, also acting as the exit. The gemstones are the same colour as the Cairngorm gemstone. Jasper is the gym leader here. Also, you get a good view of Loch Prass at the top and at the bottom. Speaking of Loch Prass, I had to include a Loch Ness area, which over the course of the project I debated on what to name it, and I finally decided on Loch Prass. This would be the largest area to find aquatic Pokémon, as well as where you take your paddock to evolve into Nescade. As the name may suggest, you can also encounter a shiny Lapras here, both to reference the shiny Gyarados in Johto as well as Nessie. I decided on a shiny Lapras and not a shiny Nescade due to the Nescade line appearing on Pike's team. Much like in Paldea, Croneo has ruins. This isn't just because Scotland has a lot of castles, but because a lot of Croneo's new Pokémon fit being encountered here. These ruins are only called the Westwake Ruins, due to being in the west and on the coast. If you collect all of the stray wisps you can encounter on your journey, because yes, you can do that, you'll be able to encounter and obtain an oo in Westwake Ruins. The island nearby is also called Westwake Island. Moving on south, we have Zampeton, which is based on St Andrews, a town in Scotland that houses a university which inspired the gym where you face Sonny, but also where his biggest hobby outside of battling originated in the real world. That hobby is Scotland's national sport, golf. Its odd name essentially means champion town, while also beginning with X, since the St Andrews Cross is the one depicted on the Scottish flag, and what partially inspired the X-Bill line, which also begins with an X, so I decided to make it match. There is also a bridge leading towards the Fluorescent Forest based on the iconic Swillicombe Bridge in St Andrews Links Golf Course. Speaking of the Fluorescent Forest, let's get back to it. The western part of the Fluorescent Forest houses stronger Pokémon of a mystical variety, including some fairy-type Pokémon, to deal with the upcoming Dark Gym Leader, although your playthrough could have had Brook already be fired, but luckily either way there are still some counters for flying-type Pokémon in here as well. Originally, the Fluorescent Forest was going to be 2 forests, with this west one being the mystical one. But since both felt like they could work as a mystical forest, and they were close together due to one being near the start of the adventure and one being near the end, and the start and the end of the adventure being the same place, it made sense to fuse them. The final town I'll be covering is the town where you'd be facing your 8th gym battle, Dunport, which is based on Dundee, the 4th largest city in Scotland, also known as Scotland's sunniest city. We don't get much sun, I think this might be a joke. Its name is a combination of Dundee and Port, because it's a portside town. The gym is based on Victoria and Albert Dundee, also known as V&A Dundee, which is a design museum. This is because I just thought the building looked cool from the outside. In this town, there's also a monument similar to Dundee's War Memorial. It leads you to a road that takes you to Gosford, where you would then face the League. I call this road Victory Road. I know, very creative on my part. And that's Croneo's map. I hope it was worth the wait. I also hope you realise that not all Pokemon maps are one-to-one with their original basis. I mean, Spain doesn't have a crater in the middle of it, unless if you're being really unflattering about Madrid. If you enjoyed the video, why not leave a like and subscribe, comment down below what your favourite town is, and check out my Instagram and Discord in the description. If you want to go the extra mile and support the channel, why not join my Patreon and become a member today? This is completely optional, but please consider it if you are able to. With all that said, see you next time. Cheerio! Hello everyone, welcome back to the Croneo region. Most main series regions have a set of gym leaders. Since this Fakemon project is based on the main series Pokemon games, why not make some gym leaders for it? I really like how Galar had version exclusive gym leaders, so instead of having just 8 gym leaders, I decided to have 11. Same deal as Galar, but one extra thing that I'll get to. I also appreciate the idea that Black and White had, where its first gym changed gym leader depending on what your starter was. I also saw potential in Galar having the 3 starter types as its first 3 gyms, so I'm kind of doing a mix here. The first 3 gyms change their order depending on your starter choice. Croneo also has 2 sets of starters, so I'll just mention which choices would need to be picked for a specific order once I've explained these 3 gym leaders. Let's start with the grass-type gym leader, Fig, who is non-binary and uses they/them pronouns, exclusively. And before you say it, yes, I'm wanting some of my gym leaders to have some form of representation going on. I know how it feels to want to be seen, and I want to give the feeling of being seen to people. Call me woke all you want, it's not an insult. Some people just exist, and I want to represent them, regardless of race, gender, sexuality, ableness, or any other form of background. The way I reflect that is by thinking of who the character is and fleshing them out. I don't want their personality to be what makes them different from the so-called norm, although sometimes it can reflect on who you are. Not Fig though, they're just a berry farmer. There's a lot of farmers in Scotland, and since I have multiple crop-based Pokemon that are grass type, it made sense for a grass specialist who farms. Berries are the most common farmable plant in Pokemon. Their name is Fig, after the plant, because I felt like it fit the vibe I wanted to go for them. Why are they non-binary specifically? Just felt like making this character non-binary, that's all. They are wearing green plaid and some muddy overalls. They like to get stuck in their work. For these first 3 gym leaders, I might as well just say their teams for if they're the 3rd gym leader, and their final rematch teams. Fig uses a Xyloregus, Cronian Darkspun, and they have a Lanternip as their ace. Their final rematch team adds Bunty, Hydrapple, and Sarina. Their gym puzzle would essentially be a farming minigame. The fire type gym leader is Charlotte, because it felt obvious to me that a fire specialist could be named that because of charring, like for the Charmander line. She's an older lady who likes to stay at home, sitting next to the fireplace, cuddling up with her Growlithe for Vulpix. However, she's an expert battler who can definitely turn up the heat in battle. Not all of my gym leaders have to represent a minority group, although I decided to have an older gym leader for diversity, since I noticed quite a few of my gym leaders are younger. I wanted to give her maternal or even grandmaternal vibes, both in physical attributes and appearance. Both because that's traditionally associated with warmth, and because she's the mother to the 8th gym leaders. Oh, and her walking stick, used to help her walk, as despite not being the oldest she has developed some motory issues, is modelled after Heatran. Her theme is homely vibes, so therefore her team is Cronian Chandelure, Locomotive, and Hogmanay, and her rematch team adds Vulcan, Turtonator, and Arcanine. Her gym challenge is just some straightforward trainers, but in a chill vibe since her gym appears to be like a cottage from the inside. Think Toriel's house from Undertale. The final out of these first 3 gym leaders I want to talk about is Pike, the water gym leader. Pike is a kind of fish, which works because he's a fisherman. Scotland's fishing scene is quite popular. Pike is full of life. His fisherman attire is meant to be bold and reference some real-world fisherman attire from Scotland. Although he predominantly wears yellow, he still reads as a water type, which I think is really cool. Because he's a fisherman, all of his Pokemon are fish of some description. His team consists of his Ace, Nescade, Milotic, and Salacious, with his final rematch team adding Cronian Dreadnought, Stoutzy, and Simon. The latter of which isn't a water type, but this isn't his gym team, and it's still a fish, so shush. The gym challenge is like Caboose from Galar, a Pokemon catching minigame, but instead of finding them in grass, you fish them out of the water. So what order do you face these 3? If you pick Buttercup or Ucat as your starter, you fight Pike first, then Fig, then Charlotte. If you pick Flamoo or Falcof as your starter, you fight Fig first, then Charlotte, then Pike. If you pick Platycroot or Calcifera as your starter, you fight Charlotte first, then Pike, then Fig. Now that's out of the way, let's have order. As in, these remaining 5 gyms are in a set order. Gym 4 actually has 2 gym leaders. They are version exclusive. You face the Bug-type gym leader Ant in Pokemon Agate, and the Poison-type gym leader Lily in Pokemon Obsidian. Let's talk about Ant first. I don't think I need to discuss his name. He's a gym bro, proud of the body he's built for himself and sees the strength in Bug-type Pokemon, as many see them as weaker than they truly are, which is an insecurity Ant has had about himself for a long time. Because he's proud of his body, the way he dresses shows off his muscles, abs, and chest. He has a butterfly-esque tattoo, both to reference his type and his personal journey, as well as the fact he kind of has a moth Pokemon on his team. The brand he is wearing is Galarian for Don't Wimp Out. His team is Santai, which is his ace, Jackiterror, and Cronian Espeon, with his rematch team adding Shuckle, Vikavolt, and Cronian Durant. Conversely, we have Lily, named after a poisonous flower, as well as famous painter Lily Elbe. She used to be shy and self-conscious, and although she has some discomforts to this day, she's learned to accept herself through poison Pokemon, who she relates to some extent, as she feels both her and poison types have historically been shunned by society. She's a little self-conscious about her face, so she wears a mask, which also fits the poison type since poison types can really smell, and also it just kind of fits the hazardous, toxic vibe that one would need to protect themselves from them. I don't know, I thought the look fit. Despite this, she knows and reassures herself that she's beautiful, so wears some really stylish poison-inspired clothing to showcase her beauty. Her team consists of Raticate, Cronian Umbreon, and her ace, Nanabe, with her final rematch team adding Garbodor, Salazzle, and Galarian Weezing, which is the native form of Weezing in Croneo. If you haven't already realised from Ant's scars and Lily's namesake, both of them are transgender, which was initially arbitrary, but they naturally developed in a direction which had their personalities both complement this aspect of their existence, as well as their typings, which I felt made them very layered and memorable. Their gym challenges would largely be the same, mazes you have to navigate, but Ants is a fitness gym and Lily's is a dance hall. Now, Gym 5 also has version-exclusive gym leaders, but instead of having complementing themes, they have more contrasting ones. Agate and Obsidian have very loose but definitely recurring themes of past and future. I was developing this region before Scarlet and Violet was announced, so I felt like having a Ghost and Electric gym leader respectively made sense. The Ghost gym leader is called Anastasia. Her name comes from Annie, the haunted doll in Scotland, and I decided to make the name the full version, to sound more formal. I spelled it the Polish way because I see Anastasia coming from another region originally, but calls Croneo her home. Her outfit is an old-fashioned dress since despite her young age, she is and always has been obsessed with old-fashioned aesthetics, and the past in general, ever since she was little. Her team is Gaizion, Cronian Zubstriker, and her ace, Caprine. Her rematch team adds Doomsdale, Cronian Palisand, and Mimikyu. The electric gym leader is called Maxwell, named after James Clerk Maxwell, who discovered the laws of electrodynamics. He works in the energy sector, and obsesses over the future as a result, contrasting his adopted daughter Anastasia. With this and being an older man, both of them breaking stereotypes of those age groups. Scotland is an energy powerhouse. The North Sea, which we border, is a hotspot for oil refining, but Scotland has been developing a lot more eco-friendly and renewable sources of energy, so hopefully one day we can stop mining for something that's literally destroying the planet. His team is Jolteon, Hydrode, and his ace, Torchard. His rematch team adds Rotom's Coal form, Cronian Venusaur, and Cryphogonal's Thunder form. Their gym challenge is essentially the same, navigating a dark room while having to light your way. Anastasia's one is more gothic, and by candlelight, while Maxwell has a more futuristic aesthetic with electric lights. Those next two gyms just have one gym leader, but the rock-type gym leader, Jasper, does have a different team depending on the version. Their team being Walynx, Cronian Sylveon, Archeops, and their version-exclusive ace, Obsidialic in Pokemon Agate, and Agaplura in Pokemon Obsidian. Bear in mind, you get whichever fossil they don't have, which visually corresponds to the version you'd get it in. Their final rematch team adds the two ice fossils, Squirage and Tunstag. Their name is a kind of mineral, and gender neutral, due to them being non-binary. However, something people tend to get wrong about non-binary representation is treating it like a third gender, when the whole point of non-binary as a label is to point out that not everyone fits nicely into one of two boxes, so neatly making a third is a bit weird. I will admit, some creators, myself included, have made a non-binary player option, but that's more to add a they-them pronoun option. Vig was intended to be agender, which means you have no sense of gender, and Jasper is intended to be gender fluid, meaning your sense of gender wanders and isn't just in one constant state, which is a bit ironic for a rock gym leader, but I digress. If you couldn't tell from their team, they research fossils. I always knew I wanted to make their ace the fossil you didn't pick, and that eventually led to the paleontology theme for their character. The taxonomy of prehistoric animals changes a lot, due to how much prehistory there is, so I guess you could say that's fluid. Their gym challenge will test out your Pokemon paleontology skills. Get questions right, you advance as normal. Get them wrong, you face a trainer. Leaving the world of LGBT+ representation for now, let's have something that cisgender heterosexuals tend to like. Golf. Meet Sonny. He's actually really good at what he does, despite kind of being a nepotism baby, as well as having hearing issues, hence the hearing aid, which is to do with how normal is the sound type. And he's such a powerful normal trainer that it doesn't affect his ability to battle. He is genuinely a good gym leader, hence how late you fight him. I kind of wanted his personality to be similar to Blue's, so I modelled his design after Blue. If he had blonde hair, a tan with a bad tan line, and if he really liked golf. Golf is Scotland's national sport, since it originated here. His team consists of Golforb, which is obviously his ace. It's a normal type, so it works, and it's specifically the Premier Ball variant due to Sunny carrying that kind of Pokeball. He also has a Club Wool to really put you on your toes, as well as a Cast form so it can change into a type which resists fighting, and Ooh, which is immune to fighting due to being Ghost normal. That being said, Golforb's ability gives it fighting immunity, so watch out. His rematch team continues the theme with a Protean Prideon, which will have a moveset that will resist fighting, as well as a Hedro, which is part fairy type. The gym challenge is a golfing minigame, with golf orb instead of golf balls. Finally, we have the 8th gym, which has 2 gym leaders for plot reasons. If you're not in the know, and this might clarify something that might have confused you earlier, there's 2 starter trios, resulting in 6 mutually exclusive options. The professor asks you for payment for the regular trio. You will have the money for it, but it will cost all of your money, which your mother will fork out some more for you after you purchase, but you're both not happy about it. However, you can refuse. Either way, a character called Brooke will meet you and introduce herself. She'll be an important character throughout the story. If you did refuse Barkley's offer, you can pick a starter that Brooke offers instead, which would be part of a bootleg fighting flying rock trio. So, if you pick Buttercup, Flamoo, or Platycroot and pay all that money to Barkley, it turns out that this Brooke character is the final gym leader. She specializes in the dark type. I mean, look at her. And her name rhymes with Crook, and I'll get into why that fits more simply than crooks are bad so dark later. She's a gothic punk, perfect for the stick it to the man storyline Croneo has. But, like a fair number of people who dress this way, she has an almost paradoxical obsession with cute stuff. In this case, cute Pokemon. She has a stylized Teddy Ursa, not a variant, on her top, and her favourite Pokemon is Snom. I know it's not a dark type, but it does evolve at night. In fact, her team has a theme of nocturnal Pokemon, although granted most overlap with the dark type. Said team consists of Rotom Tick, Dreadcat, Croneo Obstagoon, and her ace, Nosferatu. Her rematch team adds Weavile and Frosmoth, 2 Pokemon that evolve in the night. Snom is her favourite Pokemon after all. Now, if you don't pick the 3 previously mentioned starters, I said Brooke would give you a bootleg starter, either Ocat, Falco, or Calcifera. If this is the case, then later in the story something happens that results in her being fired, since she was not meant to do this, essentially making Brooke a crook. A crook that's on your side, but still. So, her sister, Harper, has to step in. Harper is a flying specialist, and her name comes from harpies, which are creatures that are half human, half bird from Greek and Roman mythology. I just thought the name sounded similar, fit a flying specialist, and I haven't seen anyone else name a flying specialist Harper, so I seized the opportunity. She's dressed as a pilot because, well, she is one. She was sworn in last minute, so may have been flying when she got the call. She's also a very inexperienced gym leader due to only just getting the job. And she's definitely the youngest gym leader, since she's 18 and qualifies to become a gym leader based on being at least 18. By the way, she's an aromantic asexual. Her true love is the sky, as well as the flying type Pokemon that occupy it. Her team consists of Boogabird, Exbury, Staraptor, and Corviknight, with Cronin Heatmore and Cryfalconel's Rain form being added for rematches. And yes, she'll give you Aerial Ace as her TM. She is, after all, an Aerial Ace. Their gym challenge would be the exact same since Harper subbed in at the last minute. You'd be climbing up a dark tower, all the way up to a moon, where the gym leader is. So in a way, it still fits Harper. So that's all of Croneo's gym leaders, but not all of its characters. You'll see the rest of them in the story video. Thank you so much for watching. Do the usual engagement stuff that YouTube requires to keep channels like mine alive. Liking, subscribing, and commenting are enough, but if you want to go the extra mile, consider donating money to me through Patreon or YouTube memberships. In return, you get early access to content before I post them here on YouTube or even on my Instagram, at Croneo_region. You will also get access to exclusive channels on my Discord server. The rest of the server is free for anyone to join. Special thanks to all the artists I commissioned for the trainers and Fakemon shown in this video. And with that, I will see you next time. Cheerio! Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region. Today I'm going to finally lay out the plot of the hypothetical games Pokemon Agate and Pokemon Obsidian. So without any further ado, let's get into it. Naturally, you start by selecting the player option you want. The 3 default character options are Andy, Sammy, and Sophie, who are all essentially a he, him, they, them, and she, her option respectively. But they're fully customizable. Think the clothing options of Galar, but the face options of Paldea. For the purposes of this video, I will show Sammy to denote the player. The story starts with the Pokemon League's opening ceremony. As the player, you're witnessing it not from within the league building itself, where the league is housed, and the ceremony is being held, but from home, in the same town called Gosford, streaming the event. You couldn't afford the VIP tickets, but the live stream is free to watch. The chairman of the league, Taylor, welcomes everyone and thanks the league's sponsors. He passes over the microphone to Barkley, also known as the Pokemon Professor. He gives the usual speech about how the world is inhabited by Pokemon, while sending out his destiny, and states that he studies the potential in Pokemon. He also announces the trainer startup program is officially open as soon as he gets back to his lab. Taylor proceeds to tease that maybe a budding trainer could defeat the champion. An older lady steps forward. Her name is Miriam, the champion of the Croneo region. She proceeds to state that she looks forward to meeting any challengers that sign on this season. After that, Taylor announces that the new season of the Croneo League has now begun. So, you leave your home, but not before speaking to your mother and receiving 5,000 Pokédollars from her. You then head to the professor's lab. You're actually the first to arrive. Barkley greets you before his daughter, Heather, enters behind you. She seems not to be in a good mood, especially towards her father. Heather will be your rival. Because you arrived first, you get first pick. Your choices are Buttercup, Flamoo, and Platicroot. Before you even have a chance to think, Barkley says any of these can be yours for 5,000 Pokédollars. Both you and Heather are shocked by this. Heather complains about it to Barkley, but he then turns to you and responds, "You didn't expect to have to pay, did you? What do you think this is, Professor Barkley's free Pokemon giveaway? You can't expect to get things for free, you know." He then reassures Heather that she can get it for free since she's his daughter, but you, the player, have to pay the price or get out of Professor Barkley's sight. Let's go over what happens if you end up paying. Once the transaction happens, you actually get to select from the group of 3 before exiting the lab. You hear a shouting match before Heather storms out. She says that she's sorry if you heard any of that. Her dad can be very annoying. She then challenges you to a battle, where she uses the starter strong against yours. There is no prize money either way for this one, but future battles won't be so kind. After the battle, whatever the outcome, Heather vows to try and be strong enough to take down the Pokemon League, and not to take it personally if she keeps defeating you, before leaving to start her own adventure. Your mother calls and finds out about the price of your partner Pokemon. She's in shock, not mad at you, but surprised that they cost so much, when they used to be free in her day. She sends you money to make up for the cost, which also doesn't punish players for using a premium starter. Just before you start going on your own adventure, a strange woman confronts you. She introduces herself as Brooke. She noticed that there was a fee for the trainer startup program, and felt it was gatekeeping those not lucky enough to afford it. She asks you if you think it's fair, and you respond with no, mainly due to how your mother mentioned earlier it being free when she was young. Brooke agrees with you, and gives you her contact details before heading off. Brooke will act as a recurring character who will serve as an ally to the player throughout the game. This is also made clear if you chose not to pay Barkley. He says that you've wasted your time and asks you to leave. Once you leave the lab, this is when you would meet Brooke. Again, she notices that there's a fee and actually has prepared for a scenario where a trainer can't or won't pay. Heather storms out and starts apologizing like she would have if you paid, but then pauses and asks who Brooke is. She'd formally introduce herself before explaining she was just about to give you, the player, a starter for free. Heather said that she also refused, so wondered if she could have one too. Brooke agrees but tells Heather she should wait, since the player got here first. Heather agrees. Brooke apologizes in advance that these choices aren't glamorous. This is because these starters are, by definition, bootleg. As a result, although they form a perfect type triangle, offensively and defensively, they have differences in their type, evolution method, and number of stages. Your choices are between the fighting type Occat, the flying type Falcoth, and the rock type Calcifera. All are 2-stage monotypes that evolve via friendship. Once you make your choice, Heather naturally picks the one that's strong against yours. Heather battles you in a similar manner to how I stated earlier, even with her final end speech being the same. Heather leaves to start her own journey, and Brooke gives you her contact details before she leaves herself. Your mother calls and is shocked to find out the price of the trainer startup program. This time you tell her what happened and she seems fine with it, since she knows who Brooke is. By the way, I haven't mentioned what Heather's team will be yet, as I'll go over her full team team in your final battle with her in the main story. Now you get to explore Gosford. You'll be able to shop for items and maybe even get some special items like the Amulet Coin or Soothe Bell if you're lucky. When you head towards the north exit, you stumble upon a protest. Think the scene in Black and White, in a Cumula town, where Getsis is preaching to liberate Pokemon, except remove him, Team Plasma, and the liberating Pokemon bit. This time, there's a guy named Douglas instead, preaching about the fair treatment of all trainers, not just the financially better off ones. Essentially, he knows he's strong enough to at least be considered to be a gym leader. He's even been recognized as the best trainer of ground types in the region. But this is being denied, and has been for a while. The police then arrive and politely ask him to stop. Douglas does so, but not before telling the crowd to remember his words. Barkley shows up and tells you that he thinks Douglas is a bad influence, and it would be wise to stay clear of him. And now you can explore the eastern part of the Fluorescent Forest as well as the early routes, which I'm calling Gosfordshire. The player goes to either Bloomborough, Bayhaven, or Aberlachy, depending on which starter they picked, to challenge the first gym. The gym battles won't be mentioned here, not just due to the lack of order, but all of them won't be mentioned. I explained those in the gym leader video if you want to check it out. But the events of what happens after each gym battle remains in the order I'm about to say them in. They just occur in different towns, just like all the Nimona cutscenes in the Victory Road storyline in Scarlet and Violet. So you tackle whichever your first gym is, in whichever town you're needing to go. More details on the towns in the map video. But after you get your first badge, you meet up with Heather, who challenges you to a battle. Once you've won, both you and Heather spot some shady criminals dressed in pink and blue. They are Team Sparkle, the villainous team of the Croneo region. Their whole deal is trafficking shiny Pokemon. You can actually already see them handle a shiny X-Bill and a shiny Hedgie. They are seen with an admin for Team Sparkle, named Stuart, who spots the pair of you and immediately panics. He sends some of the grunts to deal with you two. You, the player, fight two back to back, as does Heather. Once they're defeated, Stuart is nowhere to be seen. Brooke arrives as she was tipped off about the people trafficking Pokemon around this area. She knows that shiny Pokemon in particular are worth a lot more in the black market, which makes Team Sparkle even more despicable. Brooke then heals your Pokemon as well as Heather's. Reinforcements then come and the player has to partake in a double battle. Once they're defeated, Brooke says she'll stay behind and deal with the others, while you and Heather try and find the admin. Heather will heal your Pokemon if you ask her to. Luckily, Stuart isn't very far away. He's actually cowering away in fear, almost in plain sight. Once you approach, he battles you, with a team of Princess and Bidoof. However, you easily win, as he is a pushover. Brooke arrives after, and says she can take it from here. You and Heather can then go off your separate ways to train for the next gym. Once you've defeated the second gym, you actually bump into Douglas. He greets you and gives you the time of day. He explains himself. He's not just someone that believes he specifically deserves the right to be a gym leader. He just wishes people like him, those who aren't as well off in the region, could at least be considered to be a gym leader. He comes across as nice and humble, but determined to make an impact. He notes how he's heard of you since he's good friends with Brooke, who told him about your encounter with Team Sparkle, and how you skillfully dealt with them alongside Heather. He also admits he's here to investigate some shady goings-on. Chairman Taylor seems to be discussing something sketchy with someone on the board of directors. You decide to listen in, and Taylor mentions how he has a rendezvous with someone called Alexi, to discuss why Stuart is taking so long, before he leaves. You're both in shock at this revelation. The League has criminal connections? But Douglas isn't very surprised, since certain things are starting to click together. After Taylor left and Douglas has spoken, the director notices that she and Taylor have been spied on, and decides to call security. They arrive to receive orders, and refer to her by name, Morven. You and Douglas have to face a security guard each in a single battle, before facing Morven herself in a 2v1 double battle, with her Cronian Cherubi and Cronian Roselia. You both win, because you're awesome. Upon defeat, she leaves quietly. Douglas says he'll update Brooke on this and thanks you for your impeccable battling before he leaves. You move on to your third gym challenge. Once you've defeated the gym leader, which means by this point you'd have faced Fig in Bloomborough, Charlotte in Bayhaven, and Pike in Aberlachy, whichever town you just faced your third gym leader in is the one you'll find the governess of the region, Sterling, accompanied by champion Miriam, addressing recent rumours and controversies, such as bootleg starters combating the trainer startup program. and even the rise in power that Team Sparkle might have, with having criminal connections to the League. Heather joins you, initially wanting to battle, but sees the same thing you are. A peaceful protest begins. No violence, no damage, just chants and maybe a few placards. A very strict reaction from the police ensues, including some officers engaging in a double battle between you and Heather. The police sheriff, Rory, decides to battle you both as well, not realizing who you both are, sending out his Cronian Mightyena and Cronian Watchog. Once he's defeated, Barkley shows up to bail you out. Heather tries to explain what happened, but her father's having none of it and leaves, not before telling you both to stay out of trouble. Heather heals both her and your Pokemon before she finally has that battle. The battle calms her down, but she's still a bit angry. She thanks you for having her back, and then you both leave. Once you return to Gosfordshire, you get a glimpse of the Box Legendary. This appearance is fleeting, but meant to make you, the player, look in awe. After this, you head north. You can stop by the Isle of Snow and New Freezington along the way, as well as the abandoned rig, before heading to your next gym town, Azamori. Once you're done with the gym, you see Douglas investigating again. He's horrified about what he's seeing. A Team Sparkle admin, Mari, terrorizing an old man. It turns out he hasn't paid the full amount to receive his shiny Scout. You then approach, and Mari isn't impressed. Douglas also states his outrage at what Team Sparkle are doing, only for the old man to be horrified, as all he wanted was a friend. But he didn't realize what Team Sparkle were truly doing. Team Sparkle Grunts approach, and you fight them in a single battle and then a double battle, before Mari steps in herself. She uses Togasaur, Nezumaruto, Pupsky, and a female Sherlock. Once you defeat her, she's actually impressed by your strength, and has the audacity to try and recruit you. Of course you refuse, and she leaves, and tells the old man that Team Sparkle isn't done with him. Douglas says he'll comfort the old man, and see that he is safe. You wonder why you don't just contact the police, where Douglas responds by saying, "Where do you think the Croneo Region's police get their money from?" He then says he'll also let Brooke and Heather know. You then head to the town of Aldenew, not only to face your 5th gym leader, but also to find Heather, who you have your 4th battle with. She tells you she's battling you, as there's another protest happening nearby. If they see 2 kids that are battling, and they're not part of the protest, they'll just assume they're not a threat. They are already suspicious of you both, so Heather wants to try and throw them off your scent. After your battle, you overhear Governess Sterling make a speech. She reiterates how you should trust those in charge, as they make decisions for your own protection. The people of the Croneo region are so lucky to live the lives they do. She says that living in Croneo is better than living in other regions. She asks how someone could possibly feel distrust for those who are aiming to uphold this. Sterling continues by stating to make the lives of people and Pokemon even better, Pokemon centers around the region will now be managed by those who can make use of the Poké Dollars they receive, and pump the best resources into providing the essential healthcare to your Pokemon. She says that this private model proved a difficult choice to make, as this would burden those using Pokemon centers with having to pay a small fee in order to use them, but this was a price she was sure the Croneo region is willing to pay, for the greater good, of course. This sparks outrage and even more protest, which the police attempt to dispel once again with force, turning a non-violent protest into a riot. The police deploy their Watchog and Mightyena to deal with the dissenting voices. Sheriff Rory from earlier spots you and Heather, and then a double battle ensues. He doesn't hold back, with his Stoutland, Gloriana, and Myriad. But he inevitably gets defeated. He says he believes that you're good kids, but he's only doing his job. He tells you both to stay out of this, for your own good. After you and Heather leave, she tells you to head up to Ben Cairn, the largest mountain in the Croneo region. Once you're up there, you spot the box art legend in the distance once again, before heading inside the opening at the top. Once you do that, you find expansive caves to wander down, until you enter the town of Ben Cairn, which is inside the caves. You battle the gym leader, and then leave out of the bottom exit. From this point on, Sterling's policy has been enacted. You will now have to pay to use the Pokemon Center. Good luck. You also find Brooke with Morven. Brooke was once again tipped off that something was happening here. Morven states she's actually waiting for Taylor to arrive for their meeting, to discuss Croneo's economy leveling up as it were, which makes those working for the League even richer. She boasts about how they're going to boost the Croneo region's tourism and the League's sponsorships by capturing the legendary Pokemon, to symbolize the region's history and prosperity. Funnily enough, They were considering putting it on Miriam's team, mainly because you and Heather have a strong chance at stopping the Elite Four, so want to make sure the champion was unstoppable. This would be when Brooke explains the lore behind the legendaries, which I will explain to you now. An ancient Pokémon that had powers over time itself fought a rival from what we now know as Ultraspace. The ancient Pokémon won, and took the crystal spoils that broke off its rival's body. It felt a sense of familiarity at a glance. It chose a creature of the ocean to bond with one of them, to swim through the past as if it were the vast ocean itself. It chose a creature of the land to bond with another, since it would run towards the future like the many destinations it would on land. The last was a creature of the sky. The bonding process proved different to the others. However, it worked all the same. The creature looked over the present, a bird's eye view of the entire world and everything that happened within it. It roared a temporal frequency, not just to allow the bonding to occur, but to make these creatures immortal. Their role was to look over history, to see if this rival would ever return. Taylor arrives and says that they're too late, as the plan is already in motion. The legendary Pokemon will be theirs. Brooke almost growls at Taylor, which he laughs at. Anyways, remember how at the very start, you could either pay the professor and get the premium starter trio, or refuse to get the bootleg starters. That choice impacts this very moment. If you did pay Barkley for your starter, Taylor says to Brooke, if you're worried about your job, don't be. It's not as if you can do anything to stop us. But if you refuse to pay Barkley and Brooke gave you a bootleg starter, Taylor instead says, as for you, Brooke, don't think we didn't know you handed this young trainer a Pokemon off license. You are fired from the gym leader position effective immediately. Maybe your sister will be able to take over and finally reach her dream. And hopefully she'll be more loyal than insubordinates like you. After all of these cutscenes, regardless of what Taylor said to Brooke, both you and Brooke are challenged to a battle by Morvin and Taylor. Morvin has a Cronian Roserade, Cronian Cherim, and a Gimmighoul, while Taylor has a Gigaligia and Fryvern. Once you defeat them both, they leave, but not before Taylor hints to you that you'll likely find your next gym badge at Zampeton, where his formidable nephew is the gym leader. Brooke reassures you that Sonny is actually fine, he's chill, he's not actually anything like his uncle. She also promises to coordinate an effort with Douglas and Heather to stop this catastrophe from happening. As Taylor said, you then head to Zampeton, the golf hub of the region. You battle Sonny and win. Outside the gym wait Heather, Brooke, and Douglas. Heather says that the box legend has been ensnared by the leader of Team Sparkle. Douglas then says that they should all head to the Zeninsula immediately. Brooke tells the player to stream everything when they get there. So you head across Loch Prass and head to the Zeninsula, south of Gosfordshire. Immediately, you see your friends being stopped by Team Sparkle. You have a 1v2 with both of the admins. Although, it's essentially a 1v1 double battle against Mari, since her team has been updated with higher levels and the unevolved Mon now evolving into Nezuken and Gracier, while Stuart hasn't even leveled up his Pokemon. Once you defeat them, you approach the scene. All four of you can see the ensnarement of the legendary Pokemon. You can also see Sterling, Taylor, and Team Sparkle leader Alexi in charge. A bunch of police guarding the area, League security guarding the officials, and some Team Sparkle grunts approach and tell you to back off. Heather shouts that she's had enough of people telling her to stay out of trouble, while Brooke and Douglas adamantly push back against these lackeys. You have to fight one police officer, one security guard, and one grunt in a triple battle, so be prepared. Alexi then approaches to deal with you himself. He'll use a less powerful version of the team I'll mention later, but once you defeat him, he says this changes nothing. Taylor approaches, saying that the plan will still go ahead. Sterling gloats that there's nothing you can do to stop them. Heather then speaks up, informing them that that's not true. Since she's been on social media to check the news, Sterling's polling is at an all-time low. Brooke lets Taylor know that many employees, including significant ones, don't like the direction that he's been taking the league, as well as them not being a fan of his abuse of power. As a result of this public internal meltdown, the sponsors are bailing, and Douglas rubs it into Alexi by telling him that since Team Sparkle definitely don't have permission or power to back this up, Alexi isn't just violating the law, but he needs to leave immediately if he doesn't want to face retribution. Not only would you take your friend's word for this, but a montage would play of all of these events happening, so you can see most of the Croneo region are tired of this nonsense too. You can even see them reacting real time to the events going on. All of this stops the ensnaring due to the intense public backlash, as well as the grip they have on their power slipping further and further. The Legendary is thankful for this and insists that one of the heroes battle it and have the reward of its companionship upon victory. Heather, Brooke and Douglas all decline, so you can battle the Legendary. You can't say no. It will be caught eventually, and it will refuse to faint in this battle. Heather, as per usual, heals the player before and after this. Alexei proceeds to say the following, depending on the version. Praetorate, or Mebicordian. The hindsight, or foresight, Pokemon. We could have used this Pokemon's knowledge of the past or future, and be able to use that to either learn from past mistakes of our predecessors, or to know all future possibilities and avoid all bar the successful ones. This would make us even more powerful. It's such a shame that this stupendous ability shall be wasted on a runt like you. And then a voice saying, couldn't agree more, Alexei, comes from behind the protagonists. The heroes turn around to see Professor Barkley. They are all stunned. Heather, in her fury, shouts, I knew you were a piece of work, Dad. You are as horrible a person as you are a father, which Barkley chuckles at. Brooke realizes this all makes sense. For a scheme this airtight, involving all these League resources being used, an army of criminals deployed, and a shady government cover-up, they needed someone with the intelligence to plan it all. Douglas asks why a man of science would ever want to be embroiled in a scheme like this. Barkley responds with, money. That's what makes the world run. And he admits he doesn't study the potential Pokemon have in battle or in day-to-day life. No, he studies the potential for Pokemon to make everyone money. Brooke tells him that it's too late. The heroes have won, but Barkley has a sinisterly triumphant grin. He makes an almost grand speech about the safeguards he came up with for the Elite Four to fall back on, to delay the consequences and potentially still win it all, with laws being made, contracts being signed, permissions being forged, and research being backed up. Before he and the villains leave, he makes one final move, pulling out a gadget he'd been hiding the whole time, a modified snag machine, based on a machine developed in the RA region, allowing him to steal the Legendary right from your hands. Before you can protest, the villains leave with a final statement. Get your final gym badge from Dunport and challenge them at the League. You travel to Dunport and battle whichever gym leader is applicable to your playthrough, but then after you've explored Dunport, you head along Victory Road and full circle back to Gosford. You head towards the Pokemon League, but before you enter, Heather confronts you one last time. She wants to make sure which one of you should take them down. She knows both of you are strong enough, but whoever wins will get that last bit of training to be able to take them all down. Her team is the starter Pokemon strong against yours, as well as Croneo Snorlax, Protest for Myriad, Scrapoon, Draconion, and an Absol holding an Eviolite. Naturally, you win and enter the Pokemon League. You can fight the Elite Four in any order, but their levels scale. Let's go over them in no particular order. First, let's face Governess Sterling, the Steel-type Elite Four member. She has an Eviolite Boxterity, Lucario, Sojin, Armor Crown Serpedon, and her ace, Croneo Hydreigon. Next, let's face Charmin Taylor, the Dragon-type Elite Four member. He has a Haxorus, Dracovish, Gigaligia, Fryvern, and his ace, Empire Crown Serpedon. Team Sparkle Boss Alexei is the Fairy-type Elite Four member. All of his Pokemon are shiny. He starts with a Cast form which he sets up Fog with, and continues with a Tinkaton, Billy, Croneo Naganadel, and his ace, Croneo Kingambit. Yes, it does have Supreme Overlord. The remaining Elite Four member is Professor Barkley, the Psychic-type specialist. His team is Dr. Slowking, who is his research partner, as well as Metagross, UFO, Chai Monarch, and his ace, Parasite. After this, you face the champion, Miriam. Her team consists of Croneo Poltegeist, Golforb, but the Master Ball one. It's the same as the other ones, it just looks like a Master Ball. Otrick, a Greninja that may or may not have Battle Bond, as well as her two aces, one of which is Thundercrown Serpedon, and the other is the Box Art Legendary that got stolen from you earlier. In the same ball and everything. It's a difficult battle, but you win. You enter your name and team into the Hall of Fame, becoming the new champion. with a cutscene of you doing this, as well as being greeted by all the gym leaders. Miriam gives you back the legendary you caught, since it's yours, and she'd be forced to return it anyways. We cut to a news report on the Elite Four controversies. It shows that Miriam retires fully, Taylor steps down as chairman, Sterling loses the election, Barkley's lab gets raided leading to his arrest, but Alexei cannot be found, even with Team Sparkle's secret base being raided and all other members being arrested. However, you can spot one of the police suspiciously having similar hair to Alexei. This officer is also wearing Crocs. We then cut to Loch Prass, where you are with Heather, Brooke, and Douglas. Brooke mentions that she no longer has to worry about her job security. She either never got caught disobeying the Elite Four, or she has her job in the league back. Douglas mentions now with the Elite Four gone, he could probably apply to be a gym leader. Brooke responds that he could possibly be an Elite Four member himself if he's strong enough. Heather is inspired to become a gym leader herself. She knows she's a bit young right now, but she can at least start working towards it. Now her father's out of the equation, nothing's stopping her from officially pursuing battling. Everyone's happy and optimistic for the future. The camera pans over the water as the credits start to roll. However, a post-credit scene plays. We see Barkley in prison, reading the news. A guard comes in to help him escape. Once they've done so, they're far away from the prison, before Barkley notes that he knew he'd be rescued by a good friend. Alexei takes off his disguise, not being surprised that Barkley saw through it. Barkley mentions that it was the Crocs that gave it away. Alexei reveals that Team Sparkle is no more, but he's found a new calling since they were rumbled. An organization so large that operates in the shadows for people like him and Barkley. Great minds who aspire for power but have been denied it, or those who wish to serve people like them. Barkley is curious and wondering if this is a recruitment. Alexei grins and says, "How would you like to join Team Syndicate?" Barkley also grins. The end! For now. And that's the story. There would be a post-game, but the only notable things to mention are being able to catch Orpeth Eagle, which would be a side quest leading you to the Zenitula once more where you can encounter it. You can also find the Reggies, some Mythicals, and rematch the gym leaders, but they'll all have their own videos if they don't already. You would also finally get the chance to fight Douglas, his team consisting of Petion, Ursaluna, Cronian Crabominable, Male Sherlock, Croneo, and his ace, Cronian Luxray. It packs a mean earthquake, so be careful. There may be other stuff, but this is all I've come up with. If you've enjoyed this video, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and share the video with your friends as well. I really hope you consider subscribing, because any number really helps out. There's also my Instagram page and my Discord server, where you can get more information on all the Croneo Pokemon, as well as discuss the region with fans such as yourself. Links in the description. If you want to go the extra mile, consider supporting me on Patreon, or as a YouTube member. But only if you're able to. It's optional, but it will help me continue to make Fakemon content. I must also thank all the artists who I've just credited on screen and in the description. Thanks for watching until the end. There is still more Croneo videos to come, but until next time, I bid you farewell. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Croneo region, the Fakemon region based on Scotland that I've been showing off for the past 18 months now. Today I'm going to do a sort of sequel to my gym leaders video, by showing off all the other NPCs. I want to do this now since the plot video is out, because I didn't want to spoil the plot, so best you go watch it first. Assuming you have, let's start off with your rival, Heather. She's also the daughter of the Professor, since I felt that would provide great story potential. To me, the Professor is a figure of authority you'll always trust in Pokemon. At least this was true before Gen 9, which wasn't even announced when I came up with most of these characters, including the Professor. And yes, a lot of these ideas are ones I've had since then. The story ideas and most of the character concepts which came from them were some of the earliest ideas I had in the project. Anyways, with this assumed trust in the Professor, I felt that would naturally start you off with a sense of opposition to Heather, compounded by the fact that she's quite competitive, to sort of emulate the likes of Blue and Silver. That said, I'm not sure how much that came across, since everyone kinda guessed that Barkley was evil from the start. Sylvie. Speaking of, she's not white or male. This was more a decision not made out of any diversity related reasons, but out of variety. Prior to Generation 9, since that's what's relevant for my decision making, if we ignore all the rivals that are just the gender option you didn't pick, the only female rivals we had were Bianca, Shauna, and I guess Marnie? I don't think I'd count Lily, although she's still important to the plot, but even if I did include her, girls are in the vast minority. compared to boys, as rivals go. So I felt like having a female rival was important, which also felt impactful because I was only planning the one rival, and all the female rivals I mentioned at least share the spotlight or are overshadowed by either a male rival or the alternative gender rival, which could be male. I also felt that all of the more competitive rivals, while having very distinctive designs, felt like they could have someone that looked quite different in their lineup, since they're all pale boys. Yes, we have Nimona now, but remember, I came up with Heather before Nimona came out. Speaking of, when Nimona's design was revealed, I immediately got anxious due to the fact that what I had planned for Heather was going to draw comparisons. Not just due to being a girl who isn't as pale as the other rivals, but the alternate colour streak in her hair. I stuck to my guns, however, since we can have multiple characters like this. Also, the reasons I stated still apply, but I've not mentioned why her hair has an alternate colour. The colour itself is just complementary to her outfit, which I'll get to. As for why she has a streak at all, it's because I wanted to play into the rebellious teen trope, which I don't see as a problem since it does tie in with her character, which is fully explored and doesn't feel like she's just rebellious, because as we found out, she was right to feel the way she does about her dad. As you can see from her hair, her clothes, and her personality, I did kind of have a punk theme going through my head with Heather's design, which makes sense considering she's a protagonist in an anti-establishment storyline, with her dyed hair, purple leather jacket, and spiky boots adding to the aesthetic. As for her choice of shirt, no, she's not part of Team Yell. No, she doesn't come from Spikemouth. No, she's not related to Marnie and Piers. She's just a fan of Piers' music. Are you seriously telling me you've never heard of a teenager wearing merch of their favourite bands and singers before? For her team, due to the kind of rival I wanted her to be, I did decide to have Heather pick the starter strong against yours, like most rivals in the first 6 generations did. She doesn't have any psychic types, since her dad is a psychic specialist. Originally, I wanted her to have a bug, a dark, and a ghost type to really sell this further, but the only ghost type I felt worked without any overlap with Anastasia, or any other type specialist using a ghost type mon, was Croneo Charizard. But if I had to give her a fairy type, Myriad's protest form made more sense, due to the theme of her character and her role in the story. So I had to scrap her having a ghost member, but I'm sure her team would have plenty of ghost moves. I also struggled with the dark type, for similar reasons, but I felt like it would work to give her an Eviolite Absol, since Absol can now evolve into Heracite, which gains the psychic type, which Heather wouldn't want, due to it being her dad's ace, as well as being psychic type generally. So she's making use of the fact that Absol is a dark type that isn't fully evolved. Her Croneo Snorlax is there because it's a bug type, and I thought that it would work on a rival team. Scrapoon works due to the kinship alternative people have with raccoons, as well as the fact that it is a steel type, as steel is the only type that resists psychic other than psychic itself. As for Draconion, I felt like putting Draconion on somebody's team, and since evolutions don't go to villains, she was really the only trainer who could get one. Also, I sensed that if Croneo were an anime, the trademark Eevee story arc, like with May, Serena, etc., would surround Heather's Eevee, since I'd assumed Douglas's would already be a Petion at this stage. Finally, her name. Pokemon have a tendency to name characters after plants, and flowers in particular. Think Iris, Peony, Poppy, Cress, etc. There's a long history of that. Considering she's the daughter of a professor who are usually named after trees, which Bartley is too, it made sense that someone named after a big plant would have a daughter named after a small one. Heather is a kind of flower, and probably the most iconic kind in Scotland outside the thistle. Heather is also a girl's name in Scotland, so I felt that worked. They also tend to be pinkish, purpley, lavender, which fits Heather's colour scheme. If you're enjoying this video so far, consider giving it a like, and why not subscribe? I want to at least double my subscriber count as my end of year goal. My resolution, if you will. Also, make sure to check out my Instagram in the description, and maybe join the Discord server as well, if you want to talk with other fans of Croneo, or even participate in my ongoing contest. Optionally, if you can and want to financially support what I do, check out my Patreon or become a YouTube member today. Back to the video. Let's talk about your 2 other friends, or rather just one of them, since Brooke I already talked about in the gym leader video. So, what about Douglas? Well, he plays into the socialist themes of Croneo's plot. He wants to become a gym leader because he's a very talented battler and passionate about ground types, but he can't. If you didn't understand why they weren't letting him in to become a gym leader, especially if Brooke got fired, considering that created a vacancy, this is meant to be a take on class warfare. The Elite Four are in charge of the league, and meant to be the upper class, elites if you will. Most of the gym leaders are wealthy enough to to live comfortably and kinda get what they want from time to time. Not exactly lavish in riches, except for maybe Sunny, considering he's related to one of the Elite Four. So the higher working class and middle class, essentially. Douglas is meant to be a guy who's a bit lower down the ladder. As a result, he doesn't have the money to splash on anything fancier than what he wears, and the Elite Four think that would tarnish their reputation. As for what he is wearing, he has shoes and he doesn't know how to tie them, which was a funny quirk the artist wanted to add. It could be comic relief. You could also read into it as him not being able to afford any alternative kind of shoes. As for the rest of his clothes, the trousers are brown since he's a ground specialist, and his hoodie is a tie-dye hoodie which references Croneo Luxray, his ace. His hair being a bit shaggy is also a reference to the wispy fur on Croneo Luxray. Now, why is it Douglas's ace? Well, in universe it is ghost type due to similar reasons as Hisui and Zoroa, that being humanity treating it horribly and disenfranchising it, just how Douglas feels. I also made it a ground type to fit Douglas. By the way, if you want to find out more about the real world inspirations that went into the Croneo Shinx line, as well as other Canadian mon I decided to add due to some connections that Canada and Scotland have, check out that video. But anyways, his team, which you battle in the post game, is just all of the fully evolved ground types in Croneo, and in Ursaluna, since not only can you get the Pete block in Croneo, but it's even stronger than it was in Hisui, granting Eevee a new ground type evolution in Petion. So you could get Ursaluna too. His name is Scottish in origin, meaning dark stream, so in a way it kinda ties into his story due to his future job prospects being murky. Also, the first syllables sound like Doug, as in to dig. Time to talk about the Chief of Police, Rory. Yes, I went for a very Scottish spelling for a reasonably simple name. His name means Red King, which is kinda ironic because if anything, he should be a Blue King. Honestly, nothing really too special about him. I felt like a Chief of Police character was needed to stand out against the regular officers, a more seasoned veteran, and I just had the idea for a big mustache to be given to him. It fits with the Stoutland he has. He has a Gloriana because the police are known for having dogs, and he has a sheriff form of Myriad because thematically it just made sense. I think how people are receiving him is pretty much how I intended. Some people think he's bad because he's in charge of a corrupt police force, but some see him in a more sympathetic light, taking the "I'm only doing my job" line at face value. I'm not going to say you should or you shouldn't, because I want to leave it ambiguous. Whether or not you believe him is up to you. I feel like a lot of people miss the nuance of the ACAB debate. It doesn't literally mean every cop is a bad person on an individual basis. However, the reality is that there are systemic issues that mean even the good people can be forced into situations that are bad, and sometimes those who revel in bad situations are encouraged to make more happen. So realistically, blind trust in the police is even more naive than believing that all are bad. As I say, it's nuanced, and I don't want to go any more in depth about the entire debate. If you want to read into it further, I hope that this acts as a springboard for further research, as I hope all the themes of Croneo would. But back to Rory, I left it as vague as the situation is nuanced. I'm glad I was able to execute it in that way. Let's talk about the other institutional corruption within the storyline, mainly organizations which do power grabs by any means necessary, particularly from those in charge of said organizations, the board of directors. Morven isn't in charge of them per se. That's the job of Chairman Taylor, of course. But Morven is the only one we meet, discussing financial plans to net even more money for the league, basically so it can just funnel up to them. Her name is also Scottish in origin and can mean Big Gap, or more pertinently, Big Peak, which makes sense due to how she wants to reach bigger peaks time after time financially. She uses the Croneo Cherubi line due to Holly being tired of Christmas, which has been commercialized beyond belief. She uses the Croneo Roselia line as I based it on thistles, a national symbol of Scotland, and she is one of those patriots who doesn't actually care about their country, but would do any awful deed in its name. Well, I guess here it's region and not country. And Gimme Ghoul because she loves money. Goldengo would have been a bit tough to fight before your 7th gym badge. Admittedly, when it comes to evil teams, I wasn't sure what to do. Usually they're tied with the plot, either being themed around the world-destroying legendaries, nothing really to do with the wider plot, or is just the entire plot with Team Plasma. Since I knew I wanted the League to be the main villains, it was hard to slot in an evil team. However, I had the idea that one of the Elite Four could be the de facto evil team leader, and realistically the team could be used as lackeys to both be a private army and another avenue to fund their ventures, since the elites are all about money, so having something like Team Rocket was a must for me. I admit, I'm not the first person to conceptualize the idea of a shiny Pokemon trafficking ring. I made sure to go out of my way not to check out any of the others once I had the idea, since I wanted any subconscious overlap to be at a bare minimum. Their leader, Alexi, was actually designed first. His colour scheme kinda trickled down to the grunts and admins. In terms of the grunt design, the idea the artist and I had was to make them clubbers. I also wanted to make the femme one more of a tomboy, and the mask one have a midriff, since I felt it fit. Now, a few people have called them furries. While that is not the intent behind their headwear, think what you want. I was just inspired by those frog hats, and I thought it would be cute for the femme grunt to have a Jigglypuff themed one, and have her hair twirl out to imitate it. The mask grunt then got a Riolu to match. Moving on to the first admin you face, Stuart. He's designed to be the most pathetic human being you've ever met. Why is he so pathetic? Because I felt that it would be funny. His design was so pathetic he almost looked like a child. To make it a bit less ambiguous, he has a tattoo of his ace, Princess. It's his ace because it's a poison type, and evil team members usually use poison types. Dark types as well, but shh. His pathetic nature also came as a result of being the antithesis of the other admin. Mari's name is also spelt in its traditional Scottish way. The H is silent, although it doesn't actually come from Scotland. Mari derives from Mary, which comes from Hebrew. I did reach out to some people who knew Hebrew to see if they knew about the name's origin, as well as consult online sources, but I didn't get a conclusive enough answer as to what it means. I went with the name anyway because she looks like a Mari. She is a buff lady because I think Team Sparkle would have a muscle admin. Sort of like how Matt from Team Aqua was very muscular. Most muscular characters in Pokemon are men, so I felt like Team Sparkles should be female. Let's move on to the Elite Four. I felt like making them villains was a good way to make the theme of systemic corruption of the elites a core part of the story. They also have other important positions of power in the region, essentially monopolizing the hold they have over people. As a result, their designs reflect what their other jobs are, but I wanted to sneak their type in with their color schemes, mostly using the Galar gym uniforms for each of them, like I did with Croneo's gym leaders. Their types were especially chosen. Fairy is the strongest type, and Steel is the strongest defensive type. Dragon was considered OP in Gen 5, and Psychic is infamous for being OP in Gen 1. Also, in the order I showed their battles in the video, their initials go S, T, A, and B, which is the abbreviation of the same type attack bonus modifier to when a Pokemon uses a move of the same type. All of this was done to emphasize their theme of power. I'm sure everyone could tell that Sterling was a pastiche of Margaret Thatcher, former Prime Minister of the UK and former leader of the Conservative Party. She was infamous for her policies which unfairly taxed people, put people out of work, killed innocents and those who retreated from combat, and other policies which set up modern conservatism by cracking down on LGBT+ youth and privatising everything, causing things to be more expensive and less regulated in the long run. So as you can tell, she made the perfect template for a villain in this kind of story, hence why she's the governess of the region. Making Sterling the Steel type specialist was also a no-brainer, because Thatcher was commonly referred to as the Iron Lady. Sterling is also a kind of metal, and a place in Scotland, hence the character's name. Chairman Taylor is, well, the chairman of the league, since I had a feeling that bringing back this kind of structure led to storytelling potential. Naturally, I wanted Taylor to be quite different from Rose, which is quite easy to do, with Dragon's colours essentially being vastly different to a grey suit with a red tie. Not only that, Taylor is wearing a formal Highland dress, complete with brogues, which are the shoes, high socks, a kilt and sporran, belt buckle, a spiked jacket, a tartan tie, and a full plaid, the cloth. Perhaps not all of the elements of Highland dress were adhered to, and the ones which were somewhat simplified due to the art style and colour choices, as well as altered to signify he's a dragon specialist. Taylor's name is a common surname, but can also be a first name, which, due to his formal appearance, fittingly comes from tailor, which is a person whose job it is to provide you with clothing. The word tailor also derives from the Latin word meaning to cut, which is an action that fits the dragon type. His skin and hair colour was made to match the normal gym leader, Sunny, since Taylor is his uncle. Now, they may not look too much alike, although they clearly look related. Taylor's skin colour is taken directly from Sunny's tan line, and his hair colour is a less saturated version of Sunny's, as he is a bit older. Speaking of blonde men, Alexi. I felt a somewhat flamboyant but not too unserious man worked for an evil fairy specialist, especially since he leads Team Sparkle. He does have a sparkly suit, but the suit itself is very smart and presentable. He also has Crocs, so you know he's evil. The crime against fashion is bigger than any of the crimes he committed in this, I tell you that. The pink jacket also makes sense due to it being the most associated colour with fairy types, which did get inherited by the rest of Team Sparkle as I mentioned earlier, but the black accents also also work because pink and black as colours go really well together, and emphasises the fact he's outwardly evil. He is named Alexei simply because it rhymes with pixie. Finally, let's discuss Professor Barkley. Because he's a bit older, he has salt and pepper hair. As he is the professor, I gave him a lab coat, but I also quite like the idea of him having a waistcoat, bow tie, and tartan trousers. He is Scottish after all. His name comes from the Scottish clan Barkley. It's also the Scottish spelling of Berkeley, which means birchwood or birch tree meadow. There's also a tree called Barkley's Willow, so the tree theme of all of the professor names is kept. Yes, Gen 9 didn't, but they were doing their own thing, and Barkley was created before we met Sada and Turo. I wanted him to be evil yet intelligent, so his team is themed around growing his intelligence, including Dr. Slowking, his actual research partner. Lastly, Champion Miriam. As you might have guessed, she is modelled on the late Queen Elizabeth II. Granted, I didn't want to be as direct as Sterling was with Thatcher. The Queen was also a symbol of riches, as she was a monarch, and the monarchy is all pomp and no substance, basically a puppet to keep the people indoctrinated into the way society works, used by the elite. Monarchy pretends to be top of the chain, hence why Miriam is the champion, but not one of the main villains. This also explains her front-facing pose and facial expressions being sinister and feeling fake. I also thought when Sword and Shield were announced that maybe the champion could be based on the Queen. I wasn't alone, but I felt I could do this now, for Croneo, since Scotland and England do share a monarchy. That said, I didn't want to make her team a joke, like with the rest of the league. Due to the plot, I felt it made sense for Miriam to use the legendary Pokemon, but I did want her other ace to be the pseudo-legendary, plus Sterling and Taylor used the other forms of it. Miriam's design even uses elements of Serpedon's Thundercrown form. I also wanted to give her a Greninja, as a soft reference to how Leon uses a Charizard, but I didn't want it to be her ace. Golforb's Master Ball form fits the aesthetic. Otrick is based on a king, so that fit a queen, and Cronian Poltegeist was just there for type balancing. Miriam's name, just like Mari, also derives from Mary, but this time it's a lot more regal. Plus, the most infamous Scottish queen is Mary I, who is usually referred to as Queen of Scots. She is not the same as Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary was Mary I of England. And that's every character in the Croneo region. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Give the artists that made this video possible a follow, and check out the rest of the series in the playlist that will either be on screen now or in a few seconds. See you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland. I felt like making a video explaining the evolution methods behind all my Fakemon for this region. I've excluded single stage Pokemon for this video. Quick disclaimer, of these methods I've talked about before, some of them will be changed, due to me not liking certain decisions I made in the past. Without further ado, let's begin. For the premium starters, yes there's 2 starter trios, check out the plot video, or the 2 starter videos to learn more. They all first evolve at level 17, pretty standard for starters, and are fully evolved by level 35. The bootleg starters I purposely wanted to have a different evolution method. They are also 2-stage, and you get from the first stage to the final stage via High Friendship. Time for specific lines. The regional bug, Tattypillar, evolves into Crispilus at level 15, and evolves into Jackaterra when exposed to a Dusk Stone. Hedgie evolves into Hedgerow when it reaches level 20 during the night. X-Bill evolves into X-Fisher at level 18, and X-Fisher evolves into X-Bree at level 34. Nezumaruto uses the Aura Stone to evolve into Nezuken. I've grouped Weedlass and Janeep together due to sharing the same evolution method and same types at those stages. You require the Fire Stone to fully evolve them. Destiny evolves into Absol when it reaches High Friendship and is the only member of the party. Meanwhile, Absol evolves into Herosite once it knows the psychic move Prophetic Bond. It is a move that raises defense and special defense by 1 stage. In doubles, this also applies to the allied Pokemon. Cronian Meowth evolves into Cronian Berserker at level 28. Cronian Poochyena evolves into Cronian Mightyena at level 18, but Cronian Mightyena evolves further into Gloriana when it knows Sky Attack. In Croneo, if you evolve Badoo with High Friendship during the daytime, it becomes a new form of Roselia. If you use the Aura Stone on it, it will evolve into Cronian Roserade. Bibarel evolves into Bibelite when it knows the move Cabertoss. Think of Cabertoss as the fighting type equivalent of Drill Run. Boniri evolves into Hogmanay when it uses the Firestone at night. Cronian Patrat, just like its original form, evolves into Cronian Watchog at level 20. Cronian Watchog will evolve into a form of Myriad at level 35. If it knows a dark type move at this point, Myriad will be in its dark type Sheriff form, otherwise Myriad would be in its fairy type Protest form. Dubwool evolves into Clubwool when it defeats a Pokemon using its new move, Penalty Strike. Penalty Strike deals damage to the opposing Pokemon, like most moves. However, whatever the percentage of HP the opposing Pokemon has is the percentage of Dubwool or Clubwool's HP that gets taken away as part of recoil. So for example, if you completely knock a Pokemon out, no recoil. If it's got about a quarter of its HP left, you lose a quarter of your HP. If it's got full HP, your Pokemon will faint. In Croneo, Hoothoot will evolve into Cronian Noctowl at level 20. Cronian Fidough evolves into Cronian Darkspun at level 26. Side note, I don't like the way certain Unova Pokemon lines evolve. It's usually at absurdly high levels, so to mediate this, Cronian Litwick evolves into Cronian Lampent via High Friendship. Since original Lampent required a stone to evolve into original Chandelure, I decided to use the Dawnstone for this variant. Togepi evolves into Togasaur when it learns Draco Meteor, a move it hasn't previously been able to learn. Cronian Yamask this time requires a Leaf Stone to evolve into Xyloregus. Fryak evolves into Paddock at level 20. In order to get Paddock's evolution Nescade, you need to level it up at Loch Prass, a location in Croneo inspired by Loch Ness. Just like the Lillipup line, Seelapup evolves into Herdiel at level 16, and Herdiel evolves into Stoutzy at level 32. For Tadsoul to evolve into Turbit, it needs to level up in the new weather Strong Winds. And for Turbit to evolve into Hydroid, it needs to level up in a battle that took place while surfing. If you use a rare candy while surfing, that will work too. Cronian Blitzel at level 27 evolves into Cronian Zubstriker, and Cronian Mudbray at level 30 evolves into Doomsdale. Time for the evolutions. Eevee evolves into Cronian Vaporeon using the Featherstone. The Water Stone would also work. If Eevee is subjected to the Aura Stone, it evolves into Cronian Flareon. The Fire Stone will still work for this as well. If Eevee attains High Friendship, it will still evolve into either Espeon or Umbreon, but during the day, Espeon will now be Bug type, and during the night, Umbreon would be Poison type. To get the Rock type Cronian Sylveon, you would require to know the move Diamond Powder. As for the entirely brand new evolutions, Eevee has to be holding the Pride Pebble while leveling up to evolve into Prideon. This will not work below level 32. For Eevee to evolve into Geyseon, it would need to use the move Trick or Treat 5 times. This move was previously only learnt by the Pumpkaboo line. The Peat in Croneo is a lot more potent than the Peat that was in the Hisui region, so now it can be used to evolve Eevee into Petion. Similarly, the metal alloy constructed in Croneo is of a stronger blend, so Eevee can make use of this too to evolve into Industrion. And finally, for Draconion, you would need to trade Eevee with it holding the Draken Helmet. I will be making a video in future to discuss all the items I'm bringing up, but for now all you need to know is how to use them to evolve your Pokemon. The Cronian variants of the Kanto starters evolve at the same levels as their original counterparts. Crabrawler was originally a location evolution. Yes, the Ice Stone could work on it in future games, but not in Croneo. Due to the climate already being a bit colder in Croneo, there isn't really enough of a change to warrant the original Crabominable. However, there's something magical about Loch Prass that still manages to make it evolve into a different looking Crabominable. Chewtle evolves into Dreadnought at level 22, it just looks different in Croneo. Cronian Shinx needs to reach level 15 in order to evolve into Cronian Luxio, and then again reach level 30 to become Cronian Luxray. Carkol now requires the Firestone to evolve into Locomotive. Chimecho needs to level up while holding the Sacred Parchment to evolve into Chimonarch. Cronian Rattata evolves into Cronian Raticate at level 15 at any time of the day. However, if you level it up while holding the King's Rock, it will evolve into Ratakin. Cronian Zigzagoon naturally evolves into Cronian Linoon at level 20. And just like its Galarian counterpart, it will evolve again at level 35. However, not only do you get Obstagoon during the night, but during the day you will also get a new evolution in Scrapoon. Cronian Sinistea requires the Malt Barrel item to evolve into Cronian Poltegeist. Both Pupsky and Pucklet require the Ice Stone to evolve into Gracier and Curlice respectively. Caffeinate just needs to know how to rest, i.e. knowing the move rest, to evolve into Slumboos. At level 25, Cronian Cherubi evolves into Cronian Cherrim. Delibird needs to know a move, specifically Regift, to evolve into Boogiebird. Regift takes whatever item Delibird is holding and uses it as a projectile to do some minor damage. Both of the new Rock-type fossils need to be level 40 in order to evolve. Urscout needs to be level 33 to evolve into Bear Wrestle. Excellent needs to level up in a double battle in order to evolve into Sandtide, because it needs to know that teamwork makes the dream work. Joliage requires high friendship to evolve into Nanabe. Behem needs to use the move Psychic Raise 20 times. What Psychic Raise does is create a battle condition that lasts for 3 turns. In this condition, the special defense of all Psychic Pokemon on the field raises by 1 stage. This happens each turn that Psychic Raise is active. Munchlax requires high friendship to evolve into Snorlax, but of course, Snorlax looks a bit different in this region. Dino needs to use 5 projectile-based moves in order to evolve into Cronion's Vilus, and Cronion's Vilus needs to survive on 1 HP in order to evolve into Hydreigon. A Focus Sash would be recommended. At level 35, Princess evolves into Poisentate. At level 50, Poisentate evolves into Serpedon. The different forms require different items. Thunder Crown requires it to hold a Thunderstone upon reaching that level, Armor Crown requires it to hold a Metal Coat, and Empire Crown requires Poisentate to be holding a Dragon Fang. If it fails to hold any of these items, it will not evolve. Like its regular counterpart, Cronion Sandygast evolves at level 42, this time into Cronion Palisand. Cronion Cryogonal requires the Feather Stone to evolve into Cryphogonal. Spongy requires the Shiny Stone to evolve into Chronofey. Boxterity needs to know the move Freedom Key to evolve into Independent. Freedom Key raises attack, special attack, and speed, but lowers defense, special defense, and evasiveness. When your Boxterity evolves, if you have a free slot in your party, as well as a spare Pokeball, Box It spawns, taking that Pokeball. Cronion Pawniard requires high friendship to evolve into Cronion Bisharp. Meanwhile, to obtain a Cronion Kingambit, you basically need to do the same thing with Cronion Bisharp as you do with a regular Bisharp. That is, hold its drop item and defeat 3 other Bisharp. Draculup evolves into Nosferatu when it reaches level 50 during the nighttime. And finally, Poipole evolves into Naganadel the same way. It's just this time Naganadel will be a fairy type and not a dragon type. Since it's a nurse, it's checking your pulse, so Dragon Pulse still works, I guess. And with that, thank you so much for watching. Remember to check out the artists who I commissioned for this video, as well as my Instagram for more information about each of the mons shown, and my Discord server if you want to talk to other fans of the series. If you can afford to chip in a little bit of your money each month in my direction to help out with the series, why not check out my Patreon or become a YouTube member today, where you'll get exclusive sneak peeks at upcoming Fakemon and videos in the series. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland. I realised that despite commissioning a bunch of item art, I have not really explained them in much depth, so that's what this video is. Starting off, I felt like adding new evolution stones very early on into this project, using them mainly for the new variants I made for Vaporeon and Flareon, although I saw wider utility for them. The first is the Aura Stone, which is used for fighting types, since the aforementioned Coronian Flareon requires it. But so does my fighting type variant of Roselia to evolve into Roserade, and I felt it made sense for my Pika clone, Nezumiruto, to evolve via a stone, like Pikachu does with Raichu. And since Nezuken is a fighting type, why not a fighting type stone? I commissioned Formiga Fakemon for this. I chose Aura as an element to represent fighting, since Aura has commonly been used to depict the essence of fighting type, mainly so they could make special fighting type moves like Aura Sphere. Speaking of, the Aura Stone is modelled after how Aura Sphere is usually depicted when Lucario is using it. From now on, all items, unless stated otherwise, were done by Pokemachi. The Feather Stone, meanwhile, is essentially the Leaf Stone but with a feather, since most flying types are birds. I will admit, none of the flying type Pokemon that need it are birds. But shh. I just felt like the mon that required it, Eevee into Cronion Vaporeon and Cronion Cryogonal into Cryphogonal, were right for this evolution method. Speaking of Cryphogonal, you may have noticed that it has 2 forms. You can switch between them in the same way you can swap Rotom's forms using the Rotom catalog. That is why the Imbalancer is modelled after the Rotom catalog, loosely. I decided to make it resemble an iPad or Kindle due to being more technologically advanced than a book. It changes the balance of water molecules in clouds, i.e. how much they clump together. The more water droplets clump together, the darker the clouds get, so it swaps both the rain and thunder forms of Cryphogonal. Back onto the evolution items. All of the remaining ones in this video are modelled after the Pokemon which you get as a result of using this item. I introduced 2 new items that help Eevee evolve. both of which require it to be held by Eevee during another event before evolving. The first of which is the Pride Pebble, which helps evolve Eevee into Prideon. In case you're not familiar, I was thinking of making a normal evolution have multiple colours, so then I thought of the LGBT+ community and Pride. Naturally, whatever item was used, if any, had to be colourful. Funnily enough, my main inspiration was the Oval Stone, since it's a rock that isn't your traditional evolution stone. I also liked the alliteration of the name Pride Pebble, and thought it sounded cute. And plus, it isn't an evolution stone, so I don't think it should have been called something stone. Something I realised later is that it's very throwable, kinda like the first brick at Stonewall? That may be a stretch. Most, but not all, evolution items have a secondary purpose, such as the King's Rock or Metal Coat. The Pride Pebble boosts the power of all special moves, just by a little bit. I was thinking about a 20% increase. However, if this move is normal type, this would be a bigger increase, perhaps 50%. Don't take these numbers as gospel. I'm not a game designer, so I don't know if these are balanced. The other item is the Draken Helmet, which, when held by Eevee, turns it into a Draconion after a trade. And yes, a trade. I felt like it was a fairly archaic and difficult method, which works for a dragon type. There would be an NPC in the mid to late game who is happy to touch trade with you, so trade evolutions are less of a hassle. It comes from a Greek name meaning dragon, which to me sounded awesome, and dragon helmets are a common fantasy trope. You'd think the item would do something to boost the power of dragon types, but I actually decided to make it more defensive, since it's a helmet, protecting the wearer by reducing damage received from dragon's most prominent weakness, Fairy. Fairy is also the most powerful type, so this in a way kind of combats that. When I showed this item on my Instagram, people were confused why it protected against Fairy type moves. I hope this has cleared stuff up. The next item is easy enough. The Malt Barrel, based on whiskey barrels. This can be used, much like an evolution stone, on Cronian Sinisty, to evolve it into Cronian Poltergeist. This is because the regular forms require a teapot. In fact, it did have a gimmick of there being two different kinds for the authentic and phony forms. I decided, at least for the purposes of presenting this region, there would only be one. I was never a fan of the Sinisty gimmick, but I know plenty of people are. Maybe in the actual hypothetical games, there would be two different barrels for the authentic and phony Cronian Sinisty. Much like the Pride Pebble before it, the Sacred Parchment is used to evolve Chimecho into Chimonarch while it levels up, while holding the item. I felt like the scroll aesthetic made sense for a Pokemon based on Macbeth, the play, and to some extent the king. Inspired by the lore behind Chimecho being to do with warding off spirits, which directly inspired Chimonarch with its connection to curses and its new normal typing, I wanted to make the Sacred Parchment itself ward off spirits, by reducing damage dealt by ghost types. So in a way, it's the ghost version of the Draken Helmet, but with a different way of using it to evolve a Pokemon. Time for weather setting items. Yes, you heard me correctly. These items would be consumable, and the weather wouldn't last very long. Coupled with the buffs I gave to Forecast, consider these more an extension of your cast form. For more information, watch my cast form video. Anyways, the Fog Bomb sets up Fog, turning cast form into its fairy type Foggy form. I was inspired by the Smoke Bomb in Legends Arceus. And then we have the Whoopee Cushion, named and based on the real world object, due to that being funny, and it causes air to rush out. This sets up the new weather I introduced, that being wind, which transforms cast form into its new windy form. Croneo also has 4 fossil lines, so therefore 4 fossils, which when revived produce the base Stagemon of those lines. The 2 ice type fossils are single stage, and the 2 rock types are 2 stage. In particular, the Frozen Claw gets revived into Squirrage, the Frozen Horn gets revived into Tunstag, the Plate fossil gets revived into Arthurotect, which evolves into Agaplura, and the Spearhead fossil gets revived into Tic-Tackle, which evolves into Obsidilik. I did have 2 other items that were originally intended for evolving some Pokemon. I may not scrap them entirely, but they won't be used for evolution anymore. The first was a new berry called the Nisha Berry, which is based on the Nightshade, which is poisonous. This would be a much weaker version of the Toxic Orb, mainly by inflicting poison and being consumable. Eating this berry would have triggered evolution in some Mon, but I scrapped this. Another item which I got Formiga to do once again was the Special Rod. I scrapped this as an evolution method due to its complexity. What it would have been was, once it was held by a Pokemon, and it gets hit by a special move, the Special Rod would store the type of said move, a charge if you will, as well as make the move deal no damage. The charge would have gone away either by the Pokemon using an attacking move, which would change its type to match the charge, or if the Pokemon evolved using this charge, since the charge would remain after battle unless if it's released. Here are all the type charges for the Special Rod. It may still be used as a battle item, but it was too complicated for evolution methods, so I felt like scrapping it. And that's all of the items that are part of my Fakemon region, Croneo. Like, comment, subscribe, and share. Check out my Instagram and Discord in the description. If you want to help out with my content and have the means to do so, why not chip in some money by joining my Patreon or becoming a YouTube member? You get to see some content early, as well as access exclusive chats on my Discord server. Also, check out the artists I commissioned, as well as the rest of the video series. With all that said, have a good one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region. My Fakemon region based on Scotland. If you've seen my map video, which if you haven't, please do after watching this video, you will have noticed certain temples dotted around in the region. As I alluded to in the plot video, again, watch it after this video if you haven't already, these temples house the Regis, also known as the legendary Titans. But Matt, I hear you ask, what do the Regis have to do with Scotland? I don't really have an answer for that, nor do I need to. In more recent games, it usually has something to do with the place the region's geography is based on, but they can play loose with it. I've done this with Croneo, by having Canadian Mon referencing Croneo being the new Crown Tundra, as it were, and Mon being made to fit certain characters more than Scottish or Canadian culture. Since I've brought up the Crown Tundra, this can be seen as a further link or expansion, since the area is kinda based on Scotland, but not as much in depth as I would have wanted. Speaking as a Scottish fan. As for why they introduced the new Regis at all, I think there's enough to discuss there for it to be its own video, so I'll omit that here. Whatever reasons that apply there, apply here too. The main reason I felt like making my Regis is because I really liked the ideas and themes I had for them, some of which tie in with the time motif Croneo has going on. All of the Regis that aren't Regigigas are based on time periods after all, and mine aren't different. Before I get into them, I will briefly mention where you'd find the established ones. Regirock is housed in Rock Peak Ruins found near Gosfort. Regice is housed in Iceberg Ruins, which is found on the top of Ben Cairn. Registeel is housed in the Iron Ruins, found on a patch of land looking over Loch Prass. Regieleki and Regidrago are housed in the Split Decision Ruins, which is found on Westwake Island. You can only obtain one per playthrough, like in Sword and Shield. However, you get clues to specifically find Regidrago in Agate and Regieleki in Obsidian, but because the temple is all about your own choice, you could still solve it to obtain either, just not both. Finally, Regigigas is found in Azamori Temple, which can only be entered to find the Titan once all 9 Regis are registered in the dex, with 6 of them being in your party. Naturally, once you're in the room with Regigigas, you can remotely enter your PC and switch into the team you want. I am introducing 4, with different time periods being represented. Time for the first one, Regiheat, a fire type, representing the distant past. If we're wanting to say what age it's from, I guess we could say it's the prehistoric age. I know that applies to the Gen 3 Regis as well, but Regiheat represents something much earlier. It isn't made of lava, as you may initially suspect, but actually primordial ooze, which is essentially a bacterial soup that came out of the meteors that came to Earth in its early years. Primordial ooze was the progenitor of all life. The bacterial mix plus massive exposure to heat and radiation caused a chemical reaction that created all future life on the planet, whether that be plant, animal, or anything. So why is it a fire type? Clues in the name. Regiheat. The Pokemon is the heat, since I wanted it to reference the spark of life. Its ability is Flame Body, since its entire being is so visibly hot to the touch that it makes sense that any contact would inflict the burn status. I decided to try and make the eyes look a bit like a candle, since both candles and Regiheat have an exposed flame. If you don't see the resemblance, I did say I tried. 7 dots is hard to work with. You would find Regiheat in the distant ruins, near the Westwake Ruins area, in Pokemon Agate. Now I'll have to let you wait a bit longer for the other Titan that resides here, due to me covering them all in chronological order. Don't worry, I'll get back to it later in the video. Moving ahead in time by a lot, we have the Renaissance. If we had the creation of life, why not see life's creations? A lot of art and technological concepts were created during this time. Some out of stone, some out of wood. We already have Regirock, so why not Regiwood? I know some other Fakemon creators have done a Regi made of wood, but here's my take. As I said, I took inspiration from the creations from the Renaissance, specifically from Leonardo da Vinci. I just thought that his helicopter would make a very striking Reggie. As you can tell, it's made of wood and paper, which justify its grass typing. And since it's a helicopter, it can spend a lot of time off the ground, meaning it has levitate, granting it ground type immunity. You may be wondering about its legs. Well, they're for it to balance while it's not flying about. I also think they'd be thick enough to withstand an earthquake, and even if not, they can be replaced. The Pokemon itself is the helicopter. It can replace its body parts like Regirock, really. The foliage present is not just to reinforce the fact that it's alive and grass type, but also it can almost have toes and leave footprints. It's the artist's idea. But yes, we needed to reinforce the grass type, since some may think it looks too much like a flying type. All of Regigigas' creations are typed after the element they're made from, so that's why I made it grass type, since it's made of wood. Although the additional foliage was needed to reinforce that. Regiwood has my favourite eye pattern that I made. It is shaped like an arrow pointing up, since it's a helicopter and can fly, but it's also shaped like a pine tree. Pine trees are very common in Scotland, although I will admit that's more of a coincidence. It's the easiest tree shape to make with 7 dots. You can find it in the contemporary ruins, located on the outer of the Luring Islands, in Pokemon Agate. So we've had 2 past Regis, time for 2 future ones. Meet Regihydro, a water type based on hydrogen engines. This is because it represents the renewable age, where we hopefully try to sustain life without also ensuring its destruction. Hydrogen-powered buses aren't uncommon in Scotland, and act as a replacement for traditional fossil-fueled power buses. What's relevant here is that hydrogen engines tend to have water vapour as their waste product, so I decided it would fittingly complete the fire-grass water trio, with slight creative liberty. Since water is a fluid, it can form water limbs, and can act as a solid with a change in pressure. Plus, I think that since the Regi is the hydrogen itself, and hydrogen is very tied with water as an element, it should be water type. I decided to give it the ability Drizzle, since with all that water it needs to expel, it would cause a spot of rain. My thinking here is that we already have Registeel, so despite being made from metal, it can't really be steel type, but Regieleki shows that that doesn't matter. The metal contains the element that makes up both the Regihydro and Regieleki. I used similar logic for the ooze in Regiheat's design after all. I wanted the eyes to be shaped like a water molecule. Again, 7 dots are hard to work with. You can also find it in the contemporary ruins, but this time in Pokemon Obsidian. Let's make our way back to the distant ruins. In Pokemon Obsidian, you'll be able to encounter the Psychic Regipsyche. As you might be able to tell, it is based on the monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey, since I wanted to evoke themes of the cosmic unknown and the existential dread that comes from it, since the time period that Regipsyche draws inspiration from is the Space Age. I felt this made sense for a Psychic type, since the majority of space-themed Pokemon are Psychic type. What lurks in deep space? Will we find aliens? An intelligence we cannot comprehend? Materials completely different to that we find on Earth? Is it possible that we may find the origins of life on our own planet? Whether that be shared genetic heritage, chemicals that unlock the secrets of our molecular structure, or just simply have found God. Whatever that may be, should we know the answer? When it comes to science fiction, I love stuff like this, but I never want to know the answers, since the questions are way more interesting. So I have decided to give it Beast Boost as an ability, which will make people ask questions about the origins of Regipsyche. Naturally, the obelisk itself is shrouded with a cloud of psychic energy, which is actually shaped like a brain. It almost has a universe of its own encased inside of it. It uses its intense cognitive powers to use other rocks, some of which have been known to have psychic properties. Regipsyche uses them as limbs. As for its eye pattern, it's a straight line. I thought it complemented the shape, and almost makes it look even more like a computer than the Regis kinda do. This is also to softly reference HAL 9000 from Space Odyssey, since it is also a hyper-intelligence from the future. So, to recap their themes, Regiheat is the prehistoric age, Regiwood is the Renaissance, Regihydro is the renewable age, and Regipsyche is the space age. Distant past, recent past, near future, and distant future respectively. The 2 past ones are exclusive to Pokemon Agate, and the 2 future ones are exclusive to Pokemon Obsidian. The 2 distant ones share a ruin and a soft theme of the creation of life, and the 2 contemporary ones also share a ruin and the soft theme of life's creations. 3 of them are the starter trio types, although that was mostly coincidental, but all of them have distinct abilities which affect different aspects of battle. Flame Body affects status ailments, Levitate affects type effectiveness, Drizzle affects the weather, and Beast Boost affects stats. Thank you so much for watching. Check out the artists on screen, as well as my links in the description. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe as well. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland. Every generation has a mythical Pokémon, which usually debut as event exclusive. As of this video being made, we've just had the event for Pecharunt, so what better time to go over Croneo's mythical Pokémon than right now? Funnily enough, the first one I want to talk about is also a poison type. Early on with this project, I thought it would be interesting to do a regional variant of a mythical Pokémon, and since it still hasn't been done before, I don't see why I shouldn't. I decided to make a variant on Manaphy. It's mono poison type. As you can see, it's the victim of an oil spill. This is because Scotland borders the North Sea, which is a hub for oil refining. I've droned on in other videos about how the oil and gas industry is killing the planet, so that explains this variant. So why Manaphy specifically? If you remember when I discussed Doomsdale, and its inspiration of the Knuckleavy, you'll remember I mentioned the Orcadian myth of the Sea Mither, which keeps the Knuckleavy at the bottom of the ocean, all the while living in the sea during the summer. Mither is Scots for mother, and Manaphy can breed, and it is also guardian of the sea, so I think Manaphy works as a Croneomon generally. Although I'm not the first to do an oil spill mon, I felt like doing it this way was unique, and the idea of a Manaphy variant in general, since I've only ever really seen a handful of mythicals get this sort of treatment in the Fakemon community. Its ability is Liquid Ooze. When you activate its event, you get a special key that unlocks a secret chamber in the abandoned rig, which grants you access to higher leveled and evolved versions of the mon you could find there already. The true final room of this dungeon is where you'd find Crony and Manaphy. You might be wondering about Fione. I decided it would be an interesting angle to go down if Manaphy couldn't breed to get a Fione, since oil spills affect the fertility of animals. I did make an offspring, Denione, because variants tend to stay in the same egg group, so I thought it made sense for a Manaphy to at least be able to breed. Since Denione is a different Pokemon to Fione, it can be in a different egg group, that being undiscovered, meaning it can't breed, not even with Ditto. Considering it does mess with fertility, as well as Fione already getting a humorous reputation for being a mutant abomination, I wanted to expand on that by it being deformed. The artist made the arms resemble unraveling DNA, and the gem Fione would have in its heart is now a hole. A Pokemon with no heart works for a dark type after all. It also inherits the poison from its parent. Poison Dark only has one weakness, ground, so I gave it Levitate to remove that weakness too. This may seem OP, but remember that Denione has the same base stat total as Fione, 480, equally spread, so it is now a bit stronger defensively, but may not be able to utilize it. The name Denione is basically just Fione, which seems to come from Fae, which is a magical creature like the Sea Guardians, and Cleone, which is a genus of floating sea slugs, fitting of a mon with Levitate now. Denione also has its name come from DNA, because of how the unraveling DNA is kind of core to its concept. If you're enjoying this video so far, why not give it a like and subscribe if you're new? My goal for the end of the year is 20,000 subscribers, so let's make that happen. If you want to see extra information about every Croneomon, check out my Instagram in the description, or even my Discord server if you want to chat with the other fans like yourself. Lastly, if you both want to and are able to, why not support me on Patreon or become a YouTube member today? You get early access to videos as well as exclusive perks on my Discord server, to access chats where I show progress on my Fakemon project early. Now let's get back to the video. Next up, meet Misket, Mono Fairy type, with its name coming from Miss, since it's very feminine, and Biscuit, since it's based on shortbread, a Scottish biscuit, made from 1 part sugar, 2 parts butter, and 3 to 4 parts flour. Shortbread is one of the things I felt like Croneo was missing the most. I immediately thought about Diancie and Magearna, and how they are the only fairy-type mythicals by default, and are characterized by being feminine creatures with a pronounced skirt, and are entirely made out of inanimate material. Since I think a shortbread mon would be mono fairy type, I felt like it would make sense to make Misket somewhat resemble the aforementioned Pokemon. It also has a mix of geometric shapes that shortbread typically comes in, as well as some shapes to sell its feminine appearance with petticoat tails. It also crumbles at the bottom, as that's what shortbread can do, crumble. It is a biscuit after all. She's honestly giving off fairy tale myth vibes. Perhaps it's foreshadowing a future region based around myths and stories. Wouldn't be the first time mythicals foreshadowed the following regions, although with those perhaps it was an accident. Either way, I like this theory and I applied it to the following 2 mythical Pokemon as well. Misket's event is triggered when you receive a letter to visit Confectionery Cottage, located along the outskirts of Azamori. You essentially have to do an ingredient fetching side quest, and eventually that triggers Misket to spawn, replacing the baker in charge at the cottage. Next up we have Dastoon, a rock dragon type. This is because of the stone on its back, which I'll get to, but not before saying that the animal it's based on is the Hylonomus lyale, an extinct genus of reptile. They lived around 312 million years ago, and is the provincial fossil of Nova Scotia, adding a Canadian element to this mon. So in a way, like Relicanth, it is sort of an unofficial fossil mon. It isn't just rock type for that reason. As I said earlier, the stone on its back is a prominent part of its design. It is based on the Stone of Scone, also known as the Stone of Destiny, a red sandstone block used to coronate Scottish monarchs. However, England stole it, and then used it for their monarchy. When the kingdoms of Scotland and England became the Kingdom of Great Britain, it was still used, and even is to this day, but it was still kept in England. It broke in two when a group of Scottish students tried stealing it to return it to Scotland in 1950. It was officially taken back to be housed in Scotland in 1996, with it being briefly taken to England for coronations, like with King Charles III, who is also King of Canada, so there's another connection. Since the idea of a stone that was used to make someone ascend to a powerful position because they were chosen by God, that made me think of the arcane powers of the dragon type, also because it's a reptile. As a result, Destoon is Rock Dragon. Considering I had the champion be royalty coded, I felt like it made sense for Destoon to appear only to true champions, who can ride it by sitting on the stone on its back, kind of like how monarchs sit on the Stone of Scone during coronations. While this happens, and during certain attacks, Destoon enters coronation mode, channeling its arcane powers for the one true champion of Croneo. Naturally, you have to become Croneo's champion before Destoon shows up, but once the event is triggered, you initially spot it at Victory Road, before it roams around all of the region's routes. This is a reference to how the Hylonomus is known as the Forest Wanderer, and how the Stone of Destiny wandered to and from Scotland over the past millennium. Finally, let's do the pixie trope. You know, the likes of Mew, Celebi, Jirachi, Victini, Meloetta, and Hoopa. So what have I decided to do? Well, there's a myth called the Fakemon. It appears to be a giant with half of a person's features, a single eye, hand, and leg, with a small tuft of hair and is adorned with feathers on top of its head. I decided to make it a loose adaptation by incorporating those features but in a psychic way, explaining how it could get around, as well as projecting a hand, and to juxtapose the giant Fakemon's malevolent nature with being a small empath. Empathy isn't the same as sympathy after all. As for the club the Fakemon is said to have, that could also be a psychic projection, and maybe even a new move idea. I called this Pokemon Empari, coming from empathy, impaired, and imp. I want to reiterate, I saw and read the description of the appearance of the Fakemon and decided to go abstract with its description. Since the concept is kind of the reverse of the Fakemon, its personality could be too. It's not the first time a real-world myth has been turned on its head for a Pokemon design. If the Fakemon is half a person, as the myths claim, then Empari could be the other half of humanity, kindness opposed to menace. Empari's event is triggered by cashing in a ticket you receive to visit the Farlands, which I decided to base on the Shetland Islands, with some geographic elements of the Outer Hebrides and Orkney, with a town inspired by Lerwick in Shetland and Stormness in Orkney. A leisure centre inspired by the Mariel Entertainment Centre in Lerwick is also here, as well as some Viking settlements to reference Shetland and Orkney's Viking history. There is also an aurora, since you can see the northern lights from Shetland, and there's also some icy elements to reference the fact that it's partially in the Arctic Circle. You can encounter all of these Pokemon that you see on screen in this area as well, picked because they or their final evolutions feel like they fit the Scottish Islands. Also, if you see a Mon in a specific form on screen, you would find it in that form. But anyways, once you do the Mochi Mayhem style quest, you encounter Empari at the castle on the North Island. The storyline is that you hear tales about a giant, hairy, winged beast with one eye, one hand that reaches out, and one leg. This giant batters people with psychic powers, basically a more accurate Poke-sonification of the Fakemon. You then find out that it's just an old wives' tale, and discover they were on about Empari the whole time. Yes, some descriptions match, but it's largely nothing like what you've been hearing. You would then battle and catch Empari. So that's every mythical in Croneo. Special thanks to all of the artists that made this video possible. They are credited on screen right now. This is the final video discussing Agate and Obsidian, but not the final Croneo video. Hopefully soon you'll see the beginning of the sequel, Pokemon Orpiment. I'll see you then. Cheerio! Hello everyone. Welcome to Pokemon Orpiment, the sequel to Agate and Obsidian, set in my Fakemon region, Croneo. This is the first video of 5 or so, showing the first few moments of this hypothetical game. It'll make more sense by the end of the video. Before I start, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. I'm hoping to get 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so let's make that happen. Please also check the description for the link to the Croneo Region's Instagram, as well as my Discord server. And if you want to get special rewards, such as sneak peeks for upcoming content, why not subscribe to my Patreon or become a YouTube member? Back to the video. When you start the game, you will be able to use whatever customization settings are available. For ease, I've just provided a unisex avatar, with the default name of Jamie. You can select what pronouns you want, as well as skin, hair, and eye colour. The level of customization will be as large as I specified for Agate and Obsidian. You start out in Ben Cairn, the town inside the mountain. You're scrolling through social media until you see the region's Professor Jasper, who took over the job in the 2 years since Agate and Obsidian. They are advertising their new scheme. Welcome to the world of Pokémon. They explain the world is inhabited by Pokémon, like any professor should. The Pokémon they show is a very happy Barasel. They end their advertisement by saying that trainers can come to the Pokémon lab in Ben Cairn to receive their free starter Pokémon. This is when your grandpa, Hamish, comes in, excited for you at this prospect, since you've wanted this since you were a wee toddle. He also saw this ad on TV. He offers to take you before your mother wishes you an exciting journey. You both arrive at Jasper's lab. You walk past some scientists studying a Rhydon, as well as some statues of Croneo's fossils. You also see computer screens with some Mon that I've not shown yet. They're the contest winners! More on that in the next video! Jasper welcomes you both. The Pokédex app is already pre-installed on your Rotom phone. They introduce themselves and proceed to give you one of 6 options. Yes, you get to pick from Buttercup, Flamoo, Platacroot, Ocat, Falcoth, and Calcifera. Once you do, your grandpa says, "Can I have one?" He never actually had his own Pokemon adventure, and now he's hoping to see what he missed out on. He says it's okay if he's too old to get one, but he thought he might as well ask. Jasper responds by saying, "No one is too old to get a Pokemon." Hamish picks the Pokemon weak to yours, because he wants to give you a fair shot. You're his grandchild after all. You then have your first battle with him, or should I say, you have your first battle with your rival. However, before you start, Jasper recommends the mountaintop for the great view and low likelihood of damage to lab equipment. Once the battle against your grandpa is over, Jasper walks in and congratulates the victor, whoever that may be. They also give you Rotom bikes, so you can traverse anywhere in the region. Hamish gets so excited and decides to leave right away, not before making sure that you're going to be alright, and letting his daughter, your mother, know that he's going on an adventure. And he hopes to take on the Pokemon League. Once he leaves, Jasper remembers to tell you something. They explain that you probably already know that they study Pokemon paleontology, but their lab also generally covers all aspects of Pokemon biology. As of late, they've been looking into this phenomenon called Big Beasties, a mostly natural phenomenon where Pokemon grow to large sizes, known elsewhere as totems, nobles, or titans. Recently, they've been appearing around the region at an abnormal frequency. Jasper says they want to study this in the field, and you're welcome to join, and proceeds to airdrop the locations of them from their phone to yours, before returning to their lab. Once Jasper is gone, you hear a strange noise, almost like glass or crystals crackling, coming from above you. You look up and see an amethyst portal, made from time crystals. A middle-aged man falls out, landing on his face. He gets up and says to you, "Am I still in Croneo?" Surprise! Looker is here! What is also surprising that he knows your name, bellows it as if he recognizes you. You could choose to respond, with options including, "You know me?" and "Stranger danger." He soon realizes that you don't know him, and then looks up and realizes why that is. He introduces himself as Looker of the International Police. He arrived in Croneo after rumours that there was a villainous super organization made up of those from former and maybe even current evil teams. He claims you helped him out. However, before this organization had their plan stopped, he fell through a wormhole they created. He suspects this means that he's not just fallen through space, but time as well. He notes that he can see by your presence and by the view that he's thankfully still in Croneo. He deduces that since you don't recognize him, you two haven't met yet, which you confirm by showing him the date and time. He remembers that he took down 5 bases before confronting the chief admin. He marked on his map where all of the admins are located, but forgot where he went first. You mark these down on your map. He mentions that he always seems to be wearing the same outfit, so you know what he looks like. In order to get him from the past to trust you, you'll have to tell him you want to defeat the evil team, mentioning them by name. He wishes you luck and flies away on the back of his Staraptor. This leaves you at the top of Ben Cairn, overlooking the whole region. You can explore any of it in any order, and tackle those boss fights in any order, kind of like in Paldea, where there were also 3 storylines. The difference is, the bosses, trainers, and wild Pokemon scale with your progression. Which will you tackle first? Well, that will have to wait. I'll be covering all 3 in the next few videos, the first of which will be the Big Beasties storyline, which will also be where I show the winners of that contest I held months ago. Thanks to all of the artists who, without commissioning them, this video wouldn't have been possible. Right then, cheerio! Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region, my Fakemon region based on Scotland. In my previous video, introducing this very sequel miniseries of Pokémon Ornament, I mentioned that there were 3 storylines that can be completed like in Scarlet and Violet. This is the first one, Big Beasties, named as such because that's what we Scots would call a giant beast. This is inspired by the fact that Pokémon seems to be enjoying bigger than usual Pokémon as boss fights. Now, the title may remind you that when I reached 10,000 subscribers, I announced a contest for people to submit their Fakemon ideas to be part of the Croneo region. I was hoping to pick 5 winners, but because there were so many good submissions, I had to pick a few more. Some winners did submit more entries than have won, since I specified up to 3 designs, with the occasional 4th as an exception. But I picked what I felt best fit in the region. Most of these winning entries will act as titans. One won't because it didn't feel quite right, but it was so good it had to win. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Time for the story before I go through the winners. After the events of Pokemon Agate and Pokemon Obsidian, since Professor Barkley was deposed, the position for the region's professor was vacant. Luckily, the Rock-type gym leader, Jasper, is a Pokemon paleontologist, who also wanted to broaden their knowledge of Pokemon, so took this as a perfect career opportunity. They've been interested in the Big Beastie phenomenon. Every once in a while, in the Croneo region, certain Pokemon develop an abnormally large size, like totems, nobles, and titans. Lately, an unusual amount have cropped up. Jasper intends to get to the bottom of this with your help, since they don't know why they could possibly appear in this number. They join you in the field like Arvin did in Paldea. Now, before I get on to the winners, why don't you drop a subscribe and ring the notification bell to never miss an upload. I'm hoping to get 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so let's make that happen. Liking also helps get this video out to more people, as well as sharing, and also leaving a comment, hopefully congratulating these amazing winners. Also, make sure to check my links in the description for my Instagram for more information about my Fakemon, my Discord server to speak with fans such as yourself, or to support me on Patreon or by becoming a YouTube member. You get sneak peeks as to the content I'm going to make in the future. Now I've got that out of the way, let's finally discuss the winners. Now, this first one won't be a Titan, but will be on the new Steel-type gym leader's team, as their ace, as a matter of fact. Meet Rotom's Saw form, submitted by Juno, aka Loner Eevee, who actually helped make the thumbnail to this video as well. Their social media links, as well as for all of the other winners if applicable, are in the description. All of the Croneo Rotom forms that I made were based on items made in Scotland or developed in some way related to Scotland. The first prototype of the chainsaw was developed by John Aitken and James Jeffrey, both of whom were Scottish doctors. As a result, a Chainsaw Mon made sense, and why not base it on Chainsaw Man? As in the anime, specifically referencing Pachita. Juno submitted this alongside another Chainsaw Man reference in the form of a Charcadet evolution. While I loved both, I could only pick one, and I could picture a dog Rotom along with my other animal-coded Rotom forms, more than the Charcadet Evo, but it was incredibly close. If you can't tell, it's electric steel, because all Rotoms are electric type and chainsaws are made of metal. Time for the other take on an existing Mon that won, Cronian Tatsugiri, a water fairy type. Submitted by Pewter City Gym on YouTube. It is based on a smoked fish pie, which isn't specifically Scottish, but based on the traditionally Scottish version. To somewhat paraphrase Jim's submission, because he put it across so well, this pie is usually made of salted smoked haddock poached in milk, from which a savoury sauce is made using butter, flour, and herbs. It also generally includes peas and boiled egg, elements of which were included in the design, along with the full pastry shell. Since haddock have 3 dorsal fins, so does this Tatsugiri. Since haddock are prey to seals, Cronian Tatsugiri has a new ability, Tasty Evasion, When Sealapup, Herdiel, or Stoutzy are on the field, either as an ally or as a foe, Tatsugiri's evasion increases by 4 stages. This only activates once per battle, but it does bypass Keen Eye. It can be lowered by evasion reducing moves such as Sweet Scent. Moves that can't miss, such as Swift, are also unaffected. It still has Commander, but it doesn't pair up with Dondozo, but the next Pokemon I will discuss. You'll be able to see this in action in the boss fight, fighting them as Beasts of the Fireland Sea, where you fight them in the Firelands. The other of the 2 Beasts of the Fireland Sea is Abyssul, Dark Fire type, submitted by Crimson Arts on Instagram. It is based on the Crassigyrinus, an extinct genus of carnivorous stem tetrapod from the early Carboniferous limestone coal group of Scotland. It is also based on the myth of the Marul, a malevolent demon who lives in water, according to Shetland mythology. This made up part of its name, which also comes from Abyss. Originally it was submitted as a ghost water type called Abyssal, but due to its malevolence and its fiery crest, it made sense to make it a dark fire type instead. For those thinking about Chi-Yu, the treasures of ruin aren't actually the animal that inspired their shape. They are elements brought to life in those forms. Abyssul is some grand predator and would love to munch on Cronian Tatsugiri, but due to each of Abyssul's types being weak to Tatsugiri's, yes, I know fire resists fairy, so it's neutral, but shh, it gets overpowered by Tatsugiri. The fact that their battle is in the Farlands references the fact that I mainly based the Farlands on the Shetland Isles, where the Marul myth originated. The next winner is Discord user Lavender T, who submitted Timrachnid and Spidero, both bug fighting. The names came from Timid and Arachnid and Spider and Hero. They are based on the story of Robert the Bruce and the Spider. Robert the Bruce was the king of Scotland from 1306 until his death in 1329. During this time, he led Scotland in the First War of Independence. The story goes that in the winter of 1306, Robert the Bruce was unsure of himself, as well as if he'd be a good strong king. He then saw a spider in a cave, trying to spin its web despite falling so many times, but every time it fell, it climbed back up. That's why Timrachnid is very timid and unsure of itself, but when it learns Sacred Sword, it gains the confidence to lead the bugs of Croneo as Spidero. The colour scheme is based on flag imagery Robert was depicted as wearing, and the final render even has fleur-de-lis imagery, to sell its royal origin. Spidero is the beast of the Northland Cave, fought in the cave found in the Northlands, to reference the story this line is based on. Next up, meet Drakiddy and Drakindle, Dragon and Dragonfire respectively, submitted by Sewer Monster 2008 on YouTube. The names come from Drake, meaning dragon, Kiddy, because Drakiddy is a child, and Kindle, which is what fire does. They are based on the Beast of the Charred Forests, a myth of a fire-breathing monster which was the explanation behind the burning down of dense forests caused by Vikings. It is said that when St. Gilbert had slain it, a stone was placed where it was buried, which explains the evolution method. It also kind of looks like a boar, but so did the original myth. This is translated super well since its physical description perfectly fits the Pokemon, and having roots in Scotland fits Croneo. I'm also all for cute dragon types. Drakindle is the beast of the fluorescent forests, to allude to the beast of the charred forests. Time for the first of 2 3-stage lines, starting with Cubos, Blockos, and Volcos, a rock fairy line submitted by Escondia17 on my Discord server. After consideration and deliberation, we decided to name them with the suffix os, which is common for sugars. They also come from cube, blockade, and volcano. It is based on a kind of candy called Edinburgh Rock, not to be confused with rock candy, since this one crumbles. It's also known as Edinburgh Castle Rock, hence the castle motif. Escondia also stated it was based on Mons Meg, the cannon at Edinburgh Castle. Although it was incorporated into the final stage, I felt like it needed to also appear in the wall-like middle stage for a variety of reasons. The final stage is based on a volcano and Edinburgh Castle itself, since it's built on a volcano, except this Pokemon is an active one, not an extinct one. It doesn't gain the fire type here because its typing still makes sense, but it can have flame body for its ability. Volcos is the beast of Gosford Rock, which is fought in Gosfordshire. The other 3-stage line comprises Barum, Rumpum, and Barumpum-Pum, submitted by ArtsySplat1 on Instagram. Originally submitted as Ghost Fairy, but we both agreed that Mono Ghost worked just fine. The idea comes from the headless drummer boy that is said to haunt Edinburgh Castle. Artsy had the inspired idea to have the head be the drum and not attach to the neck, as you can see in their original submission. They also went for a feminine approach, as they like that kind of Pokemon design, and I think more are welcome in Croneo. This line also has an appearance similar to that of a pipe band, who also have many drummers in their ranks. Its name is just onomatopoeia, for the sounds drums make. which makes sense given mysterious ghostly drums are heard at Edinburgh Castle. Although the first two stages were always going to have names like that, Archie and I agreed that the third stage should too. Funnily enough, the final names were suggested by Juno because they appeared in a dream they had. True story. Since the Barum line is a sound-based mon, it has sound-based moves and abilities. Barum Pum Pum is the Beast of Westwake Ruins, since it made sense to me that a castle ruins area would have a mon based on a ghost that wants a castle as its boss. Finally, let's have a gimmick mon by Elium, who has a Tumblr of the same name, and is Elium Paninium on Twitter. They also previously helped out with dex entries and town names for Croneo. Their entry is Hyde Hollow, based on the 1886 Gothic novella Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, written by Scottish author Robert Louis Stevenson. If you didn't already know, it's about a man called Dr. Jekyll and his evil alter ego of Mr. Hyde. This dual nature is referenced within its ability, Broken Facade, where when its health reaches below 50%, or when the opponent is asleep, the Rock Psychic Sealed form transforms into the Rock Dark Revealed form. It reverts once the conditions for the revealed form to exist no longer occur. The duality, fear, and statue appearance also reference the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. Said monsters were created by Scottish writer Stephen Moffat. They take the appearance of a statue until you look away, which is when it moves at lightning speed, and sends you back in time to feed on the potential life you have just lost. Its name comes from Jekyll, Hyde, Hollow, and Da, which is Gaelic for two, all of which reference aspects of its design. It is the Beast of Luring Islands, since the dual nature made sense for a pair of islands. Plus, Hyde is a murderer, so luring is a befitting adjective. It also means there is no section of Croneo without a big beastie. Perfect for exploration. After you battle them, Jasper collects more and more data, and gives you facts about these beasts. You also get drip-fed information by Jasper about what's causing it. After all 6 are battled, they conclude that some fluctuations in the fabric of our dimension is causing this to happen. These fluctuations are perfectly harmless and natural, but the frequency of it now is concerning. At some point in your journey, you piece together that it is to do with Team Syndicate, but more on that in another video. Croneo is fully open world, so almost everywhere is accessible. However, battling each of these makes the terrain easier to traverse, due to upgrades to your Rotom bike that Jasper gives you. Oh, and before I go, Juno is mental. They drew a bunch of memes based on the winners. Since they're a mod on my server, they saw all of these early and wanted to have fun. Here are said memes. That's it for this video. Special thanks to all of the winners. You all did an amazing job, as well as the artists I commissioned to tackle the final renders. And with that, I'll see you next time! Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Croneo region. And sorry if you feel deja vu. This video will show the gym leaders you'll face in Pokémon Orpiment. The other video you were thinking of was for Agate and Obsidian. These would be faced in the Victory Road storyline. You can fight them in any order, and they will scale. When I show them, I will discuss their gym team, assuming they're the 8th gym leader. There will also be a replayability element, since there's 12 possible options, of which you fight 8 in the main story. You can rematch any of them at any time after becoming champion. Before I continue, why not subscribe? Fun fact, 1 in 10 of you are subscribed, so why not change that? It would really mean a lot. And also, why not leave a like, comment, and share amongst friends? Also, ring the notification bell so you don't miss an upload. In the description you can find links to my Instagram and Discord server, and consider becoming a member or patron today to get early access to my future content. Now to list the gym leaders. Some of you may know that I do like to represent various groups of people with my characters, like one commenter who was off-put by quote-unquote gender politics, even though there's nothing political about showing people existing. To cover my basis, this first gym leader doesn't have a gender, so no need to worry about gender politics. The grass gym in Bloomborough, like before, requires a farming minigame, trying to grow the most crops in the time limit. The variety of crops has increased, probably due to the success of the local farmer and gym leader, Fig, and how prosperous their farm has been over the past 2 years. They really enjoy helping people out by providing the region with food. Their relatively passive enjoyment for battle shouldn't be underestimated, since the word relatively is doing a lot of work there. Their full team is Cronian Duxbun, Xyloregus, Billy, and their ace Lanternip, with their rematch team adding Hydrapple and Sarina. You get the Grass Badge and the TM for Seed Bomb. The Fire Gym Leader is in Bayhaven, and honestly it's just a regular gym challenge, except with a very cottagecore interior. The gym leader, Charlotte, is now retired. She's still the gym leader because she loves it, but now she just focuses on seeing her family and spending even more time with them. She mentions how proud she is of all 3 of her daughters, her youngest also being a gym leader you can face, the next oldest being an Elite 4 member, and the last running the daycare. She always ran the daycare, I just never mentioned this before. She runs it with her teenage daughter of her own. She could spend all day talking about her family, but she knows she can't, so proceeds to battle you. Her full team is Bunty, Locomotive, Hogmanay, and her ace, Cronian Chandelure, with her rematch team adding Cronian Turtonator and Arcanine. You get the Fire Badge, and the TM for Fire Spin. The water gym in Aberlachy starts off with a fishing minigame, just like before. It basically worked like Kabu's gym in Galar, but instead of tall grass and fire types, it's a stream of water you fish from. The pool of Mon, pun intended, would be different from last time, give or take the abundance of low-scoring Magikarp. When you meet the gym leader, Pike, he's in the middle of fishing. He explains how much he loves the process, almost as much as battling, possibly more. He excitedly speaks about all the different kinds of fish there are before snapping out of it and starting his battle. His full team is Salacious, Cronian Dreadnought, Stoutzy, and his ace Nescade, with his rematch team adding Milotic and Basculegion. You get the Water Badge and the TM Water Pulse. After 2 badges, you then catch up with your grandpa, who is your rival. He's excited that he's caught his first Pokemon, so battles you using his level-appropriate starter, and his new Abra. Once you win, he states that him and his Abra will grow stronger together. They've got much to learn. Want to see someone new? Well, at the New Freezington Gym, once you get past the music-themed ice puzzle, requiring you to get the right notes to play, which allows icicles to fall to create the path that leads you to Haley. She is cold and honest, and flatly doesn't know how good you are. Her bluntness is considered too much for her to be a gym leader 2 years ago, but since she's an intelligent battler and the league is under new management, Haley is able to battle. Once you defeat her, she's humble and smiles to recognize your strength. Her full team is Curlice, Cronian Cherim, Gracier, and her ace Slumboose, with the rematch team adding Squirage and Tunstag. You get the Ice Badge and the TM for Ice Beam. 2 gym leaders share Azamori's gym. You'll be asked which one you'd want to face first, and then pick. You can pick both on a playthrough. If you pick Bug, you are greeted with a sort of game show puzzle set within a bug-themed gym, as in, like, an actual gym. The game show is kinda like Top Trumps. Basically, you've got to show a higher stat either from your team or how strong their moves are, or else you'd have to battle the trainers. Then you get to Ant, who explains his whole deal. He sees the hidden strength in bug Pokemon, like he saw in himself. He mentions that his girlfriend is a gym leader too, sharing this gym. She also saw his strength. Can you show yours? His full team is Shuckle, Cronian Espeon, Cronian Snorlax, and his ace Santai, with his rematch team adding Cronian Durant and Vikavolt. You get the Bug Badge and the TM X-Scissor. If you pick Poison, the gym challenge ends up being a maze themed around a ballroom aesthetic, and Poison Pokemon. You then get to Lily, who explains her whole deal. She feels almost maternal instincts towards poison Pokemon, due to her also feeling like an outcast of society. If you already faced Ant, Lily mentions that you already fought her boyfriend, so it's time for her to not hold back. Ant would have said the same sort of thing, but worded a bit different. Just as Lily would say the same sort of thing I said Ant would say earlier if he fought her first. Her full team is Garbodor, Cronian Umbreon, Ratakin, and her new ace Nanabe, with her rematch team adding Salazzle and Weezing. Sorry, I forgot to initially record this bit. Lily gives you the Poison Badge and the TM for Cross Poison. You meet up with your grandpa again after your 4th badge. He's excited that he caught another Pokemon. He sends out a Hedgie that he's not figured out how to evolve yet, along with his starter and his Kadabra. Upon defeat, he explains that he's happy for you. He also recently got his 4th badge, so it's nice to see how you both compare. Old and New also has 2 gym leaders. After trying to navigate a dimly lit room, you meet an old-fashioned young lady called Anastasia. She explains she's drawn to the past and echoes of it in our present. Ghost Pokemon connects her to this past, and the closer she feels to it, the stronger she is in battle. Her full team is Gaizion, Doomsdale, rival Cronian Charizard and her ace Caprine, with her rematch team adding Cronian Palisand and Cronian Poltegeist. You get the Ghost Badge, and the TM for Poltergeist. The other older new gym leader is Maxwell, who specializes in electric types, and also is the adoptive father of Anastasia. He idolizes the future, and tries to help by trying to build it. His gym challenge is even a minigame connecting wires to power up systems and lights. Maxwell's affinity for electric types allows him to power the future, so the daughter he loves can have an even greater future. His full team is Jolteon, Cronian Venusaur, Hydroid, and his ace Torchard, with his rematch team adding Rotom Game and Ampharos. You get the Electric Badge and the TM for Volt Switch. Zampeton has a new gym leader. The gym challenge is a cooking minigame, similar to Crispin's in Blueberry Academy. The new Steel-type gym leader, Fergus, comes in and is impressed, but stern. The one thing he takes more seriously than his cooking is Pokemon battling. He will not hold back. His full team is Vulcan, Sojin, Industrion, and his ace Rotom-Saw, with his rematch team adding Cronian Hydreigon and Independent. You get the Steel Badge and the TM for Ironhead. You also see Fergus is beaming. He's a softie at heart and loves seeing people do well. After 6 badges, you meet and battle with Gramps again. He's figured out how to evolve his Hedgie, but is struggling with Kadabra. He's also now got Crispalus, that he also isn't sure how to evolve. He's been reading up on evolution stones, so he'll give one of them a shot before you battle him next. Time for the gym in Ben Cairn, your hometown, the mountain in the center of Croneo. The gym appears to be a crystal palace, where your challenge is to answer questions about Pokemon paleontology. When you finish the test, battling trainers for incorrect answers, you qualify to fight the gym leader. Professor Jasper? Yes, they are still the Rock-type gym leader. They say all gym leaders have lives outside gym responsibilities. You just so happen to see a lot of what Jasper gets on with, specifically. They're not too busy to hone their formidable skills, though. Their full team is Wallynx, Coronian Sylveon, and their joint aces Agaplura and Obsidilik, with their rematch team adding the Unova fossils. Ah man, this bit too? Jasper gives you the Rock Badge and the TM for Stealth Rock. This time, Dunport only has a single gym leader. The gym puzzle is similar to the likes of Grant or Ramos, where you have to climb to the top of a tower. This is to reach the flying type gym leader, Harper. She essentially only really focuses on flying in the sky, as well as her flying type Pokemon. She hopes she can share her all for both with you. Her full team is Cronian Vaporeon, Cronian Heatmore, Gloriana, and her ace Boogiebird, with her rematch team adding Xbree and Cryphogonal. You get the Flying Badge and the TM for Aerial Ace. Finally, we reach the gym in Gosford, located in what was the former Professor Barclay's lab. It's been renovated to have a grungy, gothic aesthetic. There is no puzzle. You just have to face a gauntlet of trainers until you're able to face the Dragon-type gym leader, Heather, Barclay's daughter, as well as the rival in Agate and Obsidian. She expresses that she was excited to become a gym leader, and that she and her friends were able to achieve so much after given the opportunity. So she renovated this quack lab and made it into an arena. You are in her domain now, so it's time to prove your worth. Her full team is Togesaur, Fryvern, Gigalidja, and her ace Draconion, with her rematch team adding Goodra and Dragalge. You get the Dragon Badge, and the TM for Dragon Cheer. Immediately after your 8th gym badge, to close the storyline, since you can only battle the league after all 3 are completed, you meet your rival yet again. Kadabra is still a struggle to evolve, so he's given an Eviolite, because he heard that makes unevolved Pokemon tougher. Other than that, the rest of his team is fully evolved. He's even got a new team member, Drampa, which he's excited to see evolve at some point. You don't want to spoil his excited moment. Upon defeating him, he thinks he needs another team member. He sees an X-Ball flying nearby, and he's inspired to go and get one. Before he runs off, he congratulates you. He's only got 7 badges, but you have 8, so in theory you can tackle the league. Doing some number crunching, this will give you 19,958,400 possible paths to face the gym leaders, and combined with battling the 5 Team Syndicate admins and the 6 big beasties in any order, that means 1,724,405,760,000 possible routes to take in this hypothetical game. Combine that with how customizable and variable a playthrough with one route can be. I genuinely think in practical terms that Pokemon Orpiment would have infinite replay value. Thanks so much for watching, and special thanks to the artists that made this video possible. Their names are scrolling on screen. Please check out my other content if you haven't, and I will see you in my next video. Goodbye now.
2 years ago,
disgraced former Pokémon professor Barkley escaped from captivity. When he got far enough away, he was finally able to be candid with his accomplice. "I knew I would be rescued by a good friend," said Barkley, recognizing his masked accomplice. The accomplice, knowing his long-lasting friend could always tell who he is, then reveals himself to be Alexi, the former leader of the now disbanded Team Sparkle. He explains to Barkley how he found a new calling, an organization so large yet so secret. It spans across many regions, operating in the shadows. Many former members of prior evil teams have joined, having previously been snubbed of greatness. Alexi leads the Croneo branch, but he's not the top of the chain. He needs as many great criminal minds to help him. Barkley then asks, "Is this a recruitment?" Alexi puts his hand on Barkley's shoulder, looks into his eyes, raises a smile, and responds, "How would you like to join Team Syndicate?" Barkley also grins and accepts. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Croneo region. Before I start, make sure to like, comment and subscribe. It might be a bit lofty of me to suggest, but I'm truly hoping to get 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year, which I'm sure we can do, as only 1 in 8 of you are subscribed. So if you're not, why not subscribe? Let's get back to the video. Team Syndicate, if I didn't make it clear in that opening, is not only the evil team in Pokemon Orpiment, but a mega organization, like Looker described in the first video of this miniseries. Looker would also help you storm the Team Syndicate bases, with him not initially recognizing you when you first arrive at your base. And yes, you can mostly tackle them in any order, and they do scale. Something amusing about this is that the word Syndicate is a synonym of team, but it sounded threatening and still fits, as it reinforces that they are a team to end all teams. Alexi would not be in charge. He's just the chief admin of the Croneo division, as there are multiple branches in different regions, including my next region. But back on topic, not only do they have a presence in other regions, but people from evil teams that have disbanded, or even ones which haven't if the member wants fingers in multiple pies, are part of it. I just liked the imagery of people who we've met in the series before, to showcase the importance and power of this organization. It's also a good excuse for a bit of nostalgia bait. The structure and general vibe I wanted Team Syndicate to give off was from the Illuminati, a conspiracy theory depicting a secret society plotting to take over the world through their powerful connections and maybe a bit of terrorism. I also took inspiration from Spectre from the James Bond book and film series, a secret society plotting to take over the world through their powerful connections and maybe a bit of terrorism. Finally, Team Syndicate's logo, as well as these characters' colour schemes, are themed around the crystals on Pritorate and Megacordian, who themselves have their crystals be from the body of that one legendary from that fable mentioned in the Agate and Obsidian story video. Essentially, they're trying to summon this Pokemon, but we'll get into that throughout the video. Now, let's show off the characters. First off, we have a scientist who originally worked with Team Flare from the Kalos region. Let me reintroduce you to Mabel. She would be located in the crystal pools of the Zenintula, as she's studying the power of these crystals, as they are connected to the Pokemon they are trying to summon. She's studying these time crystals, testing them on captured Pokemon, and trying to figure out what the crystals can do to help Team Syndicate as they can use them for their own goals. But more specifically, she's trying to get an indication of what the special Pokemon they are trying to summon could do in practical terms. The Team Flare scientists didn't get much in the way of character, but I think Mabel is more memorable. Not only does her hair complement her outfit, but her vindictive spite and cold heart are on full display. She always pushes the scientific method to its physical limit, and doesn't see a moral limit. I mean, she wasn't really caring about that Abomasnow in Frost Cavern, was she? When covering their teams, I'm going to mention 5 Pokemon. As these will scale, their teams may not be these full 5 Pokemon. They will always have their ace though. Her team is Jackaterror, Bunty, Cronian Heatmore, Weavile, and Houndoom. Upon defeat, she throws a tantrum, as she's a very bad loser. She then gets a few of the grunts to pack up and leave with her, taking any research she could back to HQ. Looker lets you know he has the warrant to clear up any of the activity here, and make sure no one shady can come here again. After defeating each admin, you do learn a bit of lore to do with Orpeth and the Pokemon they're trying to summon, but I'll read that out in full in the next video. The Fluorescent Forest's western portion houses Wild Poipole, who must have arrived via Ultra Wormhole. Naturally, Farba from the Alola region, formerly of the Aether Foundation, intends to study this in a makeshift facility. Unlike Team Flare, the Foundation is still going strong. He's only joined Team Syndicate because he was demoted further, and they needed someone who could research Ultra Wormholes. Without that knowledge, their plans are kinda scuppered. He's obsessed with his research, almost in a bout of madness about what he's looking into at times, but he tires of you, acting superior to a child and some dumb muscle. referring to yourself and Looker. His full team is a team of 6, but one of them's an unknown, so it's basically a team of 5. The rest of his team are Croneo Noctowl, Hypno, Otric, Alolan Raichu, and his ace, Slowbro. Upon defeat, he's stressed, and leaves in a similar manner to Mabel, as he prepares to weasel himself out of the situation, like he has done most of his career. Looker informs you that he's going to stay behind and close down this makeshift research facility. Not all returning admins are from the main series games. At the base located near Aldenue, you meet Sierra, training up recruits. She is still Giovanni's most trusted confidant in Team Go Rocket, but she's playing a bigger game here. Her own internal calculus concluded that Team Syndicate doing well makes Team Go Rocket do well, and vice versa. She evades discussing if Giovanni knows what she is doing or not. She knows how to toughen up the recruits, who are mostly ex-Team Sparkle members, but not exclusively. You interrupt her, and she finds your intention to stop her a farcical endeavour. She's extremely confident that she will defeat you. Her team is Sheriff Form Marriott, Houndoom, Flygon, Milotic, and her ace, Punchcrow. Upon defeat, she reflects on her strategy, which she finds good, as now she knows how to ensure Team Syndicate's victory. Perhaps it's worth the minor setback. You sense that maybe she's trying to convince herself of that, since she is clearly quite angry. Looker stays behind, once again, to cease action here and arrest those who haven't ran away. In a nightclub in Gosford, you spot Mirror B from the Ore region. Team Mirror didn't go to plan, so himself, Folly, and Trudy decided to join Team Syndicate. They were put in charge of laundering money and doing dodgy dealings, ensuring maximal profit. Largely, he uses it as an excuse to dance, but he's glad to help run the affairs of Team Syndicate, and the more profit for them means the more profit for him, for his own means. You threaten this, although he seems more annoyed that you interrupted his groove. His team consists of Jumpluff, Golduck, Hogmanay, Cronian Roserade, and his ace, Ludicolo. Upon defeat, he says he's vexed by how his battle tempo was. He says "see you later, darlings," before escaping through the window. Looker stays behind to close whatever's going on here down. To make an amendment to my last video, I mentioned that you'd fight 5 admins in any order. I have since changed my mind on that. The previous 4 can be fought in any order, and reward you with a key card. You need all 4 of them to unlock a secret room in the abandoned rig. Barkley is there with some scientists. He will act as the final boss of this storyline. If you're wondering about Alexi, I'll clear that up in the next video, trust me. Barkley is working on some machinery. He casually mentions that he's possibly invented a time machine. The big machine is a prototype, but he's developed something more portable, as they'll need it at an undisclosed location, as well as needing it to open up a certain ultra wormhole. You walked in as him and his scientists perfected it. To stop you from spoiling it, he battles you. His team is actually the same as his Elite Four team from Agate and Obsidian, that being Metagross, Slowking, Chimonarch, UFO, and Heracite, which is his ace yet again. Upon defeat, he laughs. This battle was a distraction. The tech is already moved. They will be activated when the time is right. There is nothing you can do. Barkley's UFO teleports him away. You and Looker believe him, as there are no scientists in the room anymore. There's nothing much to close down, but he stays behind all the same, to see if he can find any clues about what Team Syndicate are planning to do very soon and where. And that's it for now. The Alexi battle, along with the legendary encounter and the Pokemon League, will all be discussed in the next video, as we've now covered all 3 storylines. Thank you for watching, make sure you check out the artists as well as my links in the description, and with all that said, I'll see you next time. Hello, welcome to the final chapter of Croneo's story. After this, there'll be a couple of videos detailing the character design origins for Orpiment, as well as recaps for every mon and their shiny. But yes, the end is nigh. But where have we left off? Well, at this point, you should have 8 gym badges, beaten 6 Titans, well, technically 7, and defeated 5 Team Syndicate admins, the last of which being the disgraced former Professor Barkley, who told you about the time machine he invented which can open up portals to Ultraspace, which has been transported to an undisclosed location. So naturally, you have to stop Team Syndicate, become the champion, and meet the box legend. Speaking of, I did promise the lore, which I'll get to after asking you to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It would be a dream come true to get 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Also check out the links in the description to my Instagram and Discord, and consider becoming a member or Patreon today for cool rewards such as watching videos early and seeing updates on how my next Fakemon region is coming along. Anyways, lore time. You would get a recap on the mighty battle that the ancient Pokemon of time had with the Ultra Beast, and how its defeat left crystal debris which was then bestowed to 3 Pokemon to become Pritorate, Mebicordian, and Orpithegel. However, more details would be revealed. The sense of familiarity the Pokemon of Time had with these crystals is due to how part of its body is made from the Time crystals, which is how it is able to have dominion over Time. Its opponent was entirely made from these crystals, hence how fierce the battle was, as well as their rivalry. Although Priorate, the Hindsight Pokemon, and Mebicordian, the Foresight Pokemon, had their transformations be completely successful, Orpeth-Eagle, the Insight Pokemon, was less successful. The crystals bonded to create the Pokemon, but developed impurities, which still look dazzling, and still give it the powers to witness all that is currently happening, but it gives it some physical instability. You'd receive bits and pieces of this lore throughout the Team Syndicate storyline. You'd inform Professor Jasper about this, during the phone call you would have after completing all 3 storylines. They would say that this all makes sense, indicating how it pieces together all of their research on the Big Beasties phenomenon. They would also compile what you've said and explain the lore the way I did earlier. Lurker joins the call to update you on his search for Team Syndicate's machine. It's actually operating in the Farlands, so you head to the Farlands and see a blonde-haired man wearing Crocs. It's Alexi. You also see Barkley tinkering with the machinery. Alexi proceeds to give his villain speech, stating why he and the others joined Team Syndicate. They all desired something greater. That's why they got into this evil business to begin with, but they were snubbed, or kept being snubbed, of this greatness. However, Team Syndicate gives them a second chance. Alexi included. He didn't create it. He's not the head honcho. He's just found a new home. Looker tells him to cut to the chase. What are they doing? Alexi bluntly says, "We want power over Time." Looker is in shock. Partly because he can't believe it was that easy, but also he can't believe what he's hearing. Alexi continues by saying he was inspired by the scheme he was part of 2 years prior. Their plans were not big enough. They just wanted to capture the legendary for monetary purposes. If they'd utilized the powers of the legendary Pokemon, perhaps they would have won. But why stop at the past or future? Why not both? Why not all? He's read up on a Pokemon called Gemporin, a supposed Ultra Beast made from Time Crystals. Perhaps it could help them undo their defeats. Perhaps they could stop future rebellion. Team Syndicate could be in control, and truly control the world from the shadows. Orpeth-Eagle, the Insight Pokemon, is the key to this. It knows all the present, so would be suspicious already, but would try to stop Team Syndicate from using their time machine. They don't know if it actually works or not, but it doesn't matter. It's doing enough to cause disturbances in the fabric of time and dimensional space, hence the big beasties. A Priorate and Mebicordian wouldn't spot this, as these distortions hypothetically don't exist on their wavelength. Even if they were detectable, Barkley did some game theory, the mathematical subject, not the MatPat show, and it was statistically likely that Orpeth-Eagle would be the one to arrive. It also has more unstable time crystals, so in theory, based on the research that Faber and Mabel have conducted, it is likely that a fusion could happen using Barkley's device. You both lunge to stop Barkley, but Team Syndicate won't physically stop you both. You then have a double battle against them, before Alexi immediately battles you after, gloating that he knows he's stalling, but doesn't care because you're too late anyways. It's a single battle with his new team of Cast Form, which will set up Mist, Grimmsnarl, Galarian Rapidash, Cronian Naganadel, Tinkaton, and Cronian King Gambit. He's surprised you're able to defeat him, but Barkley then calls over shouting, "I think it's working!" You start to see reality distort around you. To give visual reference, it would look a bit like the mirror dimension in the Doctor Strange movies. You then hear a bird call from above. Orpeth-Eagle has arrived. Barkley cranks a lever which ensnares it. Barkley laughs maniacally before saying, "Well, I've captured Orpeth-Eagle for you, Alexi. You know what to do, my dear." Alexi walks towards Barkley, turns around quickly, readjusts his clothing and hair. You are challenged by Syndicate Chief Admin Alexi again. He sends out Orpeth-Eagle, but since it's not in a Pokeball, he doesn't throw one. See the Galar DLC or even Heart Gold Soul Silver for more. This is your first fight against Orpeth-Eagle. I hope you're ready. You defeat it in battle, as you know how to deal with its ability and normal flying types. Barkley's laughter gets more intense. Dare I say it becomes a cackle. He proceeds to say, "You really are stupid, aren't you? This was a ruse. I can't believe you were gullible enough to fall for this again." He proceeds to press a few buttons, flick some switches, and raise some sliders. This appears to cause an ultra wormhole to appear. Alexi looks in awe, then says the following: "We are gathered here at the dawn of a new age. A dazzling deity has graced us with its presence. Soon the walls of time will wither and be tested to their limits. The world will fear our name of Syndicate, as time itself is our plaything. We walk across the world unbeknownst to anyone. This is our Kingmaker, and thy name is Gemporum." He turns around. "This power sets us above the gods," before glancing at Barkley. "It has been your dream to play God, Isn't that right, Sweetums? Barkley Len takes out a crystal with a button on it, which he presses. It starts glowing before Gemporum starts fusing with Orpeth-Eagle. A burst of light then occurs. Once it dissipates, you see Orpeth-Eagle's corrupted form, and then a health bar, like with the big beasties, or the Titans of Paldea. I'll give you a hint. It's rock flying, so bear that in mind. You defeat it, and it roars an unnatural roar. You almost hear Orpeth-Eagle's natural call in there. But then it teleports itself, Alexi, Barkley, and their machinery away. Looker says that they need to find them somewhere. He has a hunch about where they are, but before he can say anything, you both see a crystalline echo of what Orpeth-Eagle once was, terrorizing people, before roosting around the area you fought the beasts of the Farland Sea. You then fight it with Looker. After you win, you get a call from your grandpa, asking if you've seen everything that's going on, with a bunch of big bird Pokemon across the region. This instigates 5 more battles you need to have with these Orpeth-Eagle echoes, all of which in the previous Big Beasties locations. Lurker will join you in the Luring Islands, Jasper will join you in the Northlands and the Westerwake Ruins, and Gramps will join you in the Fluorescent Forest and Gosvertshire. You will also see other gym leaders helping out, as there aren't just echoes of Orpeth-Eagle, but a bunch of other wild Pokemon. You can even talk to them and see how passionate they are about helping everyone out. Once the Orpeth-Eagle echoes are defeated, reality distortions start to form, and all of it is coming from the top of Ben Cairn. Looker runs up to you and says you both need to get up there. As you ascend, you bump into Jasper and your grandpa. Jasper says they're helping him get home, and recommends you do the same. A dialogue option appears. I want to help Looker, or I'm gonna stop Team Syndicate. Either way, you are determined to see this through. Looker tells the other two, I'll keep the kids safe. You both arrive at the top and you see Barkley panicking as Orpeth-Eagle is destroying his equipment. Meanwhile, Alexi seems to be chanting words. Gemporum hic est ut omnis nos finiant. He keeps chanting it. If you want to know what it means, he's speaking in Latin, saying Gemporum is here to end us all. Nothing in the game would translate this, but I thought I'd just say while I'm here. Anyways, in his fury, Barkley takes it out on you. His team is the same as before, but this time he adds a Galarian Rapidash. Once you defeat him, he melts down, away from you. This catches Alexi's attention. He turns round and calmly says, Gemporum hic est ut omnis nod finiant. Before battling you. His team is the exact same as before, just slightly higher leveled. I must note his King Gambit has Supreme Overlord as its ability, which he sends out last. His battle won't be easy, but after you beat him, Looker heals your Pokemon. Although, Orpeth-Eagle sees this, because its mind has also been corrupted by Gemporum. Despite attempts to fight back, it decides to battle you. Same thing as before, just slightly higher level and slightly different moves. As soon as it goes into yellow health, a purple crystally portal opens up. Barkley shouts, "It has opened up a portal! It's trying to alter time to its will! This was not part of the plan!" Alexi continues to shout in Latin. A vacuum starts to pick up, and you start to be lifted off the ground. However, Looker intervenes and saves you from being pulled in. Unfortunately, he gets pulled in instead, and falls through the wormhole. The vacuum dies down. It seems like Orpeth-Eagle's power is weakening. Barkley goes over to Alexi and says, "Come on, darling, we need to go into hiding." Alexi wails about having failed. They both get away. You continue the battle, and defeat Orpeth-Eagle's corrupted form. The portal closes. Orpeth-Eagle appears weak. A flash of light then happens, separating Gemporum from Orpeth-Eagle before it flies away. Orpeth-Eagle stands before you in its purified form. You hear words burn into your mind.
Thank you, young trainer. The grasp Gemporum had over me is now gone. The instability in my time crystals has now been resolved. I am what I was always destined to be. As a way to show gratitude, I shall bestow myself to you, and fight battles alongside you as you wish. My only caveat is that you battle me as I am. Feel free to take as much time as you need to prepare.
You can battle it now, or in the post-game. If it faints, it would respawn the next day. It is dragon flying, and would yet again have different moves. You find the button Barkley was using. Its name is the Stabilizer, and it confused them again, and turn its purified form into its original form. You then see someone approach. It's Looker. The other end of the portal was the one you saw at the start of the game. Since then, Looker was waiting around until the time was right. He thanks you, as everything seems to be over now. He bumped into your grandpa on his way here, who said to tell you he's got 8 badges, and he'd meet you outside the Pokémon League in Gulsfort. So you head there and meet up with him. He holds up a newspaper and is excited that his grandchild saved the day. It's front page news and everything. He believes you are the very best, that no one ever was. But there's one way to prove it. You both have 8 badges, and a fully evolved team. so he challenges you to one final battle, with his ace being the starter weak to yours, which is accompanied by a Crossbray, Hedgerow, Jackaterror, Drampa, and Alakazam. He's finally figured out how to evolve them all, and he knows how to use them. He doesn't hold back. Once you beat him, he gives you a hug. He's so proud of you. He wishes you luck for the Pokemon League. Go get him, Tiger! So you enter the league. Sure, it's the same building the previous Crooks used, but it's under new management. You are informed they can be fought in any order, just like last time. The order I will say them in will be for dramatic effect. The first I will mention is the normal Elite Four. Sunny. He loves his golf almost as much as he loves Pokemon battling. He's one of the best golfers in the world, and has proven himself despite accusations that he was just a nepotism baby. In the past 2 years, he's proven himself. He never really cared what people think, but more deserved recognition is nice for him. His team is Castform, which sets up Wind, Clubwool, Ooh, Prydion, and Golforb, which is his ace. If you rematch him in the postgame, he gains a Hedgerow. Time for a new face in the Fighting Elite Four member, Mackenzie. Her poetry is as fierce as her battling. Mackenzie's full team is Protest Myriad, Croneo Berserker, Nezuken, Bibelite, and Barasel as their ace.
His rematch teams include Croneo and Blastoise.
And yes, I used he, she, and they to describe Mackenzie. There are plenty of people who have no specific pronoun of choice, and Mackenzie wouldn't either. It makes poetry easier. If you're not a fan of this, you probably already checked out at the Professor being an MB2, but if you're still here to complain, you know where the door is. I'm gonna move on to a different door. That's to the Dark-type Elite Four members chamber. Her name is Brooke, who would be a familiar figure to those who played Agate and Obsidian. Her ability to mobilize people in tough situations, and her battle proficiency, evident in her previous position as 8th gym leader, made her the perfect candidate as an Elite Four member. She sees you as a very capable opponent, and news travels fast as far as she's concerned, so she congratulates you on saving the region. She's excited to battle you. Her team consists of Croneo Zebstrika. If you didn't get the memo, it's Water Dark type now. It wouldn't be on Anastasia's team in Agate and Obsidian anymore. Dreadcap, Croneo Obstagoon, Weavile, and Nosferatu, her ace. Rematches would include Rotom Tick. The remaining Elite Four member is the ground specialist, Douglas. His fight to be eligible for consideration to be a gym leader ended 2 years ago. It turns out he was strong enough to be eligible for the Elite Four. He's humble, but can't hide his pride. He's honestly excited to face a new challenger, and he's formidable. His team is Petion, Croneo Crabominable, Sherlock, Cronifay, and his ace, Croneo Luxray. Upon rematches, he actually uses an Ursaluna. After these 4 battles, you'll be able to enter the Champions Arena. You hear fanfares and cheers. You see one of 3 people, chosen at random. Andy, Sammy, or Sophie. They remain undefeated in 2 years. If you connect your save file from Agate or Obsidian, which would be like if you connect your Black 2 White 2 game to your Black and White game, it would cause the champion to have your previous team. At a suitable level, of course. Assuming you did become the champion in that save. If you don't, this champion battle would be against all 6 starters, with the ace being the one strong against yours. Once you win, you head into the Hall of Fame with the Elite Four and champion behind you. Of course, you record your team there and the credits roll. And that's it for the story. There would be a few post-game events. Your grandpa Hamish is excited you're the champion and wants to fight you as champion on the top of Ben Cairn. Once the battle is over, he reminds you that you can rematch every gym leader, including the ones you didn't face, as well as the Pokemon League and former champion. You can also rematch Hamish at any time. You can also have a special battle with Dragon-type gym leader Heather, with her team she had as the rival in Agate or Obsidian, assuming you connected the relevant save file, like I discussed earlier. You can also rematch the 6 main Team Syndicate members, as Looker calls you about this. You can locate them doing shady business in a cave in the Farlands. A random one is available to be battled each day. You can even find the trainers who weren't around in Ornament's story, but were in Agate and Obsidian. Taylor can be found in a house in Zampeton, Sterling can be found in Aberlachy, Miriam can be found in Gosfort, Rory can be found in Alderney, Morven can be found in the big touristy building in the Farlands, and even Stuart can be found in Azamori. Mari can't be battled, but that's because her story doesn't end here. If you meet up with Professor Jasper in their lab, they help you track down Gemporum, who will act as a roaming legendary, updating your Rotom phone with an app designed to track roaming legendaries, such as Gemporum. Speaking of legendaries, you can complete side quests to encounter non-shiny locked Priorate and Mebacordian in the Zeninsula, as well as encountering each of the Regis in their temples. There would also be mythical events from Miskit, Destoon, and Empari, just like in Agate and Obsidian. The reason this won't apply to Croneo and Manaphy is because the room you found Barkley in originally is the same room you would have encountered Croneo and Manaphy. If you go there in the post-game, you find a scientist called Tim. He saw the door was left open, and decided to refine the time machine prototype that was just left there. He asks if you want to do some experiments. This would sort of act as the Dynamax Adventures of this game, and sort of act similarly where you can store 3 legendary routes, but instead of going into a den and just finding a legendary, you actually open up a portal to where you could originally encounter this legendary. If a particular legendary did not have a set location in the official series where they were encountered, they would just roam. Hence the app. But otherwise, you'd see locations such as Cerulean Cave for Mewtwo, Ho-Oh on the top of its tower, Rayquaza on the top of Sky Pillar, the Lake Guardians in their lakes, Ogerpon in its cave in Kitakami, the list can go on. I won't be exhaustive here, as that's not what you're here for. But if enough people ask, I'll leave them all in a pinned comment. If you get all the legends, you might even get some mythicals, and therefore Croneo and Manaphy. But that's it! The entire story of the Croneo region. Next time, I'll explain the character designs and why they are the way they are. Then after that, I'll do one final compilation of every Croneomon and their shiny. Thank you all so much for watching. Hello everyone! Welcome to the final video in the Pokemon Warpment series. I wanted to make a video explaining why my character designs are the way they are, since it would have disrupted the flow of the previous videos. Before I begin, why not subscribe to my channel as well as like, comment and share. All of these help out a lot, so if you like what you see, why not do that? Ring the notification bell to ensure you don't miss an upload as well. Jamie is just a Scottish-inspired Pokemon protagonist with customization options. The reason I made a unisex avatar where you can just pick the pronouns was for a few reasons. One was that I felt like it wasn't strictly necessary for there to be multiple options. In the age of customization, there could just be a pronouns option too. And you can set your skin tone, hairstyle, eye colour, and even clothing at the start of the game as well. What it also does is fix an issue I've had people say to me since I made the Agate Obsidian protagonists. Including a third non-binary option on top of male and female is more inclusive than not, but it does turn a binary into a trinary, which is just not what being non-binary is. One option where you curate pronouns and other aspects is a one-size-fits-all approach. I also felt that key art for the different skin tones was also a must, as some were confused why I was repping non-binary people but not black people, for example. Despite me trying to be as clear as possible that customization options were a thing, but this way people can be comfortable knowing that they are seen and they can play as something resembling themselves in a Pokemon game. The different skin tones customization also bled into aspects of Hamish's design, as he is your grandpa, and therefore would have a similar skin tone to you. Everything he is wearing from head to toe is something Scottish boomers and older would wear. I mean, boomers is in the generation, just to clarify. Essentially, whenever I felt the design wasn't working, I asked myself, what would my dad wear? Hamish's cane was purely to balance the design based on his pose. I'm not opposed to having older characters not have a cane, by the way. It just felt necessary for this particular design. The name Hamish is a variant on James, much like the name Jamie is. I thought that name connection really cemented the familial tie. His team is interesting. He picks the starter weak to yours. This is because it felt wrong to me for your loving and supportive grandfather to pick the super effective option, even if he was technically competing with you for the Pokemon League. I also decided to give him Jackaterra, Crossbury, and Hedgerow, as they are early route Pokemon, as I feel a lot of first-time Pokemon trainers end up going for what you'd usually find on Route 1. Speaking of, I really like the idea of your rival being your grandpa going on his first journey. It conveys the theme of never being too old to follow your dreams, which I think is something we all need to hear. Anyways, he also has an Alakazam, since I felt like giving him a mom from Gen 1. The oldest generation, and the Aber line just felt like it fit the best. I also gave him Drampa, because Drampa is based on grandpas. Now, this accidentally made an interesting narrative emerge. The starter and Crossbury are purely level up evolutions, so get the least fanfare with Hamish's storyline. But Hedgerow requires leveling up at night. Not difficult by any means, but could catch you off guard. Jackaterra needs the Dusk Stone, and stone evolutions are also a bit more restrictive. But you can still find the stone and use it. But Alakazam needs to be traded, which many people find a difficult task. So all of these made for an interesting story of Hamish learning about the different kinds of evolution methods, which I love. The cherry on top is Drampa being a single stage mon, so leading to a gag where Hamish is excited to see it evolve, even if those who know can't bear to tell him it doesn't. much like those in the know about my Instagram and Discord server, who know how cool it is to check the links to them in my description. It's even cooler if you hit the join button or check out my Patreon. I know I've not posted many new Fakemon as I'm wrapping this series up, but trust me, I have plenty of Fakemon prepped for my next region. You'll find out in time, but even sooner if you check the links out or become a member. Now, why is the Rock-type gym leader, Jasper, the new professor? Simple. They were the only real candidate. Think about it, out of the non-villainous cast, who was the most scientist-coded? Maybe it was the paleontologist, the only other character who did science in Croneo. Upgrading anyone else would have been arbitrary, and I felt since I was doing a sequel it would be a lot more interesting to upgrade someone rather than make a new character, sort of to see the progress of these characters. Now, I did consider making Heather the new professor, but I got the feeling she wouldn't want to follow in her father's footsteps, which was a massive part of her character in Agate and Obsidian. So now Jasper dons a lab coat, along with longer hair and a longer dress. The first non-binary professor had to enter with style. Jasper is gender fluid, which means they don't have a solid sense of gender. It changes. Being a rock specialist is ironic, I know. Their appearance is intended to be quite feminine despite the facial hair. Non-binary people don't owe androgyny. However, I did still feel I needed to convey their fluidity somehow, and this is just a natural extension of their original appearance. Plus, it does look like 2 years have passed. The last of the player's allies is Looker. I think some people can tell what I did. There's a fan theory, or I guess just a fan observation, that Looker has a similar appearance to the 10th Doctor from Doctor Who. He's actually more likely based on Detective Zenigata from Lupin III, as he has a lot more similarities. And the manga series is very popular in Japan, unlike Doctor Who, but Doctor Who's popular in Scotland, where Croneo is based on. And it has time travel as a focal point, which fits as Croneo's legendaries have time as a theme. David Tennant, the actor who portrayed the 10th Doctor, is Scottish too, so I just leaned into this sort of theory observation thing. So Looker's redesign leans into the design of the 14th Doctor, also played by David Tennant, who was basically an older version of the 10th Doctor. Since Looker would be a tad older than when we last saw him, that made sense to me. I also liked the parallel of a sort of legacy version of a character who debuted around 2006, returning one final time before retirement. Or at least that was the idea anyways. But Looker isn't one-to-one with the 10th Doctor. He's more one-to-one with Zenigata, but still. As a result, this redesign isn't one-to-one with the 14th Doctor either. The blue coat also references his coat in Pokémon Masters EX, which is themed around his Krogunk. Yes, pretty much everything else is somewhat inspired by the 14th Doctor, but the tie is orange as a further nod to Krogunk. I just think this is really cool, thematic, and a well-executed redesign. Time for the reason Looker is here. Like most appearances, he is investigating the evil team, which in this case is Team Syndicate. Now, I'm not going to go into the logo design or general concept, but check out my Team Syndicate video if you want to see that. The designs of the grunts are essentially fancy and disciplined versions of the Team Sparkle grunts. This is kinda a reference to how the Neo Team Plasma grunts were redesigns of the old Team Plasma grunts. Since this team is in the same region, it made sense for the sort of displaced members of Team Sparkle to join this new team. As for the admins, there was an overall design theme. If you never got it until now, don't worry, it was intentionally subtle. Remember that Willy Wonka experience? You know, the one with AI marketing depicting something more magical than the empty meth lab looking warehouse filled with Oompa Loompas who were done with life, as well as the unknown, whatever that was?
What is that? It's the unknown!
Yeah, it happened in Glasgow, in Scotland. It was a popular meme in early 2024 when it was happening, which unfortunately coincided with my plans to wrap up Croneo, as I was pretty much done with everything else, including that contest, so that there was no room for people to actually submit it. But I hadn't yet gotten these admins done, who I was planning to include anyways, so I decided to base the female ones on the two Oompa Loompas, who were also played by women. Barkley and Alexi were based on the two Willy Wonka actors, as they were the head honchos anyway. Farber was based on the unknown, because I just thought that was funny, and Mirror B is, the unknown's mirror. I mean, I guess his hair's quite sparkly. There were only 5 cast members, and it was funnier to have Mirror B be the odd one out in my opinion. Also, I wanted a variety of different representatives from the series. Having 2 spin-off characters I felt would emphasize the scale even more. I picked someone from Go Rocket and someone from Ore more generally, as they are the only games not part of the main series that display a region of origin. As for the 2 main series candidates, Team Rocket would have felt like an overlap with Sierra. Because I had 6 main Team Syndicate members in total, I felt like I couldn't have Magma without Aqua, but at the same time I didn't really want to address the rivalry between the teams in this narrative. Not out of laziness, but I feel like that would have actually pulled away from the story at hand. As for Team Plasma, that's a whole can of worms I don't really want to open, at least not in this story. And Macrocosmos is just a business that is still going, and their ex-employees can't really be twisted into Syndicate members. That just felt like a bit of a stretch. And in case it needs to be said, no, Team Skull, Team Yell, and Team Star are social outcasts, not career criminals. It makes no sense for anyone from those teams to enter Team Syndicate at all. That just left Team Galactic, Team Flare, and the Aether Foundation. The latter isn't inherently evil, but does have potential since they were involved in an evil scheme, so logically some of their employees may have wanted to jump ship. Hence Faber, since it felt somewhat in character for him to do so. When I was planning this, BDSP felt too recent, so that left Team Flare, which made the timing a bit awkward considering I did not see CA coming. Team Flare's admins were literally a nameless trainer class, so as much as it would have been fun to have a character that looked a bit like Pitbull, the scientists were really my only option when it came to, characters. I'll now briefly go over each admin individually. Mabel's striped pattern was inspired by one of the Oompa Loompas. Something I mentioned in the Team Syndicate video is that she was partly chosen because her hair fit well. Celosia was also considered for this reason, but Mabel won out because she actually had a personality to work with. What tips it over in Mabel's favour is that I couldn't really separate Celosia from Bryony, so Mabel just seemed like the obvious pick. She also would likely have a tantrum over Team Flare losing, so would have the motivation to join Team Syndicate. She studies the crystals at the Zeninsula, which are the same as those on the legendaries. This would be something needed to understand Gemporum, but also works since Megastones are somewhat similar. And Team Flare has a history of looking into the essence of a box legend. This role in the team allowed her design to have a focus, that vial with the crystals. Her team is just the Pokemon she used in X and Y with a few more arbitrary picks. Considering Gemporum is from Ultra Space, Faber was a natural fit. His dark lab coat was appropriate as he's now working for a shadier organization, and it fits the color scheme. It also fits the black costume for the aforementioned Unknown, with silvery goggles representing the silver mask. His Unknown, the Pokemon, was a reference to this, and the rest of his team were a mix of returning Mon and new picks. He's using a Rotom laptop to research the Ultra Wormholes, which he does in the way that those who didn't grow up with technology tend to do, one key at a time. Slowly. This Rotom is grey to reference PCs in Galar. Sierra's design doesn't have much to talk about either. She loosely takes inspiration from the other Oompa Loompa, and her Team Syndicate logo is in a hairpin. If you're wondering how she's able to be here when she's from a different world, I'm using the logic of transferable to main series equals set in the same world. Perhaps Pogo is a different timeline to this. I'm sure that explanation fits any deviations from headcanon that you may be experiencing. I wanted to have Sierra use some Pokemon she's known for, as well as adding some new ones as well. She's also very much known for using a Houndoom, but considering Mabel didn't have many Pokemon to begin with, I felt it was more important to have Houndoom be her ace. But since there's no set ace for the Team Go Rocket admins, I felt it was still important to have Houndoom on her team, but I switched it to Honchkrow. Any Pokemon she hasn't used, I just felt like was a good fit for her personality. Speaking of, her tough personality in Go is why she trains up new recruits in Orpiment. Mirror B, what do I need to say? His design is vaguely themed around his XD design, but more bedazzled with diamonds, since he would entirely lean into this aesthetic. He wears lipstick because it looks like he did in Colosseum. His shoes are high heels to lean into his feminine side even more. Also, his hair is now a beast ball, since Gemporum is an ultra beast, and it's an easier ball than most to make resemble a disco ball since he likes to dance. Finally, the Croneo couple. Yes, it's canon. So many people asked and I buckled under pressure. Barkley was given a top hat after one of the Wonka actors, and just had a fancy waistcoat with a black lab coat. He kinda gives off Mad Hatter vibes. In all honesty, his redesign is just an inverse of his old one. The artist did want to give Barkley's new design a connection to Heather's, Heather being his daughter who hates him. Her design was done first, and and I'll get to it in a bit. He decided to make Barkley's footwear evoke a similar sort of vibe to Heather's. So that's neat. Alexi's vibe was taken from the other Wonka actor, the one without facial hair. Liberties were taken, but Alexi still has some style, give or take the Crocs. He's got baggy and wavy clothing, which emphasizes his flamboyance. He's also got an arrogance, and he's got a spiky grin. His personality really shines through. His team is slightly different from Agate and Obsidian, since Billy didn't fit and is on Fig's team now. Grimmsnarl was added because it's a meaner fairy type, and Galarian Rapidash, the native form of it in Croneo, is also a fairy type and psychic type, referencing his relationship with Barkley, as well as the unicorn being Scotland's national animal, which is why Barkley has it too. On to the gym leaders now, and let's start with Heather. I decided to make her a gym leader because she wanted to follow in the footsteps of her friends Brooke and Douglas, who were a gym leader and wannabe gym leader, respectively. They're part of the Elite Four now because they're strong. I decided Heather was going to be a dragon type gym leader, initially because it was the last type that didn't have a specialist in ornament, but she already had the dragon type Draconion on her rival team, which is now her ace. And also a dragon type punk was a cool idea to me. She also appears a little older, since it has been 2 years, and she has new piercings as a result, along with a new green streak in her hair, to match her Draconion themed design. And she's got more spikes because dragons tend to have spikes themselves, along with sharp teeth and claws. It also is quite punky. The remaining type specialists I wanted to base loosely on real people, icons who I wasn't able to represent through Fakemon. The Steel Gym Leader is the least subtle. Fergus is based on Gordon Ramsay, although his hair is more brown to reference copper, along with the teal accents in his design referencing oxidized copper, along with the steel type in general. Fergus is a Scottish name, and the first 2 letters are how iron is represented on the periodic table. A steel type chef makes sense because of how kitchens have a lot of metal in them. His team was curated to have as many food-related steel types as possible, with his ace being the steel-type Rotom Saw because it was the only contest winner that didn't get a Titan. But at least it fit Fergus's type specialty. His apron has a Pokeball logo altered to look like a frying pan with food. Meanwhile, Hayley, whose name contains hail, is based on Scottish singer Annie Lennox. She's originally from the city of Aberdeen and was part of Eurythmics. Their most famous song is Sweet Dreams. Hayley's design takes from the suit and general appearance of Lennox in that music video, although Hayley's suit is a cyan colour because of the ice type. The bright orange hair made a nice contrast to the suit. Her bright red lipstick also did this too. Her ace is Slumboos because it is an ice type themed around sleep. I wonder if Slumboos's sweet dreams are made of this, but who am I to disagree? The brand new Elite Four trainer is Mackenzie, specialising in the fighting type. Mackenzie's inspiration is the most loose, as I doubt famed Scottish poet Robert Burns was an any pronouns user. Mackenzie only is because I didn't know what pronouns to give them, even after their design was finished. Sure, he's based on Robbie Burns. Alternatively, perhaps she'd balance out the gender diversity in the Elite Four. Ultimately, literally everyone I asked about this responded by going with why not any pronouns. I was scared that people would just default to whatever they wanted to see, but I think the design is extremely androgynous in the subtle way, which was by design, since I didn't finalise the pronoun decision until after the design was made. I felt representing fighting through poetry was a fresh take, especially slam poetry being a thing, as well as the phrase, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me, which is used to try and convince you not to be hurt by hurtful words. Words can be hurtful though. Not that any real harm is intended by our friend Mackenzie, even though their name contains ken, a Japanese word for fist, which is also the pronunciation of a Japanese word for sword, but he has a hammer. Because just a poet in warm colours didn't necessarily scream fighting. It can also act as a mic stand. Now, I loved how the final post-game boss in Johto is red, and when Black 2 White 2 came out, I was hoping for something similar. Alas, the original protag is missing. Even their mother hasn't seen them for 2 years. Seriously, where are they? My personal headcanon is that they're dead. I thought within the 2 years since Agate and Obsidian, no one would have really defeated Andy or Sophie or Sammy, hence why they are the champion. Only one of them is, and it's randomized which one you get, and what customization options they have is also randomized. Unless you connect to a completed save file, then they have the same skin, hair, and eyes you gave them. The outfit will always remain the same though. They deserve a get-up fit for a champion after all. Traditional Scottish clothing, including a kilt, was necessary, and I felt the blue face paint referencing Celtic warriors also made for a good addition to the look. While I'm here, I might as well mention that I wanted to add different skin tones, as the key art from them in Agate and Obsidian originally didn't. I didn't think I needed to, as I thought when I said they were fully customizable, that would imply they were, but some people didn't get the memo. So this was for those people. One last thing is that they are wearing a ring. just like Heather. No, they're not engaged. They're a little too young for that. But they're dating, they're wearing friendship rings, and yes, they're dating regardless of gender. It would make sense, as they got close during the events of Agate and Obsidian. As a bi guy myself, giving natural representation like this made me really happy. Time to explain those 3 new Pokémon, or I guess 1 new species and 2 new forms. It's easy to explain Gemporum first. I did originally intend to make a Legends project for Croneo. I may still do, but nothing is in the works anymore. Gemporum was going to be explored there. I decided to move it here because I loved the idea. The lore written since the Legendaries video I released around 2 years ago was written with Gemporum in mind. So earlier this year, I got its art done to match its description, since the ancient Pokemon of time is just meant to be Origin Dialga. This meant I made Gemporum match the vibe. It was also made of time crystals as seen on the timeline trio. Since Orpithegals was coloured differently to the other 2, to try and resemble the mineral of Orpiment, said other 2's crystals provided the colour. I explained that the golden colour was due to impurities, which is referenced in Gemporum's shiny. Some of its other features are made to resemble the timeline trio, which was the artist's idea. Also, it doesn't have an eye, but just some shapes evoking eyes, since it is technically an Ultra Beast. So it has a funky eye situation to match the rest of them. Some may wonder if it's the Trio Master, but it's not. This fulfills the role of the villain legendary, kinda like Kyurem, but definitely like Necrozma or Eternatus. Gemporum overall is based on the concept of time crystals, which are objects that don't just have a repeating structure like a crystal does, but also periodically repeats any changes to its structure. These were discovered thanks to the science of quantum physics, hence the name. It is a being made of literal crystals, hence gem, but also temporal due to it being a time elemental too, and quantum due to quantum physics. It also sounds grander ending with that sound. Gemporum! Pokemon's enhanced versions have had a couple instances of Pokemon fusion. Kyurem and Necrozma fuse with other members of their trios, and Zygarde, despite not getting its own game, yet, has had its whole gimmick be formed around different cells fusing to create other forms. I wanted in on this if I was going to do this project. I mentioned earlier that Kyurem and Necrozma are the villain legendaries, but they are also the 3rd member of their trios. Since those are different in Croneo, and the fact that I wanted this to be one version anyways, I thought it would be an interesting approach for them to fuse with one another. Move over, you two, you've already had your stories. So yeah, if you are hanging on the edge of your seat to find out about that other reason I refuse to say as to why Orpithegal was normal flying, it's because it was always going to change types upon fusion. When the Rock Dragon Gemporum fuses with it, corrupting its very soul and being, hence the name of the form, it becomes a griffin-like being. This is because of the different body types lending themselves well to this idea. A fusion would also naturally make the body more crystalline than it already was, so changing normal to rock made sense for that reason. People wanted Orpithegal to be a rock type anyways, because they ignored my reasons in the original video, but still, it's a rock type now, in this form. When Gemporum leaves its body, the crystals are now purified. I kinda always had the idea that it could be related to phoenixes as it gets reborn. There's smoke in its design to thematically parallel this, and Celtic rituals use smoke as well. Not that I needed to explain why a golden eagle, the Scottish national bird, is Scottish. Orpithegal's crystals are now purple, like the others in its trio. The original always kinda looked out of place, but now it doesn't really. This is also helped by its now grey body, the in-between of the black and white of Mebicordian and Priturate respectively. It also inherits Gemporum's dragon typing, to signify that it's in its ultimate form. Also, dragons are associated with smoke too, so it works out. And that's it! The final Croneo video, excluding marathons of course, will be the recap of every single Croneomon to cap off the series. It's been a journey. Special thanks to all the artists, and thank you all for watching. Hello everyone! Welcome to the recap of every single Fakemon in the Croneo region. My Fakemon region based on Scotland and parts of Canada. As I said, I'll be showcasing every single Fakemon I made for this region, which I've been working on for over 2 years now. Although, now this work has come to an end. I will also be showing their shinies. Before I start, make sure to check all the links in the description, as well as subscribe to this channel. Alright, let's go! Buttercup, Azaleo, Dandelion,
Flamu, Temaku, Fernox, Platycroot, Platenant, Pladmiral, Ocat, Mucifer, Falcoth, Galagrin, Calcifera, Gastronite, Tattypillar, Crispalis, Jacket Terror, Hedgie, Hedgerow, Crossbill, Crossfisher, Crossbrie, Nezumiruto, Nezuken, Weelass, Bunty, Janeep, Lanternip, Destiny, Parasite, Cronian Meowth, Cronian Berserker, Cronian Poochiana, Cronian Mightyena, Gloriana, Cronian Roselia, Cronian Roserade, Bibelite, Hogmanay, Cronian Patrat, Cronian Watchog, Myriad, Sheriff form, Myriad, Protest form, Clubwool, Gigaligia, Cronian Noctowl, Cronian Fido, Cronian Duckspun, Cronian Litwick, Cronian Lampant, Cronian Chandelure, Togasaur, Cronian Yamask, Xyloregus, Castform, Windy Form, Castform, Sandy Form, Castform, Misty Form, Fryak, Paddock, Nescade, Sealipup, Herdeal, Stoutsea, Tadsol, Turbit, Hydrode, Cronian Blitzel, Cronian Zebstrika, Cronian Mudbray, Doomsdale, Cronian Vaporeon, Cronian Flareon, Cronian Espeon, Cronian Umbreon, Cronian Sylveon, Prideon, Geyseon,
Petion, Industrion, Draconion, Gulforb, Cronian Bulbasaur, Cronian Ivysaur, Cronian Venusaur, Cronian Charmander, Cronian Charmeleon,